Welcome one and all right back to the LPL English unofficial coverage of LPL Winter Split. Oh my god, we've had some bangers over the last couple days and we are not stopping anytime soon. Double best of 5 served up hot and ready for you. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Bloxer, and I couldn't be more excited to cover BLG versus TT with both organizations having their lives on the line.
Yeah, this is the elimination matchups right here. There is no upper bracket for these teams. Not for Thunder Talk anymore, never for BLG. They've got to do it right here, and these teams have already balled out up against each other. But like you said, there have been so many amazing matchups so far, and you can see a load of them right here.
Oh my god, just thinking about the matchup from last night, but also just looking at kind of the way that we've gotten to this point, especially because it's been so back and forth. I mean, the series between AL and NiP is an instant classic to me from last night, but the thing is, you see this no elimination bottom side of the bracket, and a lot of big name teams who find themselves there are double champion from 2024 BLG having to make the run all the way to the finals if they do.
Yeah, and put in that second tier of teams right here by Thunder Talk, a team who nobody was really sure what to expect when they came into this group. The group they were in was an absolute maul. They had EDG, LNG, BLG. Nobody's thinking about Thunder Talk. If you haven't been up to date with the LPL for the last split and a bit or so, you probably don't even know who Thunder Talk are. You haven't really heard of this team if you're not a big fan of the LPL. You've heard of the other three. Definitely wouldn't be expecting for Thunder Talk to come out on top, but they did. It took them 5 games up against BLG. BLG had looked incredible throughout the rest of their matchup. They'd dismantled LNG and EDG, but all of a sudden they come up against Thunder Talk, this team who plays a really crazy, scrappy style, really love a good team fight, and they weren't quite able to best them. And yeah, like you said, it's left them down in that bottom side of the bracket, having to make this run. No room for error for them.
Yeah, what you're referencing, that Group C last deciding series that these two teams played here, and really interesting time in our group stage where we had the top 2 teams of every group making it through. BLG, though, we're going to bring up their roster here. The names are the same, Bloxer. The names have not changed, but the performance, that level has changed, and we need to see them pick up their game, and those last couple games of that last series were definitely headed in the right direction.
Yeah, like you're saying, this is a roster that you know. Internationally, they have been showing up. They had a great time of it last year. Went to MSI, went to Worlds, came second in both of those tournaments. They were the team to beat in China throughout the entire year. And yet, all of a sudden, there's been a couple of bits of faltering. Nothing too severe throughout the first couple of games, but then again, as we've been saying, LNG, EDG, they weren't quite up to the task, not on the same level. But all of a sudden, up against Thunder Talk, they were exposed. They weren't quite able to get things going. They looked much, much better in their most recent matchup up against Weibo, but that wasn't to say they completely dismantled Weibo. Weibo was still able to get themselves one game win that was a complete dismantling. There was nothing the BLG could do in, I think it was game number 2, maybe game number 3. And even in the rest of the games of that series, it wasn't like they completely ran away with it. BLG haven't looked like that insurmountable Goliath that they have done in previous years.
But you're starting to get that like bubble up of moments, right? Like Ben's Camille. I mean, you're looking at Elk just literally going superhuman in the last 2 games of their last series. I think things are starting to bubble to the surface for BLG. They got a long way ahead of them. On the other side, though, trying to stand in their way is a team that nobody would have expected, like you had said earlier, starting in the upper bracket in these playoffs, but TT and a dream here.
Yeah, I mean, this roster really felt like it came a little bit out of nowhere. Hoya, Bechuan, they've been around on this team for a long time, really been key components of the Thunder Talk roster, but they brought in Setab over from the LCK, not even from top tier LCK, sort of was a DRX Academy main roster, sort of going back and forth between the two. Wasn't exactly high hopes coming into this split, and all of a sudden has been a real pop-off performer for them. But, of course, if we're talking about pop-offs for Thunder Talk, we have to look at the bot lane. 1xN and Feather have been completely insane so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see these 2 JDG LDL teammates come back together and find a lot of success, but 1xN, it's so funny. Literally every time we bring up TT, we have to talk about this guy because he has what it takes to potentially be that next big name coming out of the LPL in the ADC role. And I think he's backed it up in a lot of ways. But now a 2-year project for TT that's starting to bubble to the surface itself. We're talking about kind of bubbling natures of these two teams. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see this kind of secondary test after that best of 5 we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, it feels a little bit to me like it takes an amazing amount of skill and also some luck to be able to actually beat BLG in a best of 5. They managed it once. Do they have that same little bit of luck in them again? If you think back to that best of 5 they played in the regular season, it was 2-0 for ThunderTalk going into game number 3. They nearly got reverse swept in that matchup. They also nearly won out in 3 games. It was such an incredibly close matchup, and this has been the key right here for ThunderTalk. This team is scrappy, they want a team fight, and the second that somebody pulls the trigger, usually Feather, but Betron has also been a great engage tool for them, the rest of the team goes flying in. There's no hesitation, there's no second guessing. I think they are one of the most fun teams to watch for team fights, because they have that level of aggression that teams just often don't reach.
And I think that's funny to say as well, with BLG are known as a hefty team fighting team. When these guys are throwing their mechanics around, it is a hefty weight there. And so I want to see what that scrappiness comes through, because you're talking about, we're looking back through this series that was had, and I think there's a lot of moments that aggression, that kind of movement within these team fights is super important. But also, like, even game number 5, what X said, turning out a 10-0 Kaisa performance as well. I think it was just absolutely insane, and not an upset that anybody saw coming all the way there.
No, it felt very much going into that group that BLG were the top team and everybody else was scrapping for that second place to be able to get out of the groups, make it to playoffs, and see what you can do from there. See what you can do once you get yourself into that lower bracket. ThunderTalk, they clearly didn't subscribe to that way of thinking. They were able to pick up the win, but of course, after picking up that win, they then make it into the playoffs in the upper bracket, and, well, they don't exactly have the best time.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at recency, maybe things not looking too great for TT, but looking for a bounce back, and I think that's something we've known from TT, but they did lose their series 3-1 to JDG, who were themselves looking like an awakened giant there. So this, I mean, not only is it the last test for TT, but it's a true test of one of the most dominant organizations we have in our recent history of LPL, and one of the most dominant ADCs we have in recent history in the LPL in Elk. And again, I said it earlier, he popped off in the last 2 games of their last series, but he is looking to have a very dominant best of 5 against 1XN.
Yeah, we can see in the stats right here, they had very different experiences in their round 1 of the playoffs. Elk first in almost every single category, second in the one that he isn't. 1XN, bottom in almost everything. Just did not have a good time, did TT's bot lane up against JDG. They got dismantled, and it hasn't necessarily been that 1XN and Feather have been getting massively far ahead for themselves during their laning phases, but they were getting put behind specifically during that matchup. Never were able to get themselves into a comfortable position where 1XN felt unlocked to really start playing forward, and with that heavy teamfight style that ThunderTalk have, not having your ADC in a good spot makes these teamfights so much harder to play out, and we saw it time and time again in that series.
I think bot lane deserves focus from both sides tonight, and that's why I think it's one of our featured matchups going into tonight, because I think Elk and On, there might be some question marks occasionally for On, but they are still the front runners in a lot of conversations about ADC and bot lane into the LPL, and we're actually taking a look at some of the moments from their side of things back in that series against TT.
The games that BLG were able to win, the 2 games they were able to pick up in that best of 5 during the regular season, both of those had player of the game being Elk. Elk had some great performances, one on the Jinx, one on the Twitch. Both of those big hyper carries, some of the premier pickups, especially the Jinx we've seen so far during this split. If you can get Elk on one of those hyper carries, get him a little bit later on into the game with a lead, or even just in a relatively good spot, you know, it doesn't have to be massively far ahead. He can make it work from that point on. You just need to make sure that you don't end up behind in the spot lane, and that feels very much like what we were just saying about ThunderTalk's bot lane as well. Bot lane, like you said, gotta be a massive focus, and I think that puts a lot on the junglers here to not try to spend too much time elsewhere, get your bot lane ahead. Then again, do you really want to leave Bin alone?
Speaking of, we got to talk about the man, the myth, the legend right there himself. Bin has been insane. I mean, not only did we have the performance on that Camille in a do or die game there, but being able to have the kind of confidence to back it up. And I think there's a little bit of track record between these two top laners, but Bin deserves his flowers here, especially with his performance against Weibo.
Yeah, dismantled Breathe. Breathe was really not able to do anything in quite a lot of those matchups, and the Camille, as we're highlighting here, was especially fun. But it's not just been the Camille so far. There have been a ton of huge pickups so far for Bin. The Camille has been, I think, the flashiest, the most interesting potentially, but hey, he even tried to play
Still the only pentakiller at MSI. Yeah.
True, exactly. Genuinely one of the most fun players to watch. I think a champion I'm particularly going to be having a look at is the Cassante. Obviously, Fearless, we can't see things multiple times. The Cassante may end up on the ban table for quite a lot of these games, but if you're able to actually pick it up, sure, it's not the flashiest, it's not the same as the Camille. You're not really expecting to get quite as many solo kills, but if you can get a couple items under the Cassante's belt and then get into the backline, that's a great way to disrupt a heavy teamfight style like Thunder Talk play. If you're sat there as 1xN with a Cassante on your face, there is very little you can do to actually play out these team fights and do what your team needs you to do. When
we're getting to the draft, I know see what they're going to steal away from Bin is always a big important conversation, but I want to talk about that background information that I was foreshadowing to, because Hoya had a straight up call out against Bin when they beat them in that best of 5 there in the regular season. Said, you know, Ben, please, you got to watch more of our games next time. And I think it's actually so funny whenever you have such a big upset like this to kind of play with the moment. I know it's a little bit lighthearted, but it's always fun to see this kind of conversation.
It's such an interesting little bit of conversation, because if it was said with a different tone, it could feel really insulting, but I love the way that they're playing back and forth with it, the way that it's been a good joke, that they've actually continued it on. I think the way that we've been seeing Bin play for so long, and the way that very recently we've been seeing Hoya begin to really pop off, find his footing, truly start stepping up in the way that clearly Thunder Talk have seen, putting a ton of time into him. This matchup, this rivalry that they're sparking right here, could go on for a long time, and it makes me excited to watch it for splits and splits to come.
Yeah, I think Hoya's been building this moment. Bin maybe needing to buck up a little bit in his own way. He actually did, though. We had a little video translated to have a bit of a response from Bin. So I think we'll be able to play that one now. But hey, he's listening at least, and has a little bit of a rebuttal in his own right.
斌哥，下次多看一下我们比赛吧。
明天的话就尽量副手他们吧，然后今天回去好好研究一下他们的比赛，研究一下他们上场打我们，还有上场打京东。
As a response to Hoya calling him out there, we'll see if he did actually go through their tape and study the dismantling that JDG had over TT.
And it was a dismantling. All of the lanes, unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they weren't able to get going. We've highlighted what happened in the bot lane, but it wasn't like that was the only place where things started to go wrong for them. It felt like there was kind of no lane that they were quite able to play through, and if you get yourself into that situation versus players like Scout and Paze, it's gonna end exactly as it did, in a 3-1. They were able to pick up a win, and it was actually a really good win for Thunder Talk. I think they can build off of that one, but they have now given some good tape over to their opponents, over to BLG. We'll see if it's really gonna be studied, as we've been saying, if they're gonna know exactly what it is. Part of it is just making sure that Thunder Talk get into their team fights behind, because they are so skilled in the team fights. They're so good at setting them up. If you can get yourself into a position where you're up 5-6k at the point at which team fights really start, 25 minutes into the game, all of a sudden they don't have that same level of power. They don't have that same level of freedom to just go in, to try to play these team fights as aggressive as they want to.
Well, as you see, we are in Xi'an. We're in the arena. And in WE's arena there, but getting to say hello to BLG as all the fans hold out their hands. I love these kind of interactions with the fans, especially with such big names and such a big stressful moment. We're not only talking about their lives on the line here, but their pride on the line. I mean, this is a team in BLG who dominated the LPL in 2024. Back-to-back trophies, the first trophies in the organization's history, and they went back-to-back, and it was off the back of this team in a major way. Obviously, Shun had a lot of factors in that, but anything that's not a win of this split and not a trip to Korea for first stand is a disappointment for BLG.
The stakes are just different for these teams. ThunderTalk have already done it. If you were looking at putting yourself in ThunderTalk's shoes as management, hey, what are we looking for this split? Making it out of groups first into playoffs, I think would have been where they were setting themselves. Everybody wants to win. But realistically, they've already put themselves in a great spot. Some great place to be, to build upon for next time around. That's not the same for BLG. BLG have already managed to disappoint. They should have been first out of their group. That's how they're going to be feeling. This is the sort of grudge matchup that, again, like we've been saying, should be fun for a long time, but it just means the stakes are different here.
It really does. But hey, you know, their pride themselves wanted to try to make a run, try to take out BLG. Couldn't imagine the elation, I'm sure, if they are able to do so. But they've got a fearless best of 5 standing right in front of them, coming off that tough loss. I think for TT, when you look back to that kind of building nature of what this roster has been, pieces coming from other places. I know you mentioned earlier of the initial kind of building blocks of Hoya and Beichuan, but the 1xN Feather Edition, again, changing over from UCal to SATAB. A lot of differences in those playstyles, and the fact that UCal was such a center pillar for this TT team, and now being able to see what these changes have been brought and see what this buildup has been towards. You say it's a different story there, and I completely agree, but I'm excited nonetheless to see what they can keep doing.
No, I would love to watch more ThunderTalk games. I've had more fun with ThunderTalk games than I have with almost any other team so far this split. If they were to make it all the way, it would be the sort of Cinderella run of dreams. Yeah. But BLG, they are very committed to not letting that happen. Losing to the same team twice. Yeah, so serious, so ready. I love looking at the players' faces at this point. So much pressure on them, surely.
And now we don't have to worry about how like everybody messing around for the 1v1s. We just gotta, you know, we had the coin flip, and now we're good to go. We're good to see who's going in first and foremost. And I think that's where we can kind of transition that conversation of draft. I know we somewhat mentioned a few points as we walked across the different lanes, but I want to see if it's going to be utilitarian focus down in bot lane to start us off, or we're going a little bit more aggressive with picks down there. What we're looking to take away from Ben, because you know the fearless nature of this best of is going to be incredibly important as well.
Do you just want to pick yourself up a Camille game nice and early on? I don't think you want to blind it into bin. I think that would be a very bad decision.
Bad idea.
But it seems like the sort of pickup that you might just want to take away. As much as Camille has counters, it doesn't particularly feel like Bin's Camille has counters. It feels very much like he can play it into almost any matchup, and so this top lane is going to be a fascinating dynamic. But like you said, with us having such a focus on the bot lane, a focus I'm sure the teams will be reflecting, do they actually want to pick their bot lanes up early? Something like the Kalista has been a premier pick so far throughout the LPL. Easy to first pick if you want it, but also has been hitting the ban table quite a lot. And if you do take it off of the board, then you're sort of on that second tier, and yeah, immediately get rid of the Kalista. Don't want to see it.
Don't want to see it. Do not. We are getting into game 1 of our first best of 5. It's a long night of damn good League of Legends, so get strapped in, get ready to go. BLG starting off on the blue side. You got to expect that coin toss favorably going their way, as that Poppy, Cassante, Sejuani band away. It is that Rumble, Skarner, Kalista band on the other side. See what these kinds of first picks are going to be, where we're focusing at. The Jace with some flexibility to start it off for BLG.
Yeah, if it does end up in the top lane, Bin has been on an absolute tear with this one, but like you said, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Knight has also put in some good performances on it, and it's looked so strong in both of those lanes that it is one of those perfect first picks. ThunderTalk, what do they respond with right here? We've seen a lot of teams try to pick up their junglers and their top laners very early on in these drafts, and immediately straight onto the Ambessa and the Vi. The Vi has also been one of those top tier junglers. It really unlocks your jungler to be able to be super aggressive early on, but it can fall off. You've got to play it very carefully. You don't want to fall behind on this one at all.
I just feel bad for Elk. He's just not going to get to play the video game this time around. I mean, once you pass that 20-minute, 25-minute mark, I'm sorry, Elk. You just don't get to interact with your champion anymore. We'll see if they go ahead and take another big hitter off the table. It is the Aurora take by Knight. Instantly as well locked in as the Nocturne.
Now, Nocturne's very interesting in this sort of composition. It's very reliant on you managing to pick up a good early kill with that first ulti. If you're able to do that and get the ball rolling, that can be a great way forward. But it's quite similar to the Vi in that you have to get those early kills going. You can fall behind pretty hard. And with the Akali right here for ThunderTalk to round things off, like you said, I'm not so sure Elk is going to get to play this game.
You know, he has other stars on his team. Maybe we don't get to talk about the bot lane that we were just hooting and hollering about. But it is going to be some bot lane focus in the second phase, at least from TT's side of things, and BLG's first bans are going to be that Xayah and the Kai'Sa respectively. Hey, some respect over to 1xN's Kai'Sa. The last time they saw that pick was a little devastating for the team. We'll see if they continue to focus that bot lane. Maybe some supports, things like that coming off the table.
I was about to highlight the Xayah as well as one of the few remaining pickups that Elk could grab to try to live in this game, try to survive for a little bit longer. I think the Ezreal is one of the other options still available that you can go for, but I still don't know that having an Arcane Shift and a Flash is enough versus these champions. Maybe it is play through your other lanes. It's not a bad shout to try to play through an Aurora and a Jace. Those are very strong champions to be able to carry through, but they play a very different style to the full team fight dive-in composition that ThunderTalk have for themselves. Still do need to pick themselves up a bot lane right here, and there are a lot of the hyper carry still available. As much as we've taken a lot of the early aggressive mid-game spiking champions off of the board, things like the Jinx, Twitch, Aphelios, Jhin, all of those still available. Varus actually going to be the pickup right here. It gives you a little bit of non-committal engage, something you need in this composition because everybody else is committing full force.
Yeah, and at least being able to follow up a little bit of that as well as some of the range. I do wonder what the pick on the other side for BLG is going to be. They do still have counter pick support, I guess, for the side of TT this time around. So actually super pivotal when we were talking about the bot lanes. We put a lot of focus on Elk and 1xN, but Feather and On going to have integral roles here. And we see a classic that we've seen recently. It is the Elk Ezreal coming through and potentially a little bit of frontline CC to join.
Yeah, the Ezreal, it really felt like the only remaining option to at least try to survive throughout this one. I wouldn't mind seeing the Leona here, something like the Nautilus as well. You need some committal or non-committal engage as well. Some frontline tankiness to be able to play around because you are a very squishy composition right here for BLG. Final pickup for ThunderTalk. Need to round this one out. Something that can work alongside this Varus. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another engage-based support right here. Oh, the Renata's interesting in this one. It doesn't give you too much in terms of the bot lane itself. You're very much going to be conceding that this bot lane is pretty 50-50, farming up, not looking to get too aggressive with it. You need to be careful to not get caught out by the Leona. But into things that love to dive straight on into the backline, Nocturne principal among them, this Renata is great at just saying, no, you are not allowed to do that. You can't jump onto us at all.
You're going to have to wait out those cooldowns so heavily for BLG. You're going to have to find a way to kind of make it work and not, I guess, play your cards too early because as soon as you get that counter engage, it can be so difficult. So the way that we have these two teams set up, it feels like BLG need to be pretty proactive in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they need to get themselves a lead as early on as possible. That's pretty standard for most team compositions. You don't want to fall behind, but any composition that has themselves a Nocturne, your champion gives the paranoia, whatever happens, so you're always useful to your team. You're not quite like some of these junglers we see, where you fall behind and, well, you're useless. You're barely a champion at all. It's not like an Elise who's fallen massively far behind. But at the same time, your ability to actually go in and try to kill onto these carries, onto 1xN or Setab, is very reliant on you being able to pick up these early kills. And because this is such a TT composition, very dive focused, very aggressive in the way it wants to play, BLG need to get themselves in a good spot early on so they can unlock Bin and Knight to be able to weave their way through team fights, because as we keep highlighting, a squishy carry that's just sat there is not going to last long.
Yeah, not at all. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to get into the predictions, but it's a little bit of a spread. We'll probably get over that a little bit later on, but we're going to get into game number one. You hear some of the little bit of differences in these team compositional strengths, but we're getting into a hot and heavy best of 5 between these two teams. BLG, the Titans of the LPL, versus TT in a do-or-die series.
Both of these teams knife's edge right now. Last time they played it went to 5 games. We've got a lot of League of Legends in front of us right now, and fascinating team compositions to do it with. Both of these comps feel very indicative of the teams playing them, but Thunder Talks, I can't think of a more Thunder Talk based composition. The fact that Hoya, Bechuan, Setab can all go flying in, the only thing with my questioning potentially of the Renata is that it's good at stopping what BLG want to do, but at the same time it isn't really going to be able to jump in with the rest of the composition. You don't have your support with you for everyone else.
True that. We're taking a quick look at the predictions. A lot of 3-0 believers here for BLG. I'm a solid Silver Scrapes enjoyer. I see you're on the other side of things here, as we'll go back to Gabe, talk a little bit about that here, Bloxer.
Yeah, I put Thunder Talk winning this one, but I really don't know. You can see here, clearly everybody in the LPL is also thinking that BLG is going to pick this one up.
Because if they lose, like, what do? You throw your hands up into the sky and you cry. Because this team should be dominant. This team should be looking at more champions in a 3-split year in the LPL. And that's why there's so much backing this BLG squad.
Third split just means a third cup to be able to lift for a squad like BLG. It would be a massive disappointment. There's no other way of putting it if they weren't able to pick themselves up a win right here. Make it to at least the finals. Anything but making it all the way onto that invite-only international would be a massive disappointment. But still, there's a lot of game left to be played so far. You know, it's not like BLG are on the cusp of being eliminated quite yet. And if anything, I think Thunder Talk are the ones coming onto this one a little bit on the rope. We've talked about momentum, and I think Thunder Talk, more than any of the other teams I'm looking at right now in these playoffs, is vulnerable to momentum. They do not like getting behind in games, in series, other than they don't mind losing the first game, but from that point on, once they get their momentum going, they kind of need to keep it, and JDG stop them in their tracks.
They did indeed. See if they can pick themselves up, dust themselves off, as we're getting to the second half of these jungle clears. Both junglers starting on their top side, heading down towards bot lane. So hey, I think the spotlight's in the right place for this one.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised by seeing these junglers heading on down towards the bottom lane. If you can get there first, if you can get a good gank off, that would be great, but at the same time, I think the counter gank in this matchup is incredibly strong, especially for Bechuan. The Vi loves being second on into a gank. You've got plenty of CC to be able to disrupt what your opponents are trying to do, but with the push very heavily in the favor of Thunder Talk right now, it doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a potential for an initiation gank going on in the bot lane. And indeed, we are just going to see Wei head on up towards the top side of the map. Now, as much as the bot lane does need focus in this matchup, and we will continue heading back to it, these other lanes are pretty explosive for what they are. We've seen a lot of mid lane matchups recently, especially, where you really don't expect anybody to get a kill. That is not what you can say about this one.
Not at all. Setab going to be trading his health bar very early, as that is traditionally what Akalis do to try to keep their head in the lane. Once we get that level 6 mark, this first Setab will feel a little bit more confident and comfortable. We do get the back completed by Wei. So first clears go through. No harm, no foul, no blood spilled. Bechuan will be spotted starting up his Raptors on the top side.
Being able to keep a good tab on where Bechuan is throughout this jungle is going to be a key to success right here for BLG, something they've been so good at. It almost feels like they've got full vision on, no fog of war for this team sometimes, in the way they can track enemy junglers through, make sure they're not going to get caught out in bad spots. But for right now, you know, being able to keep tabs on these junglers specifically, ones that do need to get things going as early on as they do, going to be especially important.
I think it's also funny. Oh man, the health trade's going a little bit tough there, as Setab will have to burn his TP to come back. Seeing exactly what the kind of mini meta of this series is going to be in terms of early dragon prio, the bounce between grubs and dragon, because we do have our first dragon coming up on the board right now. Both junglers pathing down that way, some pings as well coming out. We'll see if they want to tussle early.
So far, throughout this entire split, Thunder Talk have been very unwilling to just let objectives pass them by. Because they're so good at team fighting, they want to force as many team fights as possible. in every situation that they possibly can. So it doesn't surprise me at all that we're going to see some early vision put around this Drake. If we do just get the basic 1-for-1 trade though, where you can pick yourself up grubs for that first Drake, I think that would potentially benefit the team that's able to get themselves the grubs. As much as an early Ocean Drake is nice and would influence onto these lanes, these grubs are going to be incredibly important for being able to get the pressure on towers that you really need. Wei is going to try for a gank here.
Really nice Zenith Blade coming through from On. Handshake right back, and that'll be a handshake. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's one of the joys of this Renata. You can very much just say no to a lot of these team fights. Interestingly enough, that's going to be a push through the mid lane for Knight. He's going to roam on towards the top side, get a little bit of vision down. I'm surprised he didn't use that early prio to push down towards the Drake, see if they couldn't pick that one up for themselves. Instead, both of these teams going to just hover around the Drake. Feather actually does start it up. Do you actually want to go for this right here, Thundertalk? They do, yeah. Instead, it is just going to be Wei heading up towards the
level
top
sixes.
side.
I said it, Satab looking for the
he's
all-in.
just dead!
It's solo Bolo to get first blood for TT.
Oh, Setav, that is going to be one for the highlight reel right there. We talked about it, right? The ability to get solo kills in this mid lane matchup is high, and Setav showing off with this Akali. Now, if you are Elk right here, and there's already a kill onto your opponent mid laner, and it's an Akali, that makes me nervous in a way that the draft does already. And what a lovely little play right there from Setup. I hope we get to watch it back through, because it was a lot of wave control and a lot of good poke happening from Knight, and then all of a sudden, the second that Setup actually gets that ulti, boom, solo kill.
And I hate to say it, but I feel like Knight's got to read that situation. But there's literally that big break point when Satab hits level 6.
Instantly. Immediately. And there's very little that you can actually do in that situation as Knight.
Oh, he brought backup. He said, big brother, come help me out. Zenith Blade hits, and that'll be a tank from Wei. Knight will get the kill right back. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
This is what you can do, right? In the individual 1v1, the second that 6 is hit, Setab is able to pick up that kill, but bring friends, bring more members around. Something that On has been particularly good at throughout this split, has been roaming around, pairing up alongside Wei, and it's so good on the Leona. If you don't hit that Zenith Blade right there, you don't actually get the kill onto Setab there. Just able to wander back away and keep up the pressure, keep threatening right here onto Knight. Instead, they end up with a big wave pushed underneath his tower, and Setab gonna lose a lot of that advantage he'd been able to get for himself. Dark Seal back down to no stacks again. Feels bad.
No stacks for you. Now we take a little bit of stock of what the map is looking like to get a nice little plate farming of 1xn and bot side. Those 3 early grubs did go the way of BLG. That first dragon you saw went the way of TT. So we're very split in terms of what map control is looking like. In the next spawn of those objectives, about 2.5 for the grubs, 3 minutes for the dragon, are going to be heavily contested, and we will have level 6s across the board for those fights.
And this is the point at which I would expect both of these teams to want to go scrap for this one. Both of these compositions spike pretty heavily at the same sort of point. 1 to 2 items is where you're really going to be wanting to start these fights, but that does mean you want to get to that break point just a little bit earlier than your opponents, of course. Thundertalk, they really don't like allowing opportunities to teamfight pass them by, and once you've got the level 6 on a couple of these carries, you've now got that non-committal engage that they were missing previously. If 1xn can hit a nice Corrupting Janes, that'll be a great way to kick off a teamfight. He's fine, he's all good. Not too risky, you know. I think the timing there was very intentional from Elk. Knew that he was likely in a bad spot, and it is going to be that full swap coming out right here. Hoya down in the bot lane, actually going to be playing against the bot lane right here of BLG. It's not the best time for either of these top laners, but that's the point, you're right. You're very much trying to get as much power into your bot lane as possible, and also for Thundertalk, there we go. Having their bot lane towards the top side of the map means that once these grubs spawn in a minute's time, you're going to be in a much better spot to be able to pressure onto those and potentially take them.
I see the early setup for these two. There is no ball delivery comp, but Wei can still turn out the lights. On the other side of things for TT, I mean, they just find one target, they go all in, and that's how they win fights. So trying to see who they're going to be focusing, where they're going to be focusing is extremely important. As that bot lane is actually getting a little bit spicy under turret down there. We'll have to get Hoya back out of that one. Mid lane prio is the name of the game for TT right now.
Watching his health bar, it wasn't actually going down. It looked like instead the bot lane of BLG. Yeah, they were more focused on getting the tower. It's very unlikely to be able to actually pick up a kill onto the Ambessa, even with all of the CC of a Leona. But once you bring down the Nocturne, this will get a lot easier.
I mean, there's some ambulances on their way down here to try to save Hoya. He does farm out that wave, so nothing for BLG to play around. They were just trying to collapse the bottom side, maybe give over these grub spawns. We'll see Dragon coming up as well just in about 50 seconds, but the grubs should be in the hands of TT up on top side right now. Wei stopped his back.
We're staying here. There we go. I was going to say, Betron was also recalling, decided to stick around. Now, this is a risky dive if you go for it. TP.
I mean, they feel like they need to do something. They got to get a TP in. They're trying to get Hoya under turret, but this is dicey. BLG, they're under turret, but Hoya's back alive with the bailout, and Feather's going to hit the hostile takeover. Oh my goodness. Hoya still falls, and BLG are juggling masterfully as they take down the remaining members of TT. They get the place, they get the turret too, and all they paid for it was at least the life and some grubs.
That was a bit of a squeaker right there. Got a lot closer than it potentially needed to be as Feather manages to tick the 6 halfway through. But like you said, they needed to do something, right? Losing out on the grubs long enough before that first Drake spawns that there's nothing you can really swap it back for. Feels bad. You cannot allow that to happen. You can't allow Thundertalks to just get themselves an advantage like that without any way of stepping up. BLG, they try for the bot lane dive. It was risky with just an Ambessa. At the start, though, Feather not having the ult, I was like, okay, it's fine. No ulti. But of course, you've got the bailout available to you as Feather, and it leaves Hoya alive for so much longer. As we have a look back at this one, the thing I was watching was Feather, can he hit 6? As much as there's masterful footwork happening from Hoya, really good dodging around to keep himself alive for as long as possible, Feather is actually the star of the show in this one. Finally manages to actually get the hostile takeover, but only lands it onto Knight. If he's able to get that across 2 members, Knight and Wei, potentially maybe get Elk in it as well, that play ends a heck of a lot differently because everybody here only actually has the health to hit 1 more tower shot before they die.
There might be a 2.5k lead for BLG early, but it's another Dragon going the way of TT. We'll keep track of the actual way that things pan out here in terms of that next Dragon focus, because you don't necessarily want to give TT that decision-making power of a soul point. But that's where I gotta give some huge props to Beituan. I mean, this is a guy who came up through the FPX system that was so lauded on that FPX team, and it didn't work. And now, for over 2 years, we've seen this guy building himself up on TT, and he's taken Wei to task with in terms of jungle focus on the game 1 of this series.
Really has, and has also, as much as he's been building himself up, has been being built around as well. Thundertalks, they clearly think they've got something special in this guy. I would definitely agree with that assessment. And so far has been having a good time of it. Bit quiet though, would rather a little bit more aggression out of Vi early on. Has been very contented to just sit in the jungle, farm up, has got a decent little CS lead at the moment. But of course, Wei has been very aggressive so far in being able to pick up kills for his team. Hasn't actually put him ahead in any real sense of it. Bot lane, Bin, Setab. I don't think they're going to fight each other to the death, but actually, hang on. Hi, Betron.
Setab says, I got buddies here. We're going to take you down, Bin. Might be Giga, but right now you're small, and Beituan takes that kill.
Yeah, the second that you've got Betron in the area, that's nice and easy, and there's actually going to be a kill going over to the Vi, calling for a little bit of early aggression, and we get it almost immediately with that one. Really nice to be able to pick up that kill. Unlocks a lot of just free lane space right here for Setab as well. Going to be able to push this lane through, get a nice recall off. They don't see him.
Oh, they saw him because of the true shot. That's a huge combo. No. And now Setab caught out even with that level difference. Wei is going to chase him down. He's trying to play some Alcove Gaming here, get a little bit more of it. But On is right here to try to play some games too. The Ignite goes down, and On will claim the kill.
I mean, it was an attempt at a fancy feat right there. Hiding in that bush, you are just hoping and praying that you can dodge out from that true shot barrage. Elk lands it though, and that's the little bit of vision that you need. Even without being able to pick up that vision right there, there's a potential situation which Setup still dies, but it's a lot harder to actually get that play off. Yeah. It's going to be a lot easier for him to be able to use those fancy feet to dodge out. Instead, going to be the kill, and it's been so back and forth so far. But like you said, the gold lead very much has been in BLG's favor. They were able to pick up the feats as well because of grabbing that tower after the bot lane dive. Yeah. And it's put BLG in an overall very good spot. If you take a look at where the gold is sat especially, you've got a lot of power right now sat on Knight. Definitely a good place for it to be.
I would say so. That's the scary part about being in a situation where not much has happened and you're still at a deficit for TT. Because those nameplates, they matter. I know you can turn them off. I know you can try to hide, but the nameplates matter here in the LPL. And I think BLG will be very happy to give themselves an even playing ground to play through. As TT might be known for their scrappiness in that team fighting, but BLG are known to absolutely dominate them. We'll see who's going to step up. I think that's still the remaining question for me for BLG, is who is it going to be as we have the Rift Herald spawning right now.
Around this team fight, who decides to go flying on in? On is a pretty good person to look at. Could try to just run up. If you can land...
Ooh,
yeah, solar flare, that's a good start, but not quite able to hit it. Thundertalk, they've also got the start around this objective.
Wei has no real way in. And I think the trouble with the Nocturne is you just become a paranoia bot, but maybe it's going to be enough. The Rift Arrow getting low. The engage is going to be taken. They found the backline. Perfect excuse for Satan. Bailout will do nothing for you. You've got no hopes. You've got no dreams. As there is a bailout on the other side for TT. You got Bin coming in, trying to make the difference. Nice Zenith Blade going to be dodged away from by Hoya. On is singled out by 1xN. And now TT have all the numbers they could possibly want. This is a 5v3, and BLG are overextending themselves. Beitwatch is going to chase down Bin. Did you watch the games, bud? Because we're still putting you in the dumpster.
Oh boy, this is what we were talking about. As much as you may have a lead going into that team fight, Thundertalk, they just fight different. This team knows how to team fight, and the second that you don't land that initial solar flare out of On, it was as we were highlighting. How do they actually start this team fight off? Wei never actually turned the lights out in that fight either. That's a key tool just left on the table, not used up, and it means that Thundertalk, they're able to position themselves really well around that objective. They get the Herald at the start of this one as well. But it's just the aggression from Thundertalk to go flying on into the backline and immediately kill out onto the opposition jungler. And the second that you do that, you put yourself in a great spot to be able to play the rest of this fight out. Watch Beitwam throughout the entire fight is landing these Vault Breakers to perfection time and time again. If he misses any of these throughout the fight, he's gonna die. He can get turned on pretty early in these team fights. You're not that tanky at this point in the game as a Vi, but lands everyone that he needs to.
Bailout's been used. They've actually taken down 1xN. They couldn't get him. Now BLG, they're throwing a little bit of muscle around themselves. Elk gets knocked down by Beitwan. You've got the entrance from Satab. He's trying to get the backline. Wei's getting low now. I think they're getting a little bit spicy. Satab gets hit, and no, he's down. Elk can't get more, though. He's going to go with the cleanse. Bin looking onto Hoya now. They might be able to follow this up. They have a lot of range. They have a lot of follow-through. Wei looking to try to get something. One more, and there he is. He gets the kill back on a feather, and BLG, they're kicking it screaming back into this game.
Yeah, BLG, they're not going to allow this game to happen to them. Picking up this mid lane tower as well. Huge injection of gold, and that's teamfight 1 right before they head on down to take this Drake. Huge swing back and forth. The gold graph on this game going to look a little bit like a roller coaster so far in this one. Beitwan in the area, not going to be here in time to be able to actually get a steal off. Still potentially stepping up here, really? I mean, he has friends on the way.
Yeah, he has 1xN on the way. I think this might be a little bit overzealous, but like it's a piercing arrow combo! Oh my god, Bin gets his life ripped from his very soul, and Odd's going down as well. One more Vault Breaker for good measure. Beitwan is showing up.
And showing off with that one. I mean, that was a level of confidence that I love to see from this kind of player. We've been highlighting him throughout the early stages of this game. A key component for Thundertalk, someone they've been building around for a while and paying it back right here. Elk under massive threat. There you go.
Elk, no way, Jose. I said he's going to hate his life in this game, and he absolutely does. His life is no longer. It is forfeit as TT screaming from the clouds, just like you, Cal, used to do. That Thunder is talking.
This game is nuts. If this is indicative of the rest of the best of 5 right here, oh boy, you are not going to have a voice to end this one out. Neither of these teams want to give up an inch right here. And you can see it's aggression again out of Knight that kind of overpulls everyone in. I wasn't 100% sold on the Renata early on in this one, but has actually been paying back really well so far. A ton of great handshakes that are just disrupting everything that you're actually trying to do throughout these team fights as BLG.
Oh, but he's so good!
Yeah. The fact he dies at the end of this is a shame, but it still baits Elkin enough that he has low enough health later on to get taken out by the dive. This one, I was pretty sure in this situation that Bertrand was going to go back in. He decides not to, the right decision, but it's then a few seconds later that he goes in and amongst 4 members. So much confidence, now has those 2 items completed, and this is the peak of power that you're going to get as a Vi. The moment at which you've got that Sundered Sky, as well as the Black Cleaver, this is your peak. This is your moment right here as Bertrand. And if Thundertalk want to walk away with a win, when the game is as dead even as it is 21 minutes in, it's going to be on him to find those engages.
In a situation like this, though, when you look at the compositional strengths, TTs is so much easier to execute. You literally need to land the cease and desist or a public execution onto a pertinent member, and you can take that away, where BLG have weird entrances. They have to find their way in a lot of different strategies to play through, and that right now in a game number 1 that means so much is playing to TT's advantage as they herald down in bot lane. They get 1 turret but will not continue the siege.
Everybody gonna back off, playing around Atakan. Oh, on,
They
you don't want
want
to step into
on.
that bush.
Solar Flare hits onto
That's a good
1xN.
solar
1xN's in trouble. Get the President out of there. They do indeed, and they make him out with Hoya coming in through the TP. That hostile takeover being down is big. Do BLG want to push the pressure here onto the Atakan?
Starting up Atakan and then having to peel off of it is a miserable way to try to play out a team fight. It does so much damage. Atakan has hands, and peeling away from it doesn't stop it from following you and continuing the fight. I think it's definitely the right decision for BLG to back off of this one. You need to win a team fight before playing around Atakan. It really doesn't work the other way.
Knight,
no!
Oh, he got a bunny hop, but can you get very far? Beituan getting very low on his health bar. Now Knight with a little bit of damage back from a true shot's not going to be enough. Whew, that was close for Beituan, but he does get out. That was a massive shutdown waiting.
As much as you are doing a lot of damage as Bertrand, so does Knight. It can be so tricky to actually try to jump an Aurora in these situations. Between Worlds, such a strong disengage tool. As much as you don't want to use it like that, it is still a good way to be able to keep yourself alive. But I would like to go back to your point before we got a little bit more of the craziness, talking about the ways for BLG to get into these team fights, because you're absolutely right. It's so tricky for them to play this one out. You highlighted it earlier as well. No ball delivery system. It's not like we've got that Nocturne Orianna combo that makes it very clear how you're going to try to engage these team fights. In that previous fight, we saw On land a pretty big solar flare, and it was a good start, but there was no real follow-up. BLG are not quite like Thundertalk in the way that they just pull the trigger all at once, all together, the second a piece of CC lands. They're a little bit more calculating with when they decide to go in on these team fights, but they still do need to pull the trigger at some point, and I think it's going to have to be a combination of On and Wei going in at the same sort of time to make it so there's an unwinnable proposition in front of 1xN. Do I cleanse this bit? Do I cleanse that bit? Where do I go?
Oh,
How
the
do I get
paranoia.
out?
Well,
Yep.
speaking of, he's going to have to choose.
Wait.
Now Wei is
Wait.
locked down for the
He's
cease and
dead.
desist. You can't spell shield out of that one, and Wei
Oh,
is
no.
down. Jungler down means TT are going to run rampant on BLG. That's a big true shot barrage back across Satab, having to get away from BLG's backline. Knight keeping distance here. I don't think this is a fight that TT want to go. You're giving options to BLG, but maybe they just take the fight anyway. Cease and desist is not going to be available. You have to find another way to get your lockdown. Maybe it's a Vault Breaker going through. Elk looking to keep his distance, though, and BLG playing their comp beautifully right now. Use this poke, use this prod, and keep them at arm's length. Zenith Blade going a little bit wide. TP coming back in. That's going to be Satab to try to pale out the rest of his team. BLG, things quiet down with TT still in the lead.
That was a weird TP right there. That's a TP reposition from bot lane up into that bush, but you kind of just lose out onto that one. You're now resetting without the TP and just walking back into the lane. Bertrand is taking this blue buff at the point at which BLG are taking the dragon. This is a loss of a
trade,
team
right?
fight. Yeah. Straight off of getting a pick on the enemy jungler. I mean, as much as we praise Thundertalk for their snap decision-making going in on teamfights, this was them not backing themselves, not feeling confident to be able to actually step up. Knight dealing a little bit of damage, and that was the thing. Knight was dealing massive chunks of damage to Hoya on the backline, who'd also missed the public execution, and then the poke from this BLG composition. Round 2, here we go again.
We're just starting it up here. Like you said, it's very weird to pull away from the Atacon. He's so slippery. There's the cease and desist. H1 tries to go for Wei again, and it doesn't work for the second time in a row. They will back off of the Atacon, just having used a couple of their abilities at least, and Atacon will reset itself. So we're back to dead ball.
You get the solar flare out of On, so that's a good start for your next team fight. But again, this is the trap of the Atacon, right? There are other things that you could be playing around on the map. There is a very low health turret sat top lane that Thundercook could go pick up for themselves. But they're not. They're just going to sit around this objective. Everybody's going to sit around Atacon, try start it up, try begin the fights, but it's not the objective that you can start up and then peel off of. It's not like Baron. And it's a trap that I see even the best teams internationally beginning to fall into, where they get so focused in onto Atacon. Hey, it is strong. I can understand why they want it so badly, but there are other things you need to play around. Finally, we're going to see somebody head top lane, actually pick up this wave. It's standing gold you're just sort of leaving on the map. It's an experience that people are just not picking up for themselves. It's item breakpoint you're missing out on.
So let's talk about map state a little bit. We're almost on 3 items for Knight. The golden left hand of BLG, and here he is, putting a little bit of moves on him. Paranoia comes through. 1xN gets bailed out, but he dies immediately after. That's a big hostile takeover right back. Bin has joined the fight, but look on the side. H1 going for the lockdown, going for Elk, the man with the mission, and it's a double kill for Satab. Now the rest of TT are surrounding Bin. Bin, he's going down, and Hoya's got his number yet again. TT are steaming ahead, and there's pings to the big purple worm. They're looking to make this one lethal.
Yeah, this is a much easier objective to take, especially after you win a team fight in such convincing fashion. Wei is still alive, but doesn't really have a way into the pit right now. Has vision, could potentially go for the steal. This would be a crazy one to be able to get off. I mean, hey, if he could do it, legendary. Nah, not gonna go for it. I'd be very surprised if he did. You're basically just giving over the ace at that point. So like you said, big purple worm gonna be picked up right here for Thunder Talk. Let's look back at this team fight, because this was an engage out of BLG. Knight wants this fight, goes straight in onto 1xN, and 1xN does die in this fight. That should be the one team fight for you right here, but the rest of the members out of Thunder Talk just play this team fight out better. Every single second of this team fight, Setup is hitting all of his spells. Every single one of them. And this is the Akali that got the first blood in the solo kill. Manages to land so many of these shuriken flips, picking up the kills left and right. So well played out of every single member of Thunder Talk right there. And we highlight it. Oh, hang on.
Oh, we're back. Okay, hostile taker have been used. They try to get him. Oh my god,
the
chains of corruption. Wei is gone. 1xN makes the difference. BLG were on the back foot, and now they're reeling. Hoya's under turret. He's healing. He's going down. Knight takes him out, and now Bin trying to come over and lick the wounds of BLG, but 1xN, he's carving those arrows into their body.
They can keep pushing through right here. You've also spent Bechuan up towards the mid lane to get that push going, and this is a huge swing of gold. As much as the Baron was the beginning of this play, it's now about what you can really wring from it. They also potentially want to go and pick themselves up the Atacon. With Wei dead for 13 more seconds, it's as good a time as any to go and pick up this next objective for yourselves. And now also being able to respawn through on these fights makes this so hard for BLG to play out. They had themselves in a good spot in this game, but it felt like they spent too long sort of stood around the objectives bot lane, not quite being able to pick up onto either the Drake or Atacon, weren't able to keep pushing that advantage, but beyond that, their composition hasn't allowed them for easy team fighting.
And we take a look back at this, how this all started off. Knight just gets picked out just a little bit, but Bechuan, I mean, this is the bread and butter of what this comp looked to do from the draft. We called it, and you single target a focus down, and they will not be able to play the game. And unfortunately, that works out twofold.
Yeah, the public execution landing out of Hoya as well on the back line. He's on the tower, taking shots, doesn't mind. Sure, you go down, but more importantly, you're just stopping this very strong at this point, to be fair, despite getting put behind Elk, from really being able to land any of that poke, actually being able to sit in, hit those Mystic Shocks, and do what he needs to. ThunderTalk, they are playing out the second half of this game masterfully. It was a bit of an iffy early game, but this one is great.
Yeah, the difference, the level up from their last series, the domination that we saw levied against them with that JDG roster. They learned from that, and they learned from their mistakes. And I just have to give more love to Beichuan. I mean, the guy has been the linchpin in their kind of mechanical setup here for TT. He is the guy that's been kicking off a lot of the big picks, and he's the guy that was so lauded when he came up through that FPX system. He was the next big jungler. He's the guy with the mechanics that can take your team to the next level, and we didn't see that play out for him. But here on TT, it's been a slow and steady burn that's raged into a fire, maybe backed by that Phoenix a little bit.
TT, they're the sort of team that needed this sort of carry jungler. Some teams very much benefit from a map control jungler who's gonna not take the resources for themselves and get everybody else ahead. Beichuan can get everybody else ahead, but he can also definitely play it through himself. We're getting hunted right here, gonna get jumped by multiple members.
I mean, they're Steven down here. They got everybody. They have the Atacon GA. Oh no, Knight!
Oh, Knight, no.
Hoya goes for the predict, knows where he's going to go, and Knight might get stuck between his own two worlds as TP's coming down for TT. 1xN has caught out Ben, pushed him away from the fight, and these Atacon GAs are looming like nightmares in front of BLG.
BLG, they're going to keep playing around this bottom side of the map.
Oh,
jump
the flash
onto
play.
Wei. Oh, Wei
I mean, they have Atacon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? You can keep pushing on forward. Some teams, I have been a little bit worried that they've been overusing the Atacon and sort of just giving 200 gold to your opponent, but you can play so much more aggressively in this situation. It does now fall off, so they do no longer have themselves those revives, but still, they were able to get a ton of gold from it. The gap now sat at 6,000, a decent lead for this point in the game. But we've got a minute 20 until the next Baron going to be spawning. TP actually trying to flank and catch somebody out.
Trying to get Satab. He has Flash still available. The speed up from Ben. He's just going to go all in here.
Does he just go for it?
He's got him.
Wait, he's got him!
His own gigabit play as he takes down Ben. Looking for a Knight as well, but has no more gas in the tank. Does have a little bit of an exit strategy, though Knight's looking to hop, skip, and a jump his way to this kill. Elk wants one more auto. Satab goes golden. I don't think he can get out of that one, and Knight's going to claim that kill, but what have they lost? Pressure on top side, pressure on mid, and TT aren't giving up.
Yeah, time spent bot lane turns into more gold in TT's back pockets. Sure, you get a shutdown at least onto Satab. You need to make plays like this as BLG, but the fact it's not a clean kill, you don't manage to just pick that one up, move on with your life. You spend time Mickey Mouse chasing him around in that bottom side, nearly giving over another kill. If that second Shuriken Flick had have landed, it could well have been a kill onto Knight as well.
And it's honestly just a pleasure to get to watch something like this. To watch TT bounce back from that hefty upper bracket loss now into pretty much domination of BLG so far in this one. But BLG are a team that you can never count out, although Elk might be counted out now as he has a Hoya looking to chase him down. Although you get Wei's paranoia, there's not much else to say. Public execution goes down, Wei is gone, and the cease and assist was saved to take down Elk. Elk takes him down!
Oh, no!
Beichuan ends Elk's life, and Hoya's still alive!
He doesn't even die!
Hoya's still alive! The man will never die, and TT will scream from the ashes of that Phoenix that Beichuan was born into. He will straight go to the clouds and scream that Thunder Talk victory for game number 1.
Are Thunder Talk BLG's kryptonite? This team,
they have to be.
They just know how to play team fights better than BLG do. 8-0-10 for Beichuan. Hoya doesn't even die at the end of that team fight. Cinema. Absolute cinema on that first game, and we've got at least 2 more of these. BLG, the drawing board calls. That game, it didn't work. That composition, they had no way to start their fights.
TT are gaming, baby!
Yeah.
Oh my god, the reason why this is so ridiculously hype is the difference between these two teams' stories coming to this. You said it perfectly at the very beginning. BLG, nothing but victory and a date to first stand. That's all that works for them. For TT, anything from this point on is an absolute miracle, and they have come out swinging. I mean, they mean business, and it's on Hoya, it's on Beituan, those two core members that make it come true, and my God, what a story.
We highlighted the bot lane for good reason. These bot lanes have been crazy, but in a game like this, where you've banned out a lot of the very aggressive pickups in the bot lane, and they weren't really on the hyper carries either, the Varus, the Ezreal, as much as they're interesting, they're not particularly flashy in the way that they're going to be able to pick up a ton of kills for themselves early on, so it's on the rest of the map to see what you can get going. That first blood, immediately going over to Setab on the 1v1 kill, straight into getting jumped by 3 members and dying himself.
Crazy, man.
Once you see that, you know we're in for a bit of a banger, and it just didn't stop from that point. Beitron, I was questioning his playstyle throughout the first 5 minutes. He was kind of just sat in the jungle, not particularly looking to farm. It's okay, you can do that as the Vi, especially once you've got that level 6, that's when you really unlock those team fights, but I was expecting a little bit more. I was expecting him to play a little bit more aggressively, but from the moment he got that first gank off bot lane and actually got onto the map and started doing things, he never let his foot off of the gas.
Yeah, and that's what's so incredible to watch this team come together and execute a game plan like that, because I'll just say, it was like watch a BLG stand in the middle of the road watching a truck come at them and hit them, because you could see and how quickly TT were willing to go with the draft that they had. They knew what they were getting at. They knew that if they had that single target focus, BLG would not be able to handle it, and they didn't. And I think it's telling that TT are extremely prepared for this BLG team. They came in prepared for game number 1, and they pick up their first red side win of the playoffs itself.
Yes.
I think BLG is reeling a little bit in that back room.
They must be. I mean, first pick Jace. Where was he? For Bin. Where was
0-6.
He did nothing in that entire game. There was one semi-good team fight right there out of BLG around the bottom lane Drake, where they're able to get some good poke off, use the composition to stop Thundertalk from picking themselves up at that Drake. That was good. But look at this swing. They were in not a massive advantage for themselves, 2,500, but it's enough for the point of the game in which you can see that level, but it's reflected more than anything in the damage done. The Aurora for Knight was doing good work, but the whole rest of the composition felt like it wasn't working. You were so reliant on Wei or on managing to land something to get a team fight started, and it was that last pickup of the Renata that really stopped a lot of that from happening.
I'm just the Nocturne itself, obviously a powerful pick with the Paranoia. Usually we see it with a combination of things. Didn't work out this time around. I think BLG are going to want that one back, or maybe it's preemptive to try to get it out of the series. I don't know, obviously, but the biggest question has to be, again, what we kind of asked midway through that game is who's going to step up, because we know all 5 of these players can step up when their moment is called, but it's who's going to step up in this series, who's going to stop them from getting beat twice in the best of 5s against TT, not only in groups, but now here in playoffs, and this is the last-ditch effort for BLG if they want to try to make it to that first stand tournament.
Last time these two teams played, the first 2 games did go over to Thundertalk.
They did.
Then we get a swing back and a banger of a series all the way to Silver Scrapes, best of 5. Thundertalk pick it up for themselves. It's not like BLG don't know how to play from a deficit. That's something I actually would have questioned of them for the last almost entire year, where they never really got behind other than in the finals of MSI and Worlds. This version of BLG, they've gone through the fire a little bit more. They know how to play from behind.
The fire they created themselves and put under themselves, and then
exactly
that one.
Hey, they needed to be more well-rounded potentially. And if they are able to best Thundertalk, who seem to put up the best challenge to them of anybody else, then that might be the next level of BLG unlocked. If they can slay this enemy, if they can stop this Kryptonite from taking them down, perhaps. But Thundertalk in game 1 at least, they have shown time and time again that they have the keys to success when it comes to beating out BLG. It never felt like BLG got into this one, and I think we can put a lot of blame on the draft. That's where I'm very excited for going into this next game, because drafts, Fearless, you can't pick up the same thing. We don't like this BLG composition. Well, luckily, there's no threat of it happening to us again. And so, what do they change? Where do they go to pull out a victory? Because they need one.
I'm looking back through some of these highlights. I'm still so impressed at some of the mechanical skill we saw from Setab against literally the best mid laner in the
Yeah.
LPL right now,
Yeah.
and seeing him get a solo kill on Knight on the Akali Aurora matchup, like actually just so that you see that the team's getting
emotion.
ridiculously hyped. There's a lot of people that could earn the MVP here. We'll be getting to the MVP here shortly, but I think Satab deserves a lot. I think 1xN was schmovin' on that Varus. He was having a really, really good game. A lot of the focus was going towards him and being able to be bailed out time and time again, having those entrances. But I think Beichuan has to take it, man. That guy was on
He has
fire.
to. Yeah, and there's... As much as everybody else plays well, it's all off the back of the fact that Beichuan... Hey, we were questioning BLG, who's going to step up? Well, there was no such questions for Thunder Talk. Beichuan was going to start these fights every time. There was that play just after the Drake fight where he goes in basically by himself, trusting his team's going to get there, and it's the Vault
piercing
Breakers.
arrow.
And it's gorgeous. I hope we get a highlight of that if Beichuan does end up winning this
man.
MVP, as he should. But it's such a risky champion. Yeah, there we go. To try play. As much as it is, I think, the strongest jungler we've seen throughout the split so far in the LPL, if you miss those Vault Breakers, especially early on, when you've only got a couple items under your belt, when you're just sat on those first two, you can just go in, miss that miss that Vault Breaker, die. And that's your contribution to the team fights. We didn't get to see that at all. Didn't die a single time. When you play that kind of engaged champion and aren't sitting back, you're actually aggressive with it and don't die a single time, that's a heck of a performance.
It was a heck of a performance. Congratulations, Beichuan, for earning the MVP in Game 1. A lot of game left to go. BLG needing to find a bounce back. Before we head off into the darkness for a little bit until we get ready for Game 2, got to give a huge shout out because we're extremely, extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up our show on a daily basis. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, paying broadcast talent, paying behind the scenes people as well. But a huge bulk of it pays us right here on the screen and our content creators. Shout out to Patty, shout out to Shodos, shout out to our content editors as well. It's been awesome to see the team kind of come together. So please subscribe to us on Coffee and YouTube. Please get in on those conversations about interviews, ask questions, see the interviews early, because we should have some playoff interviews coming up for you. So please go subscribe and support our wonderful project. And if you're doing that, then go ahead and go do that and then come back in just a few minutes when we have Game 2 and see if BLG come back. got this great elevator music going. I don't know if it has like the tensity that we need, but hey, we're back, baby. We're here for the LPL English here in our first winter split. And what a game to kick off our night. We talked about expectations. Those expectations be damned. TT come out with a 1-0 lead in this Fearless Best of 5 over BLG. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer. And what is your take? BLG, fire in the kitchen? What's going on right now?
It can't keep happening, right? It can't keep happening. Man. I feel like we've been saying that for what is at this point 6 games? All 5 of the previous ones. And I gotta be honest, we're saying it a little bit versus the LNG and EDG matchups for Thunder Talk 2. There's been a lot of doubting going on for this team, but they just keep exceeding these expectations, and picking up game 1 here is huge. I talked about it a little bit when we were jumping into the game. Momentum is a big thing for a team like this. They're not super young, but versus BLG, these are a lot younger of a overall team and players, and having that momentum snapped as thoroughly as it was by JDG felt bad. I was a little bit worried about how they'd come into this game 1, if they'd play a little bit reserved. You know, this is a team fight style team. If they step away from that, they lose a lot of the essence of what makes them them. They didn't. They were more than happy to take everything they had to BLG.
Yeah, I think the reservation early, the kind of slow style that the game took in the first couple minutes into what we initially got, I mean, they drafted a composition very quickly and very confidently, and they were able to execute on that. I want to see BLG do the same. I mean, these are some of the best players in our league, and we just watched one of them go 0-6 on his classic Jace in the top lane. So I think trying to find what's going to work for BLG and where they can be dominant, give more resources to Elk in particular as well to be able to combat 1xN. I think this draft number 2 could look a little bit different for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, the Camille that we were hyping up so much for Bin went straight through this draft, unpicked, unbanned. Now, I wasn't exactly expecting it to be picked up immediately. First pick Camille, as much as Bin can do it, maybe not the best decision in the world, but I would like to see something more aggressive for Bin, but also I would like to see Bin pick a little bit later on in this draft potentially. As much as top laners are very first pickable at the moment, he's so good on a counter pick. On a counter pick, it feels almost like there isn't a lane for you to play. You might as well just concede it now. Play on, sit under your tower, do your best to at least survive his wrath. But with that first pick Jace, he was almost invisible. Knight had a pretty good performance. Elk was getting chased around for his dear life, but Bin was invisible. Something I don't feel like I've said about this player more than a small handful of times in years.
That's what's so crazy to me as well. We'll talk about Bin here in a second, but I want to go back to the kind of initial spotlight we were putting down in the spot lane, because we had a very particular graphic where we're looking at the head-to-head between these two, and the stats were saying one thing, but results-based analysis, that's telling me something else here, Bloxer.
And looking at this most recent game, it wouldn't tell you that 1xN had been the worst look in the league in the playoffs, and that Elk had been the best. Elk, as much as he was getting chased around, wasn't able to really have the best game of it on the Ezreal. It still wasn't the sort of pop-off performance that we expect from a player of his caliber, whereas 1xN, he was getting just the same level of focus, but was able to do a lot more with it. Landed a couple key chains of corruptions, constant poking, one of those arrows on the very aggressive engage out of Betron. It was just a gorgeous little play between the two. It was so nice to watch. And if 1xN can do it on what was, I think, honestly, one of the trickiest matchup he's going to have to play, because there was so much aggression constantly being poured onto him, what can he do when he's in a more comfortable matchup, when he's on one of his better champions? Something hyper-scaling is what I'm really excited to get to see. As much as this early aggression kind of composition was fun out of Thunder Talk, what can he do when you've put full focus onto this bot lane and really unlock that key star bot laner to do what he wants?
We gotta see BLG, who I'm sure probably back on the blue side unless they want to get a little crazy going early on, what they're going to be drafting. If we're going to see a tried and true plan coming out from these guys, and what is going to work into this TT team who seemingly have that momentum. But if we harken back to the last series, the deciding series of that group for them between these two teams, and went to 5 games. Those first 2 games, like you mentioned last game, they did go to TT. We saw that potential reverse sweep from BLG. There is not a world where this is easy for TT, and they've got to find a way to make sure they close down this series.
I mean, I don't know if we can pull it very quickly, but in the predictions graphic, it's very telling that although there are people who have voted in favor of Thunder Talk, nobody has put them down as a 3-1 or a 3-0. If you believe in Thunder Talk, which only a couple of us do, then you think it's going to go the whole distance. Whereas if you think BLG are going to be able to pick this one up, you think it's going to be a 3-0. We've already got 4 people who are out, right? Discord included.
Yeah, I know, right?
They're gone.
Discord, what are you doing?
Discord are trolling. Both of us, we're still on with the 3-2 either way. I think it's very telling. Nobody thinks that Thunder Talk are going to be able to pick this one up as a 3-0 or a 3-1.
And again, we've brought up those expectations so many times, but if you think about the beginning of the split and you look at TT on paper, you're like, not much has changed, right? Like they literally changed their mid laner. What could they were starting to look really good over time with UCal.
Yeah.
And now that we've had that change, we see them have a jump start to the split and blowing away all those expectations. The fact that they were that first seed coming out of the groups, they've had that double elim, but now in that lower bracket right there, and dragging at least around with BLG, it's a stressful moment to be, but to see that distance they've covered over these last years is so incredible. I know I posted it recently. I think they used it in the first TT series, but looking back to a pretty much meaningless game for Beichuan and Hoya back in 2022 against FPX. I guess meaningless is in the fact that Beichuan came from FPX, but thinking all the way back then, seeing those wonderful memories and seeing them create new ones now, they have BLG on the ropes. Can they take that one step further? They will be on the red side for this game number 2. We have that Skarner Kalista ban, just like the last game. On the blue side, though, for BLG, they ban away the Poppy, the Ashe, and the Yone, so they're not trying to give that one over just yet.
Yeah, the Yone has been hovering on the edge of a lot of compositions as that mid lane engage that you can really rely on to be able to get involved and also can deal just a ton of damage. I would love to get to see a setup pickup of the Yone. We'll have to wait for a couple more games until we potentially get that one. Rumble also going to come off the board, a very standard ban. Exactly the same bans here for Thunder Talk as they picked up for themselves in the previous game. Now, I was surprised that we didn't get to see a Cassante go through. BLG banned it in the previous game. They're very happy to pick it up right now. It's one of the best B1s that you can possibly take.
I know you were saying, oh, maybe we could pick it a little bit later. Nah, Cassante, let's get it. Let's see what happens.
To be fair, until Cassante's gone, I get it. Like, he's so good to
I get
pick up
it.
early on. Yeah.
Oh, it's actually crazy what this champion does to League of Legends. We'll see what he gets to do this time around. Hoya in that game number 5 against them in the regular season. Grab the Camille. He also steals this pick away from Ben for later use in the series. There's not going to be a game 5 Camille this time. I'm sad.
I am sad about the lack of game 5 Camille, but I love this decision making right here out of Thunder Talk. You saw what Ben was able to do on this champion. It was insane. Take that one away. Hoya's also really good on it. As much as we keep hyping Ben up on this champion, Hoya's great. And Betron, if you can't have the Vi anymore in terms of aggressive, engage-based junglers that are left available to you, I think the Xin Zhao is one of the best ones, and it pairs super well with the Camille. Once again, whatever Elk tries to play needs to have some survivability. With the Ezreal gone, the remaining pickup is the Xayah, was left until the second rotation as a pickup previously. They're going to grab the Lovers duo right here. Now, in terms of peak bot lanes, this one hasn't actually been at the very top of what I've considered the best tier of ADCs, but paired alongside the Rakan, which is such a great bit of engage, with a Cassante, I like this pairing. This is a much better engage composition for BLG.
Yeah, I think being able to have safety for Elk is very important in this kind of situation, but as well as On's a really damn good Rakan. So I want to see what they can do with this. A lot of back and forth they can have in their duo, in their 2v2, but also in the team fights as well. But it is a lot of setup and a lot of lockdown for TT as they get the Taliyah.
And the Taliyah can stop a lot of what both Bin and On are really going to be trying to do. That is worrying. At the same time, though, you're very squishy right now as Thunder Talk. You do not have a real way to be able to survive a long time in these team fights, barring some magic where you're able to heal a ton. You know, once you've got that Sun and Sky, it's a little bit easier for Bertrand, but it's still tricky. They're going to need some kind of real front line to pair alongside. It's likely going to fall to Feather to be able to actually have that one. Whereas BLG, I think the bones of this composition, they work really well for me right now. As much as you do still need a couple components to fully round it out, you need I wonder if it's something like the Orianna in the mid lane to help alongside those big team fights, give you a little bit of extra survivability for Elk as well. Something like that to round it out, but I still think the BLG's composition is a lot more well-rounded, certainly more well-rounded than last game.
We see in that second phase of bans, it is the Lulu and the Nautilus banned by BLG, so all that bot lane focus over towards Feather. It is the Wukong plus the Ryze ban by TT, so they're trying to focus a little bit more that mid-jungle duo that's still left to be picked by BLG themselves. We'll see if TT get yet another comfort for them. They're going to go with this Misfortune, so a lot of team fight set up right now for TT's side.
Yeah, they're going to want to team fight. Shock horror. That's not what we've said about Thundertalk before. Still, I'm a little bit suspicious of this Misfortune. That's going to have a lot of threat on it and is a very immobile carry. We'll see how you're actually able to play that out. It depends on what support you're pairing with it, really. BLG, they're going to be looking to grab themselves the Viego. Lots of good bodies to be able to steal away. Finally, to round things out, if they pick themselves up this Galio, this is a tanky teamfight composition of dreams. At the same time, you might run out of any real damage. The Galio can deal some decent AP.
Okay.
They do take it. Yeah, I agreed with that reaction of just like, I see the plan. If you get ahead, you don't die. There is a lot of tankiness, but what do you really do with it? Sylas is always a risky pickup in these Fearless composition in these Fearless drafts, because what if there's better ultis later on? What if you could find the better Sylas game to grab for yourself at a further on point?
What is this comp, man? TT just gonna... I wish I could see them just bring in a bouncy castle into the arena right now and just like put it right in front of this in front of BLG and just say, hey, this is where you're gonna be playing today.
I mean, solo queue is knocking. It wants its comp back. Like, I'm sure I've played with this composition right here. When we kept talking about, I think from the very beginning of this draft, Thundertalk, they need something tanky to round it out. They need something tanky, right? A tank.
Never.
Right? Apparently, all of the tanks were taken up by BLG because their composition, we're looking at it and going, well, I think they might run out of damage at some point. The exact opposite problem for Thundertalk. Damage is not going to be the problem. The ability to survive long enough to deal that damage is going to be a problem here, potentially. If you get caught out here, everybody is squishy. If you don't have the setup around these objectives and try to walk into these objectives blind, there's nothing you can do. Whereas BLG, if they're late to a team fight, Bin can step up, Knight can step up, On can jump in, jump back out with extra range because he's paired up with the Xayah. It's a much easier to execute composition right here for BLG.
That's what we wanted from them. The expectations, the stress, we just need them to put it together as one of the super teams, if not the super team in the LPL. It was a tough game number one. TT came out swinging and BLG just weren't ready for it. But nothing but a win in this winter split for BLG is good enough for them. And TT are looking to upset all of those expectations, all those pre-split moments that we were talking about. And as we get into game number 2, it's BLG on the back foot. TT looking to strike again.
Listening to those chants. Tons of support in the crowd for BLG. As much as Thundertalk are fun and interesting, BLG, they're a long, storied...
Level 1. Level 1. Level... Okay.
I think they're just going to stare at each other. I don't actually think anybody's going to go in here.
Do it. Do it. Throw the game to level 1. Let's see it. We
Knight
need Ruinous at a con.
Flash over the wall. Nah.
Alright. Well, we said it was solo queue comp. We didn't get solo queue actions. It's okay.
No, in solo queue,
Everybody
1xM would have
flashes.
just wandered straight in. He might have also been sat in a bush, not noticing that there was a level 1 going on, potentially. Luckily for us, this is pro play. These teams at least know how to execute a level 1 and know when potentially it's a bad idea. I think if they'd have actually gone for this, somebody maybe comes out on top, but there's also a potential situation where You just give over some kills to key opponents you don't want to, lose out on some early CS, and don't really get anything from it. Instead, what we're going to end up seeing is the lane swap right here. Immediately, Elk on. They're going to head the way up towards this top side of the map, and I really like this because you can put a ton of pressure onto someone like Hoya and stop this Camille from getting the early laning phase that you really need to be able to have a good time in this game. In fact, they're stepping up very aggressively, trying to find Hoya.
They will indeed find him. Soya's going to use this hook shot to try and get out of this one.
Good damage.
BLG will initiate that lane swap, try to get out of that matchup in bot lane, and see now what they can do with that XP differential that's going to be coming through. Who's going to get that one? And I think we can take a look back at what happened in game number 1 as well, where the pathing was looking like for both these two teams. Going to be a little bit different this time as we have those mirrored side starts for both junglers.
Jungler's going to be heading up towards where their bot lanes are at. That does, for the most part, stop us from going for normal ganks. You're going to be pushing as the bot lane into top lane matchup, but potentially opens up a situation where we can go for dives. Both of these top laners do have ways to outplay a dive, can at least stop it from being a straight up kill, trade it 1-for-1, maybe even turn it around fully. I've seen Camille survive in 3v1 ganks before, but it would be risky to try for these dives anyway, and I'm not sure if that's the real plan we're going to see from these teams. Now, obviously you can get a ton of extra aggressive turret plating in the bot lane as 1xN and Feather. That's going to be great for them, because as much as I was a little bit suspicious of this Misfortune, if you can get that team fight off with Misfortune, you can win the game for your team straight up. Like that. Ow.
Knight actually trying to get a little bit of a revenge solo kill on a Satan. That's a tank, by the way. I mean, he's got a Doran's, so he's not tanking.
He's not
yet.
a tank yet. Yeah, he's a tank at some point. Here's the dive. Here we go.
Okay,
what
we'll see
Hoya
if they
do?
actually can execute this one. Hoya looking to save his hook shot, does end up buffering it out. A lot of damage back. The turret is going to refresh there onto the minions. Now waiting to go back in onto Hoya. Hoya's trying to heal up a little bit, has those pots rolling. See if we can get the Blade Collar combo from Elk. They go in onto Hoya. Grand entrance pop on tanking the turret. Hoya going for the kill. One more shot. That's another turret shot, but Elk not tanking just yet. Maybe he can tank a couple shots. They're waiting for the turret to calm down. And now it has reset, so the damage doesn't matter, and BLG get first blood.
Oh, it takes a while. That was Hoya playing at peak efficiency right there. Like I said, Camille's can outplay those ones. Unfortunately, it's really tough. And potentially a little bit over-aggressive out of Hoya, trying to go for a trade back kill onto On. Maybe could have just run away from that one. Still, it takes a long time for them to be able to actually pick up that kill for BLG. That's time where they're spent chasing Hoya around the tower, and their opponents are picking up turret plates, getting recalls off, having a slightly easier time of it overall. It's first blood, though.
First blood's good and dandy. You know, you need 3 kills now, since they wanted to make sure that we don't just get these one-offs like that. But the next big conversation, I guess, becomes the dragon focus, because in that game, last game, we did see a little bit of that early dragon take. It was TT favored earlier on. See if they actually end up being that way this time around with the lane swap shenanigans, and now with Beichuan pathing down bot.
With both of these top laners heading towards the bottom side of the map, this should mean that the play is far more around these grubs. This is the lane where you've got more players, more people to get involved. Your supports are here. They're great for trying to get these early skirmishes off, so it should be a little bit more of a grubs focus. At the same time, though, you can potentially just use the fact that Camille can establish a bit of aggression in this lane. You can see it here. Hoya delaying Bin, just making sure that Bin has to spend even longer trying to get back to base, and head straight over onto the Drake right now as Beichuan. Bring Hoya with you could be the play.
Slow and steady she goes early. Grand entrance going to be pumped on the Feather. A little bit of poke damage coming down. Priority in this top lane means a lot for this next fight as well. We got pings coming down from TT, but bodies are already in place by BLG towards this first grub spawn.
Far too many bodies, I think, right here for Thunder Talk to really want to try aggress onto these grubs. Instead, Beichuan just going to head straight on over to this Drake. Now, it's an Infernal. It's a good Drake for them to pick up early on. Going to be pretty happy with that one. But BLG, they from minute 1 were playing around these grubs. They wanted it. They sent their bot lane top side immediately, set up the dive. You've got yourself a Galio in the mid lane as well with 6, so there's no real way that Thunder Talk could have potentially tried to play around these grubs, but it does now put a lot of pressure onto Thunder Talk because you don't want to give all 6 over. If you do, into this kind of composition, you're going to get your towers shredded, and this is the kind of composition that was going to have a pretty hard time trying to play around these towers. Vitron,
I thought he might actually get, so he gets level 6 from that. He's going to have to burn his flash away. The Weaver's Wall gets hit off by Wei. The fight's still kicking off, though. H1 trying to heal up. 3 Talon Strike not there, and another kill going to BLG. This time it's Knight that claims it off the back of his heroic entrance. Now you have Elk trying to run away from Feather and 1xN. Pressure is seated by BLG on top side for that bot lane play.
and I can understand why BLG wanted that one. I love it. That's great use of the Galio right there to say, hey.
Ooh.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh, Elk?
Ayo.
Okay. I mean, he really wants that blade collar. he's like, I'll give my life for it.
Low. I don't know that the blade collar's worth it there. Potentially. Maybe stepping back might be the better plan. Nobody dies top lane, although everybody is attempting to
I would love to
so.
see 1xN flash for it, honestly. The fact that he had flash, though, I mean, Elk also does, and barrier, so he's like baiting him a little bit.
Oh, that's part of why this play goes so wrong. Oh no. Zeta.
No, Satan! He goes down. That's 3 kills to BLG, and honestly, this is the BLG we expected.
Yeah, and this is what tends to end Thunder Talk's winning streaks versus BLG. When they fall behind massively in the early game, can't get anything going through any of their lanes, Bertrand not able to get ganks off, Zetab not finding solo kills, Hoya getting dove top lane. All of this is setting up for BLG to have their foot on the throat of Thunder Talk early and really never let it up. Now in a composition with no tanks, we highlighted it a little bit earlier on, it makes stepping up to objectives you haven't been able to set up for first so difficult. It makes it almost impossible, and being far behind, how do you set up for these objectives first? You're always going to be a little bit slower to these objectives, further behind once you start playing them out. And BLG have also got another global kind of composition where they can arrive at plays that much quicker. Thunder Talk, if they don't want to end this game being 1-1 in this series, guaranteeing 4 games for us, then they're going to need to get themselves out of this deficit quickly.
Will indeed. Okay. Trade of the ultimates there. One's bullets, one's feathers. In reality, we know which one wins, but in League of Legends, it's even.
At the moment, 1xN should still be a little bit stronger, has certainly got a little bit more power in his inventory, and that is the thing, right? Misfortune compositions, they kind of only have to work once. It's not fully true, you need it to happen a couple more times maybe, but you only have to get that key ulti off once for it to completely swing a game. The sort of ulti where you hit it onto 4 members, everybody gets shredded through. You can do that. That's the way to win this game out. But also, Bertrand and Zetab, if they can work together and actually get a couple ganks off here, that would be great. Wei is in the area, though. I don't think this is going to be the place for them to try play this one out. And with 2 minutes until the Drake spawns, there's no real need to hang around for too much longer here.
Yeah.
The Grubbies, up in 45 seconds, though. As I've been saying, giving 6 over to BLG would be a mistake for Thunder Talk. They're going to have to recall setup around this objective.
The grub again is on the table here, but it is a little bit about the movement around the map as well, and trying to figure out how early they're willing to go for that objective. I think TT have struggled to find a lot of direction, but honestly, I think a lot of that direction comes when first items get picked up for this composition. I think both sides do work very well with their first item comps, but
yes.
I really want to see if TT are going to try to utilize that to their strengths, as we are getting BLG set up around those grubs.
I hope so, because I'd say that BLG have better scaling for themselves overall.
Yeah.
If they can get themselves into the later stages of the game, it's been a Knight being tanky that could fully swing it. Almost potentially looking for a bit of engage there. They're at least looking to set themselves up mid lane priority and get themselves onto these grubs. Everybody in bot lane has teleport too.
H1 just gonna take the
Oh,
fight
no.
outright. Gets the quickness. There's the
Feather?
Puff Blossom. They get one. They're trying to get the damage back. Hoya gonna pop that one though, as he's not gonna be able to get the damage back into it either. And 1xN just gets completely taken out by Elk. This is a statement from BLG. Say that game 1 was a fluke.
fluky, bad draft, doesn't matter, on to the next, and BLG have come to play in this second game. We're just 11 minutes in, but they've managed to set themselves up a 3k gold lead. All 6 of these grubs going over as well. A composition this short range would have struggled a bit on taking towers now. It's going to be a heck of a lot easier for them to play this one out. And you're getting kills onto the key members as well. Sure, the first blood does end up going onto the support, not ideal, but in this one, you can see what makes this composition so strong. It doesn't matter that Bin is getting attacked right here. He is more than tanky enough to be able to survive. Not the same thing for Bertrand. Just gets taken out immediately. And yeah, 1xN, you kind of have to try for the bullet time there, but Steps way too close on that one. Was kind of going to get jumped anyway. Needs the rest of his composition to survive long enough to make this one work. Needs to be a combo between Feather and 1xN on that ulti. Didn't work there.
Little overzealous by Beichuan. The fight ensues afterwards. Now we are on those first item spikes. Coming up for majority members on both sides. That Bloodthirster first for 1xN, going for that survivability. Hoya and Bin going at it in the top lane. But some TP available for Bin, not for Hoya. Maybe making this dragon fight a little bit more dicey for TT.
Nobody in top lane right here wants to lose too much health right now because it's going to make teleporting into this potential team fight that much harder. Beichuan gets jumped
they go
again.
for Beichuan again. There's the heroic entrance coveted as well. Flash is going to abound. There's Pop Blossom. I've seen this story before, and it just happened. Elk gets another kill. Wait, chasing down Satab. BLG will take everything from TT.
I do not like blaming draft fully for the way that games play out, because that removes a lot of the agency from the way that BLG have played this early game very well. But we definitely, and you can see it on our faces at the start, 1xN gonna get jumped. He's fine, he lives from this one. You could see it on our faces when the Thunder Talk composition was finalized that we were unsure, potentially, about this draft, and I feel like all of my worries have borne fruits here. They can't
It was to get away Bin's Camille, you know, that's all. This is the price they had to pay.
True. Counterpoint, you can put Camille in good comps too. This one just isn't working for them, and it's a great early game out of BLG to recognize that, to know that there's not really any threat on them at this point. First items coming through does mean that potentially 1xN could get that big ulti off that could make things work, but you need to be ahead, at least a little bit, as a champion like the Xin Zhao to be able to dive into the backline when you don't have a tanky support alongside you. If you've got a Leona or a Nautilus, that can be your tankiness for you. Not the same in this sort of composition, and I love the Nico, I do. I think it's the best AoE ulti in the game, but when you're this far behind, when you don't really have anyone to play around, how do you make this composition work? We were asking the exact same question in the previous game, and the answer in the previous game was, you don't. You don't manage to make this composition work. Now we're questioning if Thunder Talk can change that narrative.
And see if BLG can change their own narrative. I mean, we talked about it already, but the last series between these two teams went 3-2 the way of TT. TT taking the first 2 games of that series. BLG trying to upset that tradition, at least here now. First items are there for everybody. We will have a Herald spawn in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. More turrets to be taken down. And this right here is the combo that I am the most terrified for TT about. Night and Way on this Viego and Galio combo has been insane this game.
It just allows Way to play with that. Hang on, Elk. Oh,
Womp womp.
like misses, and they're going to lose a top lane tower for it potentially. Hoya at least is going to be able to clear out the majority of the minion wave. You can see what the grubs can do though. But it just unlocks Way to play with that level of confidence that you can't usually. Viego's good at survivability. If you can get that first kill, get yourself that reset off, steal a couple bodies, it helps out, certainly. But with the Galio, you know that there's a hero's entrance that's going to be able to drop onto your head, and it emboldens you to get into the backline, because the further into the backline you get, the more use you get out of that ulti from Knight, the more you're able to make that one work. And as much as we were a little bit worried about the composition lacking in damage, if Way is able to do all of the damage that he potentially wants to, feels emboldened enough to go for a very aggressive damage-focused build on this Viego, then that's going to pay itself back. And so far, we've seen this combo working already to great effect, and it's not even at the best point in the game for it. This is at its peak once we get into these full 5v5 team fights.
Well, I think But the icon, we got the Ruinous again. I'm pretty sure. Unless the spectator client is trolling us. We'll see if we actually get it. It might be the third one we get in the last couple days. The Herald is up, is started by BLG. No response out by TT. Seems pretty difficult at this state in the game with a 7-0 lead 16.5 minutes in for TT to find any breadth of room here.
Yeah, and once again, there are going to be questions about momentum. ThunderTalk, they don't play particularly well when they have a lack of momentum.
Exactly.
In games as well as across series, so the fact that they're behind at this point doesn't help them out for their mentals either. Of course, being behind has its other downsides too. But they do have ways to get back into this game. It's going to have to be a great combo between Hoya and Bechuan, I think, to find a pick somewhere. Find themselves that initial kill onto a squishier member, maybe Elk. Just get the Featherstorm out potentially, get a pick onto Wei maybe, and set yourself up for a team fight that way. Because then you can use this wombo combo between Feather and 1XN without worrying that they're going to get jumped immediately and not being able to actually get that combo off.
The combo important. The wombo that we were talking about for TT, non-existent. We got about 45 seconds until that dragon comes a knockin'. Would be second dragon for either team. BLG have full control of the map right now. They're looking to take this priority to go mid, drop the Rift Herald as well, and keep pressure on TT here. Weaver's Wall going to be utilized. Elk luckily gets on the other side of it here. The team can't follow through. There goes the turret. See if anybody wants to go for another ride here. Bin looking for an all-out. He's trying to kidnap somebody. Stop that man.
Wait.
He's going to get knocked back.
Oh,
He's going to get jumped on. And now full time over top of it. Although you're in a little bit of trouble. Bechuan will go through. Big pop blossom from Feather. Maybe they can try to find an angle. But there goes a ton of their tools gone. So TT back away.
Yeah, tools, exactly. That was possibly the best engage you're going to find this game for ThunderTalk, and they don't manage to convert it into any kills. Now you've lost a ton of your ultis, pretty low health as well. We're seeing resets coming through from BLG. They're going to be in a better spot to actually be able to play the fight around this Drake. Zetab stepping up to Wei would be bad. Bad.
Zetab, no! That man wants to steal your soul!
Oh no.
And he TP'd out. Nice.
This is how ThunderTalk unfortunately plays. Once they get themselves a lead, they look so good, they teamfight so nice, but from behind with the sort of composition that kind of struggles in a straight up 5v5 teamfight, especially into what BLG have drafted themselves, it is very like ThunderTalk to begin to compound on errors, to try to step up to that Drake when they really had no right to. Once they didn't get that initial couple of picks, they had lost that Drake already, they just didn't know it yet apparently, and instead they give over an extra kill on top of everything else.
And I'm glad to see a guy like Wei come back with a vengeance in a game number 2. I mean, I think Knight as well, but Wei in particular, I mean, he got gapped by Bechuan in game number 1. There's no ifs and buts about it. And I think this guy, the veterancy he has, the amount of work he put in on RNG all those years to bring glory to them even when things were looking dark, and now to try to get a little bit of a game back, they give him the Viego.
Bin, by all rights, should die here, but is playing Cassante. And the thing about Cassante is he refuses to die. Just stepping up into all 5 of your opponents, just walking at them straight up, should result in your death. It doesn't. Instead, this results in a Drake and a kill.
2 times you can't get away with murder. I'm sorry. Like you get away with it the first time, can't get away with it the second time.
It was overkill for Knight to jump in there. I can understand why you do it, right? You really don't want to have something fluky happen, lose your jungler right before the Drake. But at the same time, there was no real need. He was gonna get that kill onto Zetab without the involvement of this Galio. Still, the ulti's almost back up at this point in the game. Atakan's still available. It's been up for a while. Nobody's really playing for it. I mean, he can jump away in a second.
They got TP coming in.
He doesn't even care.
I mean, TT are gonna need to find an exit strategy here. Unfortunately, Bechuan has already gotten his ticket punched, and he is down for the count.
Uh-oh. The game continues on, 20 minutes in, 9-0. If you've just tuned into this matchup, you know, potentially you're in Europe, it's only just wake-up time, you're going to watch a little bit of the LPL before you head to work or school, then this is what you were expecting, right? This is what you would be thinking about. BLG dismantling opponents. This is what BLG have been doing to every other opponent so far. this year. The only opponent they haven't been able to do it to so far is ThunderTalk. Even in the games where BLG won them in their previous best of 5, it felt like ThunderTalk had a little bit more recourse. They were able to get themselves some ways back into the game. This game, it feels like there's almost nothing that they can do. Not entirely true, there's always a way back into the game. That's one of the joys of League of Legends. But losing out onto this Atakan certainly doesn't help.
Get the
Like
flowers! Get the flowers! See, they're not used to it. They're not, okay, I guess Way is the flower picker here. As Knight is about to 1v1 Satab. Luckily, Satab has friends. Hook shot coming in. Hoya looking to get him down. Is he going to go for the turret instead? They do take a side lane tier 2. So that's pretty big, but
That's
they
something.
lose a lot for it.
It's got a little bit of
the
extra gold
ruinous.
on top of it. Elk
Dun,
could get
dun,
jumped in.
dun, dun,
This would be good.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh,
No, he
dun, dun,
misses!
dun. Elk still might die. He's going to pop that feather storm. The flash on the other side. Bullet time. No,
Wait,
H1.
wait, he lives!
Sunhouse
He lives!
Fallacy.
Oh!
Elk has gone mad, and he is taking his rage out on TT.
Oh, Elk didn't have a good time in the previous game, but he's gonna pay it back. ThunderTalk, they have to try get something going, but the second that the wind becomes lightning doesn't land, it feels a lot harder to pick up that kill, and Elk proves that. Fancy feet, great spacing to be able to pick up that kill. 3-0-1 at this point. And now you could just push on forwards, waiting on the Baron to spawn RBLG to just accelerate
Oh
that lead.
no.
Might not
Satab
even
goes
need it.
into the fight, might have just bitten off more than he could chew, goes down to Way,
Yikes.
takes his soul right in front of the rest of his team. And now with that Talia in tow, they take another tier 2 turret, and that'll be mid and top gone. Domination by BLG, 12-0, 23 minutes in.
ThunderTalk fans, go
Look
make
away.
a cup of tea. if you're in Europe, go have breakfast. Especially now. Don't
This
look
guy, though.
right now. It is a tricky Wind Becomes Lightning to land, but you have to land it. This combo is great, but the flash is still available for Elk because he hasn't really had any threat on him until this point in the game. This is kind of the first point at which Elk has really had to worry about getting jumped, and is able to survive that one, turns it into even more gold in his back pocket. I mean, this game is a complete disaster for ThunderTalk. As ThunderTalk, as much as you're still playing this one, you're surely thinking about what you change, what you have to do to not let this happen again, because this is ThunderTalk getting embarrassed.
I mean, Way doesn't even care about boots. He's going for another item. He got shield bow, third item, by the way. Just going for the maximum Chad build as BLG look to surround TT like sharks drawn to blood. 1xN's gonna pop his cleanse, but it's not gonna save him today. It's been just running him down with Knight's help. Big Pop Blossom back, but it does not matter. It's pity prizes that BLG take right from the kid's hands. That's gonna be a triple kill for Knight, and BLG look to even up the series.
Satab gonna do what he can, trying to at least survive here, stop the push from going on. Gonna go in, jump Satab, and he's dead too. There it is. That's the ace that they were looking for. I don't quite think BLG can end the game right here. 1xN is up in 10 seconds time, but they can take a heck of a lot away from ThunderTalk. They're gonna have their base cracked open. Drake falls too, and Baron spawning in just 20 seconds time. It's gonna be the next prize in the eyes of BLG.
Absolutely huge. We got our third Ruinous Atacon at LPL. We get BLG back into form. Expectations are reset in this series. They will not go down in the same fashion, at least just yet, to TT that they did in the group stage. But it is a BLG who have awoken. It's the back of this very easily executable comp that we said we wanted from them.
We really did. Easy to execute. And we can see it right here. The engaged champions go in, they take no damage, and then there's very little else that you can do. My eyes throughout this game were on Elk. Just sort of stood in the backline, has to use the Feather Storm to survive a little bit, but I don't even think he was particularly under threat. Doesn't actually take a single lick of damage throughout that team fight, and only has been under threat once when he got jumped under that mid lane tier 2. If you can't get onto these key carries, then what can you really do about this one? We said that BLG might run out of damage. Well, they certainly aren't.
Oya finds himself on the wrong side of town. He's just gone. And honestly, at this point, I don't know if TT are going to come away with a kill. Luckily, it's not a perfect game because they were able to take a dragon and 2 turrets, but I think a kill is going to be difficult.
2 turrets bot lane as well. Weren't even able to crack mid lane tier 1, which is a real show
Still
of how
like
this
full
one has
health,
been
I'm
hard.
pretty sure.
Yeah, they haven't touched it. I mean, Betron is in the
Is he
area.
gonna do it?
Could steal this.
Oh, but there's
Maybe.
a bin in his way. Pop Blossom gonna come out. Page 1. Oh, no!
No.
Okay, yeah, throw up the RNG logo their way. You deserve that flex. I love that call out, but BLG are just winning this one. There is no hope for TT. They will have to think about the next game as Knight stopped off at a library and got 25 books, at least 25 chapters for his book.
Second game in a row where somebody has ended the game without dying. Slightly more people this time around.
Jungle
as
again.
BLG.
What is happening
Yeah,
here?
it's just the jungle. Wow, crazy this one. We're gonna watch the slow and a little bit unfortunate demise of Thundertalk in this game. Nice try. Good job. We go next on this one, most certainly.
Oh, they're gonna get a kill. Oh, they're gonna the laser beam.
Nice.
They're gonna kill. No. They didn't get a single kill. If that's anything to show you, that's the LPL, baby. 23-0. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Wade
The,
just said, "Don't worry, guys. I got you."
The dichotomy of League of Legends. In one game, you're on top of the world. You're team fighting to perfection. You're looking great. You're beating BLG. Next
Dominantly.
game. Oh boy. That was certainly a game of League of Legends that we just
Of
watched.
all time.
Of all
Game
time. Hey, if you're BLG or a BLG fan, you're feeling great. Hey, game 1 didn't happen.
Yeah,
Hey, I feel like you can't physically
Knight
come
won
away
on Galio,
from game
so-
2. Yeah, you can't physically come away from that game 2 not feeling a little bit good, right? You don't die a single time. No grey screen. Not a single moment to take a sip of water throughout that entire game right there for a member of BLG. I really like that composition.
Kill.
Yeah, the whole time. And
Hey.
it was a great comp to make it work with.
That's the biggest thing, is their comp looked really good. I don't know if there was a speech in between games, if there was a stern talking to, but they looked like a different team coming out of that draft and into the game itself, and a lot more like what we were expecting from this team, this BLG team who has to make such a run just alongside TT now that they're both in the lower bracket, but the team that did not expect to be here. We asked for somebody to step up. Luckily this time it was multiple members, but I think Wei had a lot of helpings in that serving there, and it's a good rebuttal to the BH1 game from game number 1.
It really is. The junglers are stepping up in this one, really showing that they are going to be the keys to their team's successes. And I don't think that surprises either of us. Jungle has been very strong. Both of these junglers have had great splits for themselves so far. And especially with the champions they've been able to grab so far, very aggressive. Early game prowess, and they've been showing up in that way. Going to be fascinating to see what the matchup is in game number 3, if it's going to be a little bit more back and forth. Because in this one, as we've been saying, I mean, it's a little bit tricky, I think, potentially to give out an MVP when nobody dies. I would agree. It probably is Wei, although who knows? Everybody had a great time. But it was from moment 1, right? The second you finish your first clear, head top lane, get the dive off. Yeah, sure, the dive takes a long time. It takes a while to actually be able to kill Hoya, but you do kill Hoya, and that sets you up for success that just carries on throughout the rest of the game.
It's funny to me because there's a lot of pivotal picks that are starting to be swept away, and we're starting to get further into the series. We're guaranteed 4 games now. That's a ton of bans on the table. This was a completely one-sided slap to the face for TT, but this series itself is going to start getting pretty spicy, and I wonder if we continuously get those B1 topside picks. I mean, BLG tried it twice in a row. Luckily, it worked one time, and that Cassante going to be taken off the table now for the rest of the series.
Did you see that Knight did the same amount of damage as Elk in that game?
That's a tank, by the way.
That's crazy. Yeah.
It's a tank. It's just a tank.
Technically, that's a tank. In the same vein that, you know, Cassante's technically a tank. And hey, why not
ADC
have
brain
both
is screaming
of them?
right now.
Yeah,
I can't.
I feel you with that one. I feel you with that one. Hey, the tanky champions in this game, I think, were really the keys that made this draft work. But we were a little bit worried, right? Hey, do you have enough damage? Apparently, yes. Yes, you do. Cassante, Galio, They are not actually tanks, not in this game in the way that it works out. The fact you don't pick up the kill here onto Elk, this was the final last gasp of trying to make this one work, and it just doesn't happen. This one just sucks. That just hurts to watch. That hurts
so
something
bad.
deep in my soul to
What
watch.
are these feathers on the ground? Oh, God!
This game, honestly, comedy if you are not a fan of Thunder Talk.
It's
If
the
you
most
don't
pivotal
like Thunder
moment
Talk,
for both these teams.
but it's genuinely clown music over the top of it would improve the watching experience. As long as you don't like Thunder Talk. If you do like Thunder Talk, if you're a Thunder Talk fan, you're pretty sad after this one. However, I do feel like there are some easy to at least semi-fix problems here. Mainly, what was this draft? Why was this draft on my screen? For a lot of drafts, I like to say, hey, I can see what you were looking for. I can see the vision. I don't see the vision. I don't see the vision. You are so reliant on the fact that, hey, your jungler's great. Betron's going to get 17 kills early, and everything's going to be great. Maybe, I guess. But if that doesn't happen, as we saw, there was no way for this team composition to play. It once again lacked that kind of non-committal engage that we were really looking for in BLG's first comp. If you don't have non-committal engage, if you have to go flying in with your champion itself as the only form of engage that your team has, you'd better make it perfect. You'd better not fall behind. And they did, and this is what happens.
It's a perfect example of it. And now, we were asking so many questions. BLG's reeling their heads dizzy a little bit. Well, TT, I mean, that was even bigger smack back to TT. So how do they recoup in a situation where maybe that veterancy isn't as rampant for them to kind of pull themselves together?
Let's play through bot lane. Come on. It's been a couple games now where the bot laners, hey, they've had flashy moments, they've had some fun. Misfortune can potentially be that big carry for Thunder Talk, but I want to see 1xN on a signature carry. Somebody allow the Kalista through. Let's get to see that. Let's get to see some hyper carries later on as well. It might not happen. We might not get it at all, but
maybe
I want to
see Draven. Maybe we get some. Get some niche picks for 1xN, but I agree, playing towards that bot lane a little bit more. I mean, if you're going to beat BLG, I do not think it's going to be necessarily through Knight or Bin, especially with the setup and the matchups that we have between TT and BLG. That bot lane super important for Beichuan to get behind. Wei will earn his counter MVP to Beichuan's game number 1 on his Viego, 8-0-8, also unkilled.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very impressive performance overall from Wei. Everybody played this one out well, but I think Wei was the catalyst that made everything happen. If he can keep that up, then this may end up being a little bit shorter of a series for Thunder Talk than they would really have wanted. Hey, it's one apiece. We get to see at least 2 more games of this one. And I mean, I couldn't be happier. This matchup, I feel like if this one goes to 5 games again, it's going to be a classic matchup for years to come.
Yeah, we'll have to see who takes that step forward up to match point in game number 3. We'll be back after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for all things LPL here in 2025. What a series, what a game of all time, people are saying all over the place, and everybody. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Bloxer, and BLG brought back the series. Now we are tied 1-1, and a true form of BLG was finally made clear.
This is the BLG we were expecting. I think this is the BLG that everybody who knows about what this org has done, these roster specifically as well, has done. We just didn't get to see it. Not in the first series up against Thunder Talk, and not in Game 1. But all of a sudden, Game 2, with the right kind of composition under their belt, they pop off to a level that, honestly, most teams cannot replicate. That was such utter domination. It was a Drake and 2 towers that kept poor Thunder Talk away from being clean-gamed, perfected out.
Like, God, 23-0. That is... It's a score. Honestly, if I'm a coaching staff back there, I'm just like, forget that ever happened.
Yeah,
we're back to, we're a best of 3. We're best of 3. We haven't played best of 3s this season, but all of a sudden they're throwing us one here in the lower bracket because you got to rinse and kind of get over that kind of situation. But that's where I think we can revisit those expectations from both teams and talk a little bit about, because we didn't want to do this because it would be ridiculous to be like all those other crazy memed stats stuff. But when you look at BLG's trophy case, the things that BLG players have done over these last years, and you compare it to TT and their developmental system, like, it does not compare. You literally have a one-sided list all the way through. So when we come into the series and you get that big upset for game number 1, it means a lot for TT to keep that momentum going forward. Unfortunately, we're unable to.
Yeah, if they were able to keep that momentum going, there'd be so much to build upon, so much hype for them. But still, even if you end up getting eliminated right here as Thunder Talk, and you go down and it ends up being a 3-1, there's still so much for this team to be proud of, so much for them to take away from this split and to be happy about, build upon for the future. And I hope that that gives them a level of calm, of lack of expectations that you can really play around, you know? Nobody is expecting you to win this matchup, even though you managed to win the first time around. So if they can do it here, that would be even more exciting, but we keep bringing it up, right? BLG... Nothing but winning is good enough, and to be honest, I don't even think winning the LPL split this year is good enough for them either. You gotta win the international title.
T1's not there! It's our time!
Let's go!
Time is now! T1's not at the internationals! We gotta go, LPL! We gotta be looking good! I know it's bringing up a conversation we had behind the scenes, but Kelsey Moser's our producer tonight. Shout out to Kelsey doing a double night. My God, you were my GOAT. Just saying, like, we want LPL teams to be good. We want LPL teams to succeed. And I think being able to see BLG specifically succeed is a thing that's on a lot of people's mind that are fans of the LPL. This team that's been building up, that's been crashing through a lot of the LPL itself. So to see that game, it's awesome. I still have my a little bit of wariness here going into the rest of the series, but those expectations mean a lot. And I think a little shout out for TT. Looking at their track record, it's like slow and steady progression since that 2022 year, and finally making it this far. I mean, it would feel really great for a lot of these players. So we'll see if they can put up the stuff against BLG a little bit more. Let's talk a little bit about drafts itself, as we're going to be getting into it now. What do we want to see? We've had a lot of top lane picks taken away. We're looking at aggression bot lane. What can we get?
What do I want to see? I want to see something different. I want the philosophy to be
well, we're
different.
fearless. Let's go.
Exactly. You can't draft it again, but I don't even want the same kind of composition here out of Thunder Talk. I want a tank somewhere. Somewhere in this game, a tank that you can try to play around. The Nautilus has been suspiciously absent from a lot of this series so far. Same thing actually with the Skarner. Obviously, it's not quite in its 100% pick band and things, but like, hey, maybe you could try pick something like that up, leave it open, bait your opponent into it, something different. I want to see Thunder Talk with a composition that can get through the early game, spikes of 1 to 2 items, and it can actually fight around the team fight in a deficit, in a situation where you're not in the perfect once-in-a-lifetime kind of play. Yeah. For BLG, the same kind of easy-to-execute teamfight composition seems to be their bread and butter, but they could potentially also try to play a little bit more around those solo lanes. Now that we've had those very good, but slightly more boring top laners in the Ambessa, the Cassante taken off the board, now we can go for the really exciting things. This is the time for the spice.
All right, we'll see if we get any of that spice. Going into a match point setting game with all that stress, all that build up behind it here in the arena in Xi'an. It's a lot to take in for a lot of these players, especially when you look at that veterancy, maybe a little bit easier to take in for BLG. We will get TT on that blue side. BLG are going to be on that red side. We'll see exactly what they want to change up with that strategy for TT on the blue side. But the Sylas is the first ban, so we're already changing some things up here. The Elise going to join that Sylas on TT's bans. The Rumble had already been banned, and so is the Skarner. 100% win rate, by the way, but only one game played, you know?
The fact it was banned in 88 straight games during the regular season is actually insane. It's now slipped through a couple of pick bans and hasn't been, you know, immediately taken off of the board, but still, it is so strong. It doesn't surprise me at all to see that one taken off of the board. What does surprise me so far is that we haven't seen the Callista taken away. Now, if BLG don't want to ban that with their last pickup, do Thunder Talk just want to grab that one almost immediately? Because if anybody can pull it off, even into a potentially bad matchup with you having to B1 it, 1xN and Feather could totally do that. At the same time, if you don't grab that one, you are so setting up Elk and On to have an incredible performance on this champion. It's so very strong at the moment, but if you don't ban it, what is it that you think is more impactful? The Yone, we've been talking about how that's strong. Interesting that that's going to be a ban for BLG on both blue and red side. That means they are genuinely really worried about setup on this one, but you have left that super prio pick in the bot lane available.
Do they go for it? Do they feel like they have something into it? Are they just going to let it? You do not want to pick the Callista into the Ashe. So TT will ensure that BLG do not want to go with that pick here, as they do grab the utility pick of the Ashe.
Yeah, and I was wondering as well when we were going to get to see the Ashe. It has hit the ban table for the first couple, but it's again one of those top priority picks. It hasn't exactly been B1'd as much as it was previously, but it's still so great. If we're talking about non-committal engage, what better than the Ashe? You look excited for this one, though. It's the Jax
Gauntlet Throne. Oh, my God. I mean, there's always going to be something that slips through in Fearless, and we get Bin's signature Jax to try to take them to match point. We also get the Rise that's been bumped up in priority, but you have to have an answer here if you're Hoya.
Yeah, what do you want to pick up into this matchup? I can see Hoya just sort of conceding it, sitting back, taking something a little bit tanky, a little bit more ranged, not wanting to go toe-to-toe. At the same time, Hoya has also had some pop-off performances. This could potentially be into that top lane. You can move it around as well. And actually, I love this Braum pickup right here. It can stop a lot of what you're trying to do. Actually, with all of these champions, oh my lord, I think the Braum is a sort of thing you usually pick up into the Jhin, right? All of a sudden, that's sort of picking yourself a counter right here as Knight. Now, depending on what support you get for yourself, this bot lane could be so tricky for Elk On to actually try to play around, because this bot lane, you don't get to move. You really don't. The second that you land the first auto attack as the Ashe, that's it.
Swifties ain't going to help you. I'm a known Jhin aficionado, and I'm sorry, it sucks. We'll see if they want to put more focus towards those solo lanes, especially because that's what it seems like they're putting all their resources to. Maybe a counter pick in the horizon for Wei. Maybe we get some flexibility there, but I could see BLG saying, let's continue asserting our dominance, give our two brightest players in Bin and Knight the tools of the destruction of TT. We're in the second phase of bans, though. We get the Victor and the Yasuo ban by BLG on that red side. On TT's blue side, they will ban away that Karma. We'll wait on that last ban as well.
It really does warm my heart to see the full fear respect that BLG are putting into setup on these AD carries in the mid lane. You know, both the Yoda Yasuo hitting the ban table, I mean, they pop up relatively often, but that's still, you don't exactly usually ban both of them away. Final ban will be that Lee Sin, so BLG still need to pick themselves up a support and potentially a jungler, unless you want to do something really weird with the Jax right here. Ooh, that
would be a really nice setup tool. I mean, that Lilting Lullaby is going to do wonders for Knight and Bin to get set up in their own regard.
Yeah, that's the long-range non-committal engage that you kind of needed to start this composition working. Still pretty squishy, though. Tricky to kill, but very squishy. BLG still kind of in need of a tank. We've said that previously and not ended up getting one. Thunder Talk, they're kind of flicking through all of the control mages available to them right here.
God, I just think of the last Lilia that is burned in my brain is poor Diete. just doing everything he possibly can on that pick and them still losing the game. My God. Hopefully that's not the same case for Wei this time around. But it is going to be the Azir for ATAB. So a lot of setup and a lot of CC chaining on this composition for TT.
I like the look of this for TT. This is much more their kind of composition. Relatively easy to execute in terms of the team fights. Got the long-range non-committal engage. That's a little bit of extra long-range non-committal. There's a situation here where you can combo the Ashe ulti into the Gragas ulti to bop somebody back from miles away, and that could be a great one. The level of CC for Thunder Talk as well. No champion here comes to the table without some sort of engage. And it is going to be the Alistar to lock things out. I like this as well out of BLG. They needed themselves something big and tanky that can both be an engage tool, but also a disengage tool. And I think the Alistar fits that bill perfectly.
A little bit different focuses again this time around. BLG, a lot of side lane prowess here. I mean, they have a ton of setup for Bin and Knight. TT on the other side, they're looking a little bit more of that team fight setup composition and waiting till those big objectives come through.
Yeah, it's very much the way that we expect TT to play. BLG, I think they are a little bit more versatile in the sort of style that they can play. They've had their best success versus Thunder Talk in the more teamfight orientated style of composition, but that doesn't mean that that's all they can do. And I'm really excited to see what we get with Bin on his Jax. Sat in a side lane, doesn't necessarily need to come in and join onto these team fights. At the same time, though, totally can. If you can be the thing that stops 1xM from being able to sit and hit with this Ashe, that's another great way to show up on this signature champion. So exciting.
Oh, man. They keep picking him, the early picks, and it worked out game 2. See if it works out game 3. That's where we have to reiterate a lot of the storylines coming into this. TT were the first seed of that group for them. It is literally a rematch of the deciding factor in that group C, rather, and being able to see them kind of go toe-to-toe now, see if this is going to be another 5-game series. It means a lot for the differing roads between BLG and TT. But greatness is only conquerable, and we'll see if they can do so here. A lot of similarities in some of the tried and true compositions for both these two teams, and one of them has to take a step forward onto match point. We get into game 3 now.
Here we go, and straight up lane swaps coming through right here. Thunder Talk immediately sending their bot lane up towards the top side. Now, as much as we said it was going to be a miserable time for Elk and On to try play this one out, if you can make that miserable time happen for Bin instead, that's a better way of playing this one. If you can really try to pressure onto this Jax. At the same time, we've seen it previously where there's been a real struggle for these lane-swapped bot lanes to actually get anything really going. They aren't able to pick themselves up as many plates in the top lane. Maybe you can grab the grubs, but every time it's being traded for the Drake. I've seen a lot of teams lane swap, and it works fine, but it doesn't get them ahead any more than them sitting in the bottom lane matchup would have anyway.
I'm very curious if we, because honestly it feels like both teams would be perfectly fine just taking it easy and like farming it up to level 6 and then getting active. If we see anything, I think it's gotta become something in these 2v2s as well, if there's going to be any kind of early action. But right now we will see the response to that lane swap. We'll see what they can do to kind of dissuade this. We're going to get a weird map state here, but it also means more priority towards those early objectives.
Yeah, if you can try play around these grubs, get your jungler up into this top side as well, as both junglers are starting down towards the bottom side of the map, will be working their way up.
It's a mind game.
It is.
Oh, he didn't get the... It's fine. Dancing Grenade didn't need to kill anybody. Don't worry about it.
It's all fine. It's not like that's a great way to get your first set of CS right here. It's all good. It's not going to be the deciding factor in this matchup. What might be is the jungle intervention. Can you get involved in this lane? Now, Lilia...
The early heal.
Wow.
I mean, they know immediately. They can just chase him down. On has no reprieve, no escape except for his flash. And TT know exactly how to handle this 2v2.
This is part of why I was a little bit surprised as to why BLG wanted to come join into this 2v2 in the top lane anyway. Unless they fully didn't know the lane swap was happening, which they shouldn't have done. It was obvious that 1xN and Feather had headed up. I think they were spotted out fully as well. why do you want to play into this one? The real answer is because you want Bin to have a better lane matchup. You want Bin to be able to show up on his champion and get the 1v1s versus Hoya in a way you're not going to be able to versus this bot lane of Thunder Talk, and then be the main carry for your team. But it does mean that Elk and On are going to have a bit of a miserable time coming into this one. They just need to survive. I don't think anything explosive is going to happen for BLG. They just need to get through this one.
Some really good vision gained by 1xN there, getting the pathing out from Wei with his hawk shot. And we'll see what map looks like, but I think in all actuality, I love that we have a little bit more respect, or I guess more resources being given to 1xN and Feather. It's so funny to look at these duos. You look at Elk and On, you're like, these are the darlings of the LPL now, especially in the recent day and age. But it feels like 1xN and Feather have been carving their way through this bracket, through these teams, especially in the group stage, and BLG themselves, to start carving out their own name. I mean, this is a lauded duo from the JDG LDL era, and I think it's cool to see them finally come to their own.
Feels like a sort of legacy game right here for Thunder Talk's bot lane. If they can pick this one up, you manage to win up against BLG twice in a row. That really cements you as the sort of bot lane that you should fear. Yeah, sure, you're able to beat up onto an LNG and EDG who are having a bad time beforehand, but no, we are here to play. As Hoya takes a ton of damage, but not really going to get killed. Wade doesn't have any CC right there, and Bim was busy catching the wave a little bit too far back. But this is also what I wanted to highlight here with these junglers. The Maokai can gank early and often, and I hope that we get to see that from Bertrand. We had a very quiet game from him in the previous one, and it was part of the reason why Thunder Talk weren't able to get anything going. What better game to try to be aggressive early on than a matchup where you're into a Lilia? Lilia just wants to sit and power farm. Sure, you can get involved, especially once you hit that level 6, but even post that point, you're more interested in joining these team fights around objectives and then just sitting and power farming, not ganking so much necessarily. Bertrand needs to gank early on, get his team into a good spot.
Yeah, the utility will only get you so far. I always love the saplings plus hawkshot combo, but you gotta be able to secure space. And the Knight is gonna try to do that right now onto page 1. Get a little bit of those chicky nuggies going, but Dragon is up on the table. About a minute for those grubs spawns. Now we have that little bit of a lopsided side of the map for both sides now. A little bit more pressure from BLG on bot side.
They are just going to be able to establish themselves this control over the top side. Our Thunder Talk potentially take themselves a first plate here as well, as the swap does come back through. And yeah, Elkanon, they weren't having a good time in that matchup. Do head off. Thunder Talk, they do grab themselves that first plate, so that's going to be a good injection of gold early on. Grubs, 30 seconds time right here, and I think you're going to be in the advantage as Thunder Talk if you want to go for this one. It'll be very interesting to see where Wei goes. If he just heads down to the bot lane, takes this first Drake, happy with that trade. I mean, it is an Infernal Drake, definitely one of the best ones to pick up as a solo.
It does look like that's going to be the case, giving a lot of room for TT to work on this top side of the map. They did have Knight moving down. He has the Realm Warp. There could be some play made. Oh, Bin goes in for the 2v1. He's looking for the kill. He uses the Grandmaster's Challenge, but now he's locked down because of those concussive blows. He's got to be a little bit careful playing with fire there, but doing very nicely in a 2v1.
Yeah, 2v1, and it felt like he was taking no damage right there. Was just able to survive for so long, using that Counter-Strike very effectively. Still, it does mean that we are going to see this split of objectives going on over. Bertrand picking up these grubs, and Wei alongside Knight grabbing this Drake. Bin continues to take a ton of damage here, and actually, Bertrand is in the area. They could potentially look for a dive. Now, if it was tricky to dive onto the Camille earlier, this is going to be even harder to do, but they do have a wave incoming. Thunder Talk, you need to execute this one to perfection.
It's Bin's Jax. Can they outplay it? They knew he was coming up here. Bin knows what's coming, and he just knows that he has to execute it correctly. There's that first Winter's Bite. Gonna hit. 1xN waiting to hit in. Concussive blows gonna go through after that Counter-Strike. There you go.
Nice.
Damage down. 1xN tanking, and he gets the kill. Walks out, throws up the Heimerdinger emote, and all is good. Hoya going for the kill on the Knight. Looking for it. Has the cast, but no, he doesn't have the damage. And now he's gonna be slowly taken out. BLG get the better of the play on bot side, so it's a return.
And it's all gonna be back and forth top side in favor of Thunder Talk. BLG picking up that one bot lane. I really thought that it was going to be a return kill right there. Hoya looked like he was just about going to be able to kill Knight, not able to in the end. So what does this mean? Because you end up getting the first kill for Wei, but the first kill for 1xN. Now, we were talking so much about these bot lanes. They've had quiet games so far. Not really the pop-off performances, the carry performances we're expecting from these bot lanes. But 1xN getting that first blood is going to be huge. The Ashe is in such a strong position. Has been kind of all year. That's just rude. That's just rude, Knight.
It's just rude.
What you doing?
Caught window shopping there. Yeah, as you were saying, being able to give 1xN any kind of presence on this Ashe is going to be a lot. The fact that he was tanking the turret and got the kill there, I mean, that's just insane. But all these leads, all this stuff, I mean, we're 8 minutes in, not that much to speak of going on in the game. We're literally 1-1. But TT need this. They need to be proactive because BLG will rip them apart on the map with the side lane pressure.
They really will, and it is this laning phase where ThunderTalk are in the strongest position that they're likely to be. They're good around the team fights as well, don't get me wrong, but it's in these individual lanes where you've got so much priority through your bot lane, where you're perfectly happy for Setab to just be sitting and farming, getting himself those kills. And Hoya, he hasn't really been into bin too much so far, but has been having a pretty good time of it already, you know? This is a great time for ThunderTalk.
Early game going better than last game. We'll take that.
They've got more kills
thank
already.
Goodness. Knight looking for a counterplay, though, towards this top side onto Hoya. Big Chuan right behind him. Bin going for the flash play, going for the counter-strike, throws the thumbs up. My man is gaming on him. Gets caught by the Nature's Grasp, maybe a little bit envious here. Oh, a chance miss earlier. Barely goes wide. Setab looking to follow up, though. Bin left out to his own devices and is taken down by none other than Setab.
And that's the sort of counter-engage that you can get off with this composition. ThunderTalk, they see the play starting, make it there. Hoya, once again, surviving for a really long time. He was only not able to get a kill bot lane because he had no friends around. This time, in comes the cavalry, and ThunderTalk, they stop the play from working out for BLG. They've already got way more kills in this one than they managed in the previous matchup, and this is exactly what we want to see out of ThunderTalk. Easier to execute kind of composition, and getting an early enough advantage.
And now they can use some of this presence, that first item for Setab with the Leandries already completed, to push into this grub setup. 30 seconds till then. That'll be 6 grubs for them. You know BLG does not want to give this up by the sheer amount of presence they're putting over this way.
And they just are putting everybody in this area, giving away all 6 to ThunderTalk. Would not be a good idea, but we've seen it previously where giving over all 6, it's not the end of the world in a lot of these matchups, but it just makes you falling behind that much worse because you lose towers so much quicker. 1xN stepping up in front of 3.
Hey, I like it. That's confidence right there. Gonna see as Bin stepping away from his fight in bot side, gonna back, has TP available. Hoya does also. We're getting ready with the pings going towards this grub setup. BLG are going to be the ones there. TP now coming back from Hoya. He didn't get a chance to back just yet. Ultimates are available.
The flank potentially right here for Setab.
Oh, that's bold. Oh, he gets caught. Cask out. And that might be the Wombo combo TT we're looking for. That counter-strike was massive, though. And BLG, they're streaming forward. Lilting Lullaby going to come through from Wei, but he is not singing sweet nothings to nobody here. 1xN trying to stutter step his way back through. Elk is tearing them apart, though. Setab falls, and here he goes. Open them up and close them down. And one more shot. Not going to be enough. And 1xN gets out by the skin of his teeth. BLG strike.
You highlighted it. The counter-strike was everything right there. Bin teleports into what is potentially a terrible situation, and you're also being flanked by Setab at the start of that fight. But it doesn't matter. The Lilting Lullaby is gorgeous as well. And it really is just about the time and space that you're able to buy up as Bin that makes that team fight feel so scattered for ThunderTalk. You spent a long time in that fight right here as 1xN auto-attacking, but it doesn't matter. Watch this counter-strike right here. Gets bopped into the backline. Doesn't matter. Takes no damage. Stuns onto multiple.
There's a traitor among us.
There are. And this fight, I was mainly watching Setab here, right? He's doing work in the backline. You know, good damage, but you're an early game Azir. You don't do that much damage at this point. If that happens later on, maybe it's a different story, but it's a flash from 1xN away from being a clean ace there.
We go back into live. TT No slouches. They got back up. They dusted themselves off. Now they're looking at a dragon. Tie that one up for themselves. It was those 3 grubs secured by BLG. Very, very even game for this game number 3. And I think the fact is the matter is we're seeing a lot of presence mid.
A lot of people stood around in this area, potentially looking for another pick right here, able to buy himself up quite a lot of space. But the fact is that the main carries for this BLG composition are the people who have gotten themselves the most kills. 3-0-2 right now for Wei. 203 for Elk. Both of them in great spots. And yeah, look at the damage in the last team fight.
Wow.
Wei, hang on.
They got a little catch out here. On is in a lot of trouble, but so is Wei. He's locked down. He gets bounced back, and look at him. He's going down.
Nice.
1xN guns him down with the bow. Knight trying to get some AoE damage. This is massive. Knight holding himself accountable. A double kill for 1xN. One more shot. It's not enough. And TT, they're trying to run down
can they not
Knight.
get him?
The deadly.
Wait.
No.
Oh!
We're auto attack. The Winter Spike got one back. Deadly Flourish goes wide, but the minions will finish the job. Elk, the only member standing in that fight, as Ben takes the task to Hoya.
I don't need any other teams to play. I just want to watch BLG Thunder talk forever. These games are so fun, but what a mess that team fight was. It's such a tiny thing, and hopefully we'll see a replay of it, but I'm just pretty sure that 1xN auto-attacks a ward once during that fight, and it's just one. But at this point in the game, you do a decent amount of damage with one auto-attack, and I think that was enough to make it so people were beginning to escape on really low HP. Let's watch, because 1xN starts this team fight really well, lands a great arrow, and is dealing a lot of damage onto key priority targets. Where is it? I swear it's right around here that there's an auto attack.
No, he did.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And if he doesn't do that,
On's dead.
On dies. On doesn't get that headbutt that repositions everybody around. They're able to pick up the kill onto Knight easier and potentially turn it around to grab a kill onto Elk. Genuinely, that single auto attack onto a ward messed up that team fight.
That's actually so insane. That is actually so insane. I mean, they always called League of Legends the domino effect, but literally you could see it play out in front of you right there. Incredible stuff.
Just one auto attack onto a ward, and all of those cascading.
And now there's a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil.
Yep.
There's a mountain collapsing somewhere else. I don't know. We get a little bit of top lane mountain collapsing though, as BLG trying to collapse onto Saytab. He does get his shifting sands out of that one. We have a Herald spawn in about 40 seconds. Another Ruinous out of comp, by the way, coming up as well. But that Herald, very important, at least for TT, to keep momentum going in this game. They are at a deficit now, Bloxer, but I think they want to try to keep their head in the game here.
Yeah, they may be at a small deficit, but it really doesn't feel like they're in a bad spot in this game. They can still find some big plays, especially now that you've got yourself a Leandries onto Saytab, second item under his belt, second item onto 1xN. You're going to be in a good spot to play out these team fights. And this is the thing. Every time we've seen TT win against BLG, it's been because they've found a huge team fight. They need to fight at every available opportunity. Yeah, like you said, Herald's going to be that next big one.
Okay, we'll see.
Or just
now.
randomly mid lane. Why
yeah,
not?
I mean, hey, we'll ram it up, I guess, for the end of the LTA that happened today. We'll just give them a little bit of a harken back to. The Rift Herald has already started up and already chunked by TT. BLG moving in. We do have TPs available for both top laners, so maybe they want to try to move over, but BLG looks like they're giving it up. Oh, no, On
Really?
just goes in for the flash play. Okay, baby, let's go. The cow's going ham, and it's a little bit of beef for dinner here. TT getting locked out. Look at Ben. You give him his signature Jax, and you're begging for him to go Giga Ben on your ass. As now Beitwan locked down, BLG are ripping him a new one.
Yeah, just about.
1xN?
Wait, 1xN?
Okay.
Okay, he doesn't get it. Oh, that would have been fun to get a kill back. 1xN, the only survivor of that bloodbath right there for BLG. I was not certain about On going in onto that one, but at this point in the game, even pre-having that locket, you're still so tanky with that Unbreakable Will, able to sit in the backline for so long, and it buys the space needed for Elk to be able to sit in the backline, use that ulti and just rain down hell and destruction on to ThunderTalk. I thought ThunderTalk were in a really good spot here, but the flash engage and just how long On is able to survive. He's just sat taking all of the auto attacks from 1xN, and that's not a priority target. It's only at this point where 1xN is actually able to hit somebody he really needs to. Now, what happened between 1xN and NiP? Because this is what we didn't see.
They just going at it.
Oh
Apparently,
my
1xN
lord.
is just doing massive damage. That flash
That's
was
a
crazy.
one-item Ashe.
Yeah.
Damn. Because once you got that second item under your belt, that fight goes a little bit differently in the individuals, but that's now another fight lost for BLG. They do just about on the backside end up picking themselves up the Herald. They can use that mid.
Ben, he's...
Full
Oh
man.
no, not again! TT, they got
he's...
traitors among them, but Ben is the one that needs to get out of there, as you have 5 members of TT that show up. Thankfully, they are able to get the TP from Satab to join the fray. He does have that Sun Disc, so he'll put it up in the mid lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto... Oh, he's a slick cow. Look at him. He gave him the Ramus thumbs up, too.
Got them fancy feet right there. Just about going to be able to get away from that one. Not quite sure that the follow-up would have fully been there originally. But the fact that Bin is able to jump in and amongst 4 members, land that multi-man stun, and then get away from that play with really no help from the rest of his team is not a good sign for the rest of this game.
We think about that game 1 and how dominant it was for TT. Then the dominance that BLG replaced that thought process with going into game number 2, and now a very even outing from both these two teams. Feel like everything's getting a little bit right in the world, but if you're talking about right in the world, you're talking about one person on BLG, it's the fact that Elk is 6-0-7, working on 3 items on the Jhin, a guy that needs to put down the up-and-comer of 1xN.
Currently looking to have 2 deathless games back-to-back, and really hasn't had too much threat in the last 2 games either. Has been sat pretty in the backline for the majority of this game. Obviously, having that rapid-fire cannon is going to help even further. You don't need to get anywhere near these team fights. The only thing that BLG need to really unlock Elk in these team fights is to be able to get that shield out from Feather at the beginning, and then it gets a lot easier for him to play these ones from miles away. I've got Drake spawning. Actually, I was going to say soon, but we really don't. We're just sort of stood around in this bot lane.
Ruinous had a con. Do we want to go for it?
Please no. Do not go for this.
Did they watch
early
the Azael video? That's the big question. Probably not.
sure
I'm
they
going to
did.
say absolutely
No,
not.
I'm
But
sure
it'd be
they
really
did.
funny. I think, though, with a little bit of the setup right now, TT are looking to press a couple buttons, see where they can crack the armor of BLG, using some of that utility they have. I think with this composition, they're perfectly fine with where they're at right now, though. They get hit by the lilting lullaby, double counter-strike, and now BLG throw their own bouncy castle back at TT. Nice out there. Look at him fly. He's zooming. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will lock him down, and he will finally fall slowly but surely. But BLG, they've rounded the corner, and they've rounded TT up just like the cattle they are, as now Wei is looking for the combo here to slow them down and maybe find a deadly flare from Elk. Luckily, that sapling will slow them down for TT, and they will just walk away with 3 dead members.
And that's just another snap engage right here out of BLG. Hey, we were excited to potentially see some flashy Camille play out of Bin, but no. It is the Jax that is just looking gorgeous in this team fight. They finally do manage to get a kill back to TT. Knight does die on the backside of that fight, but it really doesn't matter. You once again establish yourself so much control across this map. Vetron, we can see him here, just kind of picking up the scraps in his jungle. I don't know what ThunderTalk could do to fully turn this one around. Obviously, what they have to get as the outcome is obvious. Kill Elk. Get into the backline and kill Elk. But surviving the engage and the tankiness and the survivability of Bin and Wei is so tricky that how do you even get there?
I mean, I'm going to... God, the start of the double swirl seed into the lilting lullaby was a hell of a start. But Bin coming in here, I mean, I need somebody to go ahead and go make me a graphic in their Photoshop that's like one of those like Jurassic Park's enter at your own risk signs, and it's just Jax Bin standing behind it, because you give this guy his pick, he will put you in the trash.
And this game has been one of the best I've seen in a while. He is completely dismantling, even though he's got no kills right now. This isn't the sort of solo kill
Hero
bin.
Jax moment, you know?
Yeah, he's just playing for the team right now, buying the space needed, and that's what you want from this composition. Lilia, Ryze, Jhin, that's your damage in this game. As the Jax, you just need to get them in a good position to be able to do that. Now we've got 30 seconds or so until the next Drake gonna spawn. Like I said, Atakan also available. It is Ruinous, so less priority onto this one. It's not going to give you quite the same level of buffs. It'll be interesting to see where these teams go. There is so much vision set up right now for BLG around this bottom side of the map, and almost none for Thunder Talk.
The night is dark and full of terrors, some may say, and TT, you're definitely saying that right now. Look at Hoya, he's got an angle. Maybe it's it. Maybe it's the time. Maybe it's Elk they find. Oh, he goes for the flash play. Enchanted Crystalero connected as well, but they're split focus. Way is the target right now, but he gets the lilting lullaby out at the last second.
What?
That might have been a 9-man sleep. He's alone. He's alive, and it's deadly as they are falling one by one. BLG are losing members, and they might have gotten the turnaround now. Knight and Bin, the ones that got the picks, the ones that have the moment, and there's the counter strike. Bin, he wants it. Leap strike in, and it might be a double kill for what X said, but he is down for the count, and now Elk has surrounded Satab and taken him a new one.
Oh, it's much closer as a team fight right here. BLG, they don't get away with that one cleanly, but that was another full engage out of Thunder Talk that doesn't end up with a team fight win for them. They still don't manage to kill Elk. 700 gold, the shutdown currently, and that was Thunder Talk throwing everything at the wall.
And it's so funny, we literally talked about how Elk was the guy in game 3 and 4 in their last series to just up the ante. And here he is doing it on the Jhin in a pivotal game.
The cleanse, the flash, Elk has all of his key tools still available to him. He's able to get away, actually misses quite a lot of these shots. Doesn't end up mattering too much in the end. And this, at this point, I'm like, right, this is a one team fight for Thunder Talk, surely. But they get potentially a little bit too aggressive trying to jump in onto Bin and onto Knight and get taken out. They've got themselves that fake tower above them. You can see above where Setab is right here, that they could potentially have fallen back to, maybe lived having at least a little bit of a win. I can get Setab's decision here. If you can get the kill onto Elk, it's 700 gold worth of shutdown. He doesn't get it though. It's so close. So you can see the crowd going wild for that one.
Hey, they went ahead and started up the Atacon. BLG, they're moving in. I love that TT just don't stop swinging. It might be a swing and a miss, but it's swinging nonetheless. Elk picks out Hoya. No more big booty slam coming through for them, and they got to be a little careful. Beituan knocking on away, but now he's caught by himself. Realm Warp coming through. BLG is surrounding TT, and they might be screaming to the heavens, but it's mercy, mercy, please. As Elk goes for a fourth shot, and the tree is done. BLG are just dominating now.
I like the Thunder Talk try to get aggressive, but never around Atakan, please. It doesn't work out. The majority of the damage done to Beituan in that fight is done by the Atakan. You lose out onto that objective. You're going to lose out onto the Baron as well. And BLG, if they weren't in a commanding position before that team fight, certainly are now.
TT gonna pick up the scraps. That is their journey on Summoner's Rift right now. As they take a side lane turret, that Baron will go over. The Atacon will go over. The Ruinous with all those buffs to the passive.
He face checks
at least coming through.
Knight.
Yeah.
Never mind, he face checks Knight and gets chunked at that point, and then Elk with the snipes. It's just so nice. Lands one, Feather doesn't manage to knock the second one. He has the shield up as well. Like, I was so confused by the pickup of Jhin into Brom, but yeah, it just doesn't work out for them, even though the Realm Walk gets
1xN just gets womboed.
It does. At this point in the team fight, you've already lost it. Even if you've still got some relatively high health members, it's already over because you've got Bin in the backline, jumping in, stopping anybody from being able to do any real damage. Now, Thunder Talk, they're getting pushed further and further back into their base. If they want to win this game, they have to get the shutdowns right now. There's one top side, and more importantly, there's one on this Deathless Jhin.
Dude, I'm just flabbergasted. Honestly, are the words I'm going to choose for Elk right now. Like, this guy when he chooses to, he just all of a sudden rises to the occasion. This is 2 games in a row of his just dismantling of TT. And it's on a Jhin. It's on a pick where they were pressured in lane. And this guy, I mean, he is literally the husband of the LPL. People love him. People laud him. But it's the combo, the duo of Elk and On that have been so prevalent in the hearts and names of the LPL of recent history. And here they are yet again putting on a show.
On has had a brilliant game. This Alistar really did tie the rest of the BLG composition together. You can see in a lot of these team fights been stepping up, finding that initial engage, stopping people from being able to just sit and hit 1xn setup. They haven't been able to play their games, all because of On.
Oh, Beichuan going for the play. They get the Glacial Fissure across too. Beichuan just dies. He maybe saw him. No!
Bin in the back line.
Finds the back line. Multi-man Counter-Strike. There ain't nothing left for TT here. They need to go on and get, because BLG are come to town and they've come to play. Sion might go silent for TT, but they will be raucous for BLG as the comeback is real and they're looking to go to match point here.
Yeah, that's gonna be game right here. Nothing that Thunder Talk can do. All in the fountain. And BLG, it wasn't as clean as the previous game for all but Elk, but it was still dominant pretty much from the top of this game till the end. And this is the BLG people have come to know and love.
BLG are standing on business. The only thing they have that's in their sights to accomplish here in Sion is to come away with the championship, to come away with that Silver Dragon Cup and go be the representative at first stand for the LPL. That game 1 gave us a little bit of a shocking, but these last 2 games, it has been clinical by BLG, and this is the team that people expect to make this lower bracket run all the way to that championship.
Yeah, this should be a minor speed bump in the road to victory for BLG. Thunder Talk, they really showed up in that game 1, but the last 2 games, they just haven't quite been able to get the footholds going. I like the composition out of Thunder Talk a lot more, but BLG, and specifically Bin and On, played incredible games that were not particularly flashy overall. Although Bin was getting into the backline, jumping in, it was pretty fun. He wasn't really getting a lot of kills, he was just setting up for the team so well. You can't play a Deathless Jhin game without a lot of support from your team, and everybody was pitching in.
Yeah, everybody. And it's so funny. We talk about this team all night. We're like, who's stepping up? Multiple times now. We've had multiple members step up on this superstar team. So when you have moments like that, you got to feel good as a BLG fan that you're getting a little bit of the taste of what should be coming here for them. Now on TT's side of things, draft looking better. Some of the decisions in those tight, stressful moments, you have to start thinking about, does the veterancy really affect this series? There's a lot of stress coming into the final game. I mean, you only have your life left here, and now only 1 game potentially left, and TT not able to deal with the moment.
Yeah, I hope that, as we've been saying, the lack of pressure on this team from external sources can let them play free, but at the same time, this does mean a lot. You want to do more. As much as Thunder Talk can be proud, even if they lose the next game, they don't want that. They want Silver Scrapes. They want to win up against BLG. Eliminating these titans of the LPL would be so exciting for them. And hey, we're getting into the depths of Best of 5 Fearless. You know, there's not a whole lot of that top tier of champions left available, and there are some of the really interesting ones. We were talking about it previously. What about things like this Callista? They have still been sat on the ban table so far.
Yone, maybe it gets through.
Hey, yeah, maybe you had decided you don't need that one. I'm expecting Thunder Talk once again to be on blue. They haven't actually won on blue today, which is interesting. They had previously only won on blue side, so maybe they've shattered that curse, but still, I want more from Thunder Talk. I really do. I want to see a 5th game of this matchup because it's so fun.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite matchups we've had. I mean, the fact that we get to see this matchup again from that group stage, it writes the story itself, but the fact that it's delivered in a lot of ways both times, and those expectation setting that we talked about beforehand for TT going into the split, and the fact that they were first seed coming out of the group is such a cool story in its own right, and I just want to see more games from these 2 teams. As we take a look at the stats from that last game, there was a lot of helping hands, but hey, Elk comes away with 28,000 damage on the Jhin.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that Elk is going to be our game MVP for that one. I mean, 2 games in a row,
Give him the flower.
0 deaths. Yeah, that was an incredible performance. Did just so much damage. Oh my lord.
I can't believe he's been unkilled through 2 games. Like, both of these ADCs, when moments matter the most, they rise to the occasion. Unfortunately, only one of them can do so at the same time in this series since they're playing up against each other. But it's really nice to see some of the resources given and then executed on, especially from the side of Elk, who was a big focus in a lot of these team fights and somehow managed to slip away.
It wasn't like Elk was being ignored. I felt like in the previous game, overall, other than that one attempted dive around the mid lane, Elk was having a pretty chill game, was able to do his damage without getting too much threat. Not the same in this one. Clearly ThunderTalk learned from their mistake and were throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, but it just didn't matter because of the support that he was getting from Bin, from On, from like everybody was pitching in to keep this Jhin alive, and he was paying it back with all of the damage that we got to see. A lot of those ulti shots landing multiple times. It was a really nice game from him overall. You can see it here. It feels like in the majority of these team fights, ThunderTalk are so close to making it work.
Yeah.
We said the single auto attack onto
I
a
know,
ward,
man.
genuinely changing the outcome of a game. It might actually be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
It was so close, man. It was absolutely so close. And I think it goes back to saying kind of some of the lackluster moments we've seen from TT where they falter. I think they're fixable. I think it's trying to find ways to execute in between those moments, because we're just seeing, like, if I ever see Bin and Knight get a Ryze Jax combo again, I might just chalk that up as a win for them. And this combo is so deadly when these guys are thinking about the flanks, their angles, and how they approach fights. It's always impressive.
Yeah, it really was. There were a ton of times where nobody was approaching the team fight from the same angle as BLG, but they were making it work. They were finding those angles, like I said, those flanks that were so impressive, and really making it so that ThunderTalk were surrounded at all times. They could never play their composition front to back in the kind of way you want to. Anytime you've got an Ashe Braum, you want the Braum at the front, the Ashe at the back, and you just want to deal your damage. You don't want to play in an exciting way. Look at this one. Bin is coming around from the complete backside of this team fight, and that's what ends the game overall. BLG are an incredibly impressive team. They're going to be annoyed to have lost even that single game to ThunderTalk.
I didn't see this. Oh my god, he actually got away with murder right there.
If he'd have lost the Deathless to the tower...
I cannot believe.
To the tower?
They just, I can't believe the tower inted TT. Like, that's all I'm saying. You can't kill him right there, tower. Come on,
Come
man.
on. Yeah, what are you doing right there? Honestly.
Tower gets MVP. No. I think in all actuality, though, it's hard to give an MVP in this one. I think there was a lot of factors. If you're just looking on paper, look at shiny numbers, it's obviously Elk. But I think there's a lot of undercurrents to this win that bolster my confidence in BLG in a lot of ways.
Yes. The previous game was the sort of smackdown that it's hard to take a real narrative away from. They won so handedly that what were you meant to do about it? This game, this was the kind of win where they actually had some fight put up against them. We saw in the goal graph, there was a little bit where there was a bit of a lead for ThunderTalk. The early game wasn't 100% in the favor of BLG, but they were able to find those angles in those fights, play through their star carries, and find the ways to make these team fights work for them in a way that, like you said, very impressive, gives you a lot of hope for going on.
Yeah, I think BLG fans are going to be perfectly happy. TT fans maybe left a little bit wanting. Of course, numbers big equal big performance. Bam, there you go. 87% KP. A master class of a Jhin performance if I've ever seen one. 13, 0, and 14. But the biggest thing, this guy has been unkilled for 2 games in a row. And in a pivotal best of 5 in the LPL, nonetheless, to go unkilled across 2 games is unheard of in a lot of cases. And the fact that Elk is doing it right here.
It makes analysis for game number 4 pretty easy. Hey, ThunderTalk, what should the goal be going in, right? Let's get a kill on to this guy. The lane swaps have been making this a lot harder, I think, for ThunderTalk, because you can't just play your very strong 2v2 lane out as you would usually. Everybody's all across the map. I think they need to index more into being very aggressive in the bottom lane, or a long range hyper carry that you can just stuff in the bot lane and go play around somewhere else. This sort of strong in its 2v2, but without actually trying to play around it, doesn't seem to be one that's working for Thunder Talk. You either have to commit to it or ignore the bot lane.
Yeah, but that's just so difficult because I feel like TT on paper their bot lane is one of their biggest chances of upsetting BLG,
agreed.
and we just haven't been able to see that kind of pop up more. That 10-0 and 8 Kaisa performance that 1XM was able to put in that game 5 of that group stage bout between these two teams. We'll see if history is on the side of BLG or TT. Does a miracle run come to an end, and does BLG reassert their dominance here and continue their run on the lower bracket? We'll be back for game number 4 and see if we can go to Silver Scrapes right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English unofficial coverage of everything LPL in English. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer, and we're on the verge of a game number 4 that maybe looks a little bit more like what was expected coming into the series. BLG on match point after a dominating 2-game streak in this Fearless Best of 5. Now TT backs against the wall, see what they can do with a game 4, and if they can get back into it for a silver scrapes.
Yeah, this is the losers bracket, of course, so the team that loses here is done. They're out. They're split number 1, finishes right now. No hopes of going to an international, no more games left to play. Yeah. It's a very short split overall. Nobody wants it to end right here. We were talking at the top of the show a little bit about how if you do win this one, there's a heck of a lot of best of 5s ahead of you still to play. But for right now, looking at this one specifically, match point right here. This is a place in which BLG are very comfortable, and they've looked great in their last 2 games. Thunder Talk, they need to channel the energy of that game 1.
It's so crazy to me because if I'm using some mental math, which you should never do on broadcast anyways, TL played the most games. I think it was like 21-22 of LTA. If BLG make the run, if we could bring up the bracket actually here, if BLG make the run, I think they would play more games in just the playoffs than the representative for first stand for LTA plays in total. That would be insane, but it also shows what's at stake here for BLG. I mean, they have to continue winning. They have to make the run all the way through. And if you're wondering, wait, why did BLG start in the bottom series? Well, it's because TT gave them a smackdown in the deciding game of their final group stage series and won a game 5 to be the first seed from that group. Unfortunately, they did fall to JDG, and that's where we stand now.
It was a real Titans group, Thunder Talk and BLG, but then you also had EDG just sat in there as well. Why not have some extra massive names in that group? But they come out on top. Thunder Talk. It takes 5 games though, and
yeah,
hey, does it happen again? Do we get silver scrapes? It was a little bit different of a composition of a series previously though. It was 2 wins for Thunder Talk. They take BLG to match point, and then BLG, they're not going down without a fight. Managed to pick themselves up 2 more victories, take it to the game 5. And the game 5, it wasn't a straight up smackdown for Thunder Talk. Yeah. It was a pretty back and forth game that eventually they get the upper hand on. Their team fight orientated style comes out on top. And here we are. Can you replicate it though? Because when I look at the victory that Thunder Talk got in game 1, I hated the PLG draft in that game. I think both of us were not the biggest fans of it. There was a real lack of non-committal engage, or, well, maybe just engage in general, and it was really obvious to see as the game went on. Do BLG mess up another draft? Did Thunder Talk need BLG to mess up another draft?
I feel like the answer, if you're gonna win the LPL, the answer has to be that you can just beat them straight up with the draft.
Do it, yeah.
I think it's so difficult to say that, especially, I mean, the track record of these teams. TT has been building themselves up over years. BLG been here for years now at this point, and I think it's trying to figure out a way to dismantle this would-be super team, and BLG and TT haven't been able to find those answers just yet. We're going into a game 4 Fearless. That means a lot of champions off the table that have already been played, especially looking at top lane. I'm wondering what we're going to start getting for this legendary matchup between Hoya and Bin. But man, I need to see 1XN come back from the grave in this series and have one of those signature pop-off moments that have made TT get to this point already.
Yeah, where's the Jinx? Where's the Twitch? Those were the big champions last time that these guys ended up playing. We've not seen a lot of the really exciting ADCs so far. I mean, maybe you have a different opinion of exciting, but the Varus, the Ezreal...
Jin's not exciting you? What the hell?
I'm sorry.
Freaking out.
He's alright. He's fun enough. Hey, it was a very impressive and very fun
when you get 13 kills or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, when you pop off, it's interesting. Now, I want to see some early aggression or some just late game pentakill levels of team fighting through. And I also, if we want to go to a game 5, need to see Bechuan pop off again. He had a great game number 1 on the Vi, but Vi is the best jungler we've got overall at the moment. Can you do it on a different jungler? So far, it hasn't really seemed like the answer's been yes in any sort of way. The Maokai, the Jhin, they didn't have that level of pop-off either. Yeah. What can he pull out? We're getting deep into these champion pools.
Yeah, I mean, all the champion pools are starting to get whittled down. You see those champions at the bottom of the screen. Those are the bans that are going into this because of the Fearless system. We look into those bans, though, in the current game. TT on the blue side going to ban away the Elise and that Corki, while BLG on the other side, it's that signature Skarner ban, but the Nidalee also going to join the table. Silas banned by TT. They do not want to deal with that. I expect Yone, maybe?
Kalista or Yone. Yeah, Kalista or Yone is surely... Unless you leave those open and decide to take them for yourself, it's got to be one of those, but you can't remove both of them, and both would be very strong at the moment. That being said, do Thunder Talk really want to pick themselves up Kalista blind first pick? It's a little bit of a risk. There are still things you can try to pick up into it right here. Hoppy, okay. Yone first pick.
This is why I love the current meta, because half the time when you get out of the ban, you're like, waiting to see what horror thing is going to drop in the draft. Like, what's going to make it through? There's so many choices.
Yeah, I mean, I've been loving the Fearless as well so far, especially once you get into the depths of these series. It's been banned so much, and clearly BLG are worried about Setab on it right here. Setab hasn't really had that level of pop-off performance that we were really hoping to see from him throughout this series. He's been good in their win, but otherwise...
It's a trap.
Nothing too much. Wow. Immediately, the response is going to be the Rumble and the Sejuani here.
I mean, it has to be expected. Like, if you're going to let a champion through like Yone, who I deem as a free win condition at this point, because we've seen Yone's get nothing for a quarter of the game, all of a sudden get a couple items, they win the game.
Yeah.
So you have to have an answer. The Rumble, the Sejuani, a great start to the combo, but I want to see more. We do get a little bit more aggression in that 2v2 bot lane, though, with the Caitlyn for 1xN. I like this a lot.
Caitlyn and the Karma. Now, this is our bot lane again that I feel like BLG, they're going to want to swap their way out of. It's kind of miserable to play into these champions. The level of poke you can get is just insane, but it does also mean that BLG now, they've got free reign to pick themselves up a little bit of a counter in the bot lane if they want it. If you want to go super aggressive, you potentially can. I was going to say, there are things like the Draven and potentially the Lucian available to you here. Now, that is, again, throwing the gauntlet down. It could be. It could be.
I feel like Lucian would hurt so bad to play in that bot lane 2v2 is all I'm saying. We could play with that flexibility, but still some options available there.
Yeah, definitely. And keeping your options open right now is big. I mean, other than the Sejuani, you can move these champions around pretty freely overall. I mean, I've seen the Rumble in the support role recently. You know, anything can happen at this point. Thunder Talk, though, what do they want to take off of the board? Because right now they've got themselves a ton of poke, and like you said, the kind of free win condition that Yone can be, but they're very squishy. We've said this a couple times throughout these series. Without the level of tankiness to face check into brushes to get you that setup around these objectives, it can be pretty hard to play them out. And taking the Nautilus off the board themselves, interesting choice.
Yeah. Just take away that option of multi-chaining CC that BLG are obviously looking for here. I still think there's some options to ban down in that top lane matchup. TT still having yet to get that for Hoya, so I expect that to potentially be the focus for BLG. It is going to be the Scion, so okay, hey, he said they were going to do some research. He said they were going to watch some games. There you go. They did it. Let's go, BLG.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, man.
If you don't know what we're talking about, BLG needed to watch Hoya's game. You need to respect his game.
I mean, hey, to be fair, Bin has had a great performance in the last 2 games. Pretty quiet in game 1, popped off in the next 2. Really nice Jax game. So if it is going to be a Rumble game for him right here, another support taken off the board on getting a lot of respect in this situation. So what do you take right here? Do you grab yourself a support to put alongside potentially the Lucian, or are you going to show that no, this isn't actually going to be a Lucian in the bot lane right now at all?
I'm letting Knight cook for this one. I'm here for it. I'm here for mostly I'm here for it because I want to see us go to game 5. The Kalista is going to be that dual-pronged, double marksman composition for BLG, something they did very well last year when it was the bread and butter.
Oh yeah, and this is the sort of game where you look at it and go, Frozen Heart feeling mighty fine at this point if we can afford the spare cash. Why do you respond into this, right? Because Kalista isn't really going to want to play into this bot lane particularly. This is going to be a good lane still for the Caitlyn Karma. You can poke it out relatively easily. And so, depending on what the support is, do you really want to sit in this lane potentially at all? It's going to be the Wukong picked up right here for Bertrand. I think one of the better junglers that he's played so far.
I also love giving the guy comfort. I mean, it's his second most played it has a ton of setup CC for the Caitlyn and the Yone. If you get even more of that here from Hoya, would be awesome to see for them. And they're very team fight focused with this one, with that cannon locked in. We'll see what the answer is going to be. We'll see what the support setup is going to be for BLG and On.
Hey, if you're going to go out right here as Thunder Talk, you better go out swinging. And that is the kind of team comp that they've got for themselves. Expecting a support right here. This would actually change the dynamic of this bot lane massively if you end up in this 2v2. And it is going to be the Pantheon support locked in right here. All of a sudden, you actually can play this bot lane. You have to sit quite far back to not get poked out constantly, but you've got a situation where you can jump forwards with a lot of aggression and potentially get some 2v2 kills.
The fact that we get a game where we were asking for more fireworks bot lane, more focus down there, and this is what we get. We get 2 lane killing setups from both sides of things. This new age bot lane molded from JDG's LDL squad in 1xN and Feather, going against, I would say, the heartthrobs, the what everybody looks to for consistency, and Elk and On for BLG, who've come up through their system over the last couple of years. I'm ready to watch this 2v2 unfold.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. Can the new kids on the block really take on over? Hey, if this is the game you do it in, it's a legendary one at that. BLG, so much to play for. Moving on, next opponent. They've constantly got to be looking forwards, but they can't overlook Thunder Talk in front of them right now.
They cannot. This team that has been born again, I guess, and born alive here in this new format that we have in the LPL, claiming first in their group. Nobody knew or nobody thought they would make it that way. They made it. They do lose in that first round, but now they're facing up against their old rivals in BLG, a classic rematch that TT is trying to recreate here. BLG have dominated 2 games in a row. TT on the back foot. It's a game number 4. It's do or die for the Thunder Talk dream, and BLG are alive and well.
Let's see, do we get Silver Scrapes? Do we get another game number 5? Last time around Thunder Talk, they were able to come out on top. We're actually going to get all 5 of Thunder Talk down in this bottom side of the map right now. Elk on, they're going to spot out at least Hoya, but they don't know necessarily that he's got friends in the area.
Friends? I like friends. See if they actually want to find any more friends. Might be spotted out here. There is a word there.
Yeah, if they step up too far, they get spotted and this play fizzles out.
This is the most intense moment this entire series. You could cut the tension like a butter knife with a butter knife. No, I don't think.
No. I think we're all gonna recall, to be honest. But I'll be interested to see who recalls out. Do we get another swap? They staying?
They're staying, dude. I mean, this is some trickster stuff. Like, hey, you know, somebody might walk through. Okay, they decide to back.
Now they finally decide not to. Now, yeah, you've moved really late at this point, right? Like,
oh wait, actually get caught.
Unbelievably late.
Oh, no!
Oh no!
Oh no! 1xN! It can't happen like this! You were the chosen one! Maybe they actually turned it around. They got Knight coming. Flash is coming through. Is Elk the one to fall? The fact that both ADCs are getting so low. Oh my god!
No way!
1xN doesn't get it. It's taken by On. First blood, second blood. BLG! They're coming alive with game number 4. And Knight's looking for more. A double kill early on for the golden left hand of BLG. Satab can't even get it. It's a triple kill.
No. Oh no. Thunder Talk. They needed some trickery perhaps to get a win versus BLG, but that's not gonna be the opening to a match point elimination game that they wanted right here. Oh, the second they walk into this bush, it should be over already. 1xN just about manages to live long enough to flash over this wall, and there's a chance, right? Bertrand has the level 2, but
I'm just going to say 1xN is so unfortunate he does not get the kill here. The fact that Elk survives because he got that, like, it is actually insane. How is this 2 times in a row
2
that
times in a row?
1xN is literally 1 shot away from making the biggest play?
Yep. I was literally just about to say that. We saw it in the previous game where he accidentally auto-attacks a ward and causes a cascade of bad things to happen. And the fact that it's a triple kill that goes over, you can see the emotion from everybody.
Coach is like, hell yeah.
Let's go.
That's it.
I love it when my opponents walk into me and die setups.
Oh no, again,
Oh,
Knight.
no.
He's got a vice grip with his golden left hand on this series, and he's got Satab in a chokehold.
Yes, this feels like the BLG game we were expecting. We're also going to see fighting in the bot lane on. Very aggressive right here. He doesn't need to back up in a lot of these situations. Can just keep pressing the advantage here. But I mean, how much does it really matter right now? Thunder Talk, you need tons of kills bot lane, tons of kills top lane to stop the fact that, yeah, that mid lane is looking rough. Knight is in such a good spot.
And finally, I mean, the Galio game, cool, good, awesome. Knight is taking this series in his hand just like he did so many times before in 2024 in their back-to-back championship. This guy is the GOAT of mid lane right now. One more championship, he will be defined as the GOAT of the LPL. And the fact that in a game 4, he is the one pulling them up with a 4-0 start on Lucian, that's what you love to see.
Yeah, this is the start of dreams right here for BLG. Now let's see what they can do to transition this into increasing the lead, keeping themselves ahead right here. I mean, you've got the Drake bottom side, a lot of aggression right here from BLG around this lane. Way potentially looking for a gank, I think spotted out, so unlikely to be able to actually get the kill. But still, with Drake spawning in a couple of seconds time and both of the junglers in the area, we could see a scrap at this point. I just wonder how much Thunder Talk would want to scrap anywhere near where Knight is, because if he can roam down, especially if he can roam down first, which it looks like he's going to be able to, constantly pushing Satab in, then these team fights are almost automatically won.
This might be the physical definition of aura. You just don't want to walk around. Like, I don't know. You just don't. If you see him on your screen, you walk away.
Walk away.
And the thing is you can't really do that in this state of what League of Legends is now. There are so many objectives. There are so many scaling factors, so many things that you need to be scooping up. And those objectives, they're coming up.
Yeah, once those objectives start, once that first 6-minute reprieve goes, it just continues on, constantly needing to fight. And the Lucian, we weren't certain about it if it was going to be in the bot lane. It would have had a pretty tough time versus the long poke that you get out of Thunder Talk's bot lane. But in the mid lane, it's so free to constantly be pushing in Satab. You're in a range versus melee matchup, sure, the Yone can get pretty aggressive, but you're not really too worried about it, and you can roam to these objectives so easily.
It makes it easy. And TT, they'll buy their time. They'll look to try to get something later down the line. They'll look to try to contest that next spawn of grubs. They won't even try to get a cross-map play here because they weren't in position for that dragon setup. And it's just trying to figure out what works for them. It would be so sad for TT to go out like this with all the joy, all the awesome stories and moments we've seen from this team so far in this split, for that miracle run to come to an end. But BLG are looking like an unstoppable nightmare here, and they are looking to continue to make plays. I mean, they even have On going towards topside right now.
Yeah, they are just moving people around, looking for as many different places to exert pressure on this map as possible, especially with the Pantheon. You do so much damage at base early on that your addition to any of these ganks is so much. You know, Leona gets into a gank, she gives a lot of CC, but you're not exactly dealing massive damage. Very different for the Pantheon right here. Of course, with this bot lane up in the top side, it should unlock this Drake to be pretty open, pretty free for Thunder Talk. Right now, they're looking for the dive.
Okay, they got Ben caught out under turret. And he's going to be able to get tanked down, so he goes down. Beichuan takes the kill, and that's a big reprieve for TT.
And giving it over to Beichuan, I wonder if potentially you want it to go onto 1xN, get this Caitlyn ahead. At the same time, your Wukong is so much of the engage potential of your composition. You really need it to work in tandem with the top and mid lane. So I don't mind him picking up the kill. And now Thunder Talk, as we were saying, have full control around this Drake Pier. Can potentially just start that one up. Right now, though, they're looking to just loot away whatever they can, as they don't end up picking up this Drake for at least a little while.
We're seeing BLG try to get that cross-map play going through here. Try to get as many plates going. TT gonna do just the same. TT looked to take some enemy jungle camps instead of going for that early dragon there. And honestly, Caitlyn does pretty good. Yep, exactly.
And they're much quicker at it. I think they can.
It is a king. Oh.
Get them. I really don't know. Who, you should.
It's coming down the neck. Okay, well, I think it's BLG win that 100%.
Yeah, it should be BLG who are able to pick this one up, and that's going to be the feats immediately going over to them. Yeah, that's going to be a big victory right here. It's just easier to grab these early plates off of the top lane when you're in a much stronger position overall.
Luxor. I'm disgusted. Knight got his Kraken Slayer at like 8 minutes and 20 seconds or something along those lines. That might be the earliest Kraken Slayer I've ever seen.
It's definitely one of them. I mean, that's an insane number to get that full item, and that's a huge part of what you're trying to do as the Lucian. The Lucian really pops off at about 2 items, but the Kraken Slayer is a big part of that. It's going to help him weave through these team fights a little bit easier as well, and yeah, Knight is just dealing horrific amounts of damage. Interestingly enough, the Drake doesn't actually go down. Lots of vision has been set up around the area for Thundertalk, but they've not decided to take this one yet. I
see it there on the gold. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised. 1xN is like 600 gold behind Knight. Like that's impressive. For 4 kills to go over early tonight, to still be that close to him as 1xN. I like that for TT just because Caitlyn can do wonders into a Lucian with the max amount of range that she does have. Now, when we're looking at this game setup, we have 40 seconds for grubs. There's a TP, double TP, one from each team coming on bot side, as you'll have the joining of Saytab and Bin. Oh, Saytab, he needs to find an exit strategy. He hits the fate seal, but it might be his own fate, and he's going to toss over another kill tonight potentially here. Oh, he can't get the piercing light, but maybe, just maybe, the harpoon. No, it's the flamethrower that he whips out and takes Saytab's life. And that's going to be a kill around this Drake, so PLG, they can turn this one into bot lane pressure, they can turn this one into a Drake, kind of whatever they choose. Wei isn't in the area yet, was too busy farming Camp's top lane to really want to get involved in that play, but that's Thundertalk getting overly aggressive. Still, BLG, they do use 2 teleports to make that play, so they are going to be down in terms of map movements. Hoya still has his. Dragon handily going over to BLG. So they'll keep stacking up those neutral objectives. Map dominance is the name of the game with this team. And we'll take that early Cloud Dragon, so that'll be nice for them. Grubs will be the focus for TT. So that's another thing that we need to talk about for TT is that they will not give up on a game. We saw it in this series already. They will just full commit as a team, even if things don't work out. And that's honestly a breath of fresh air in the LPL that I love to see. It does mean, though, they're going to sacrifice a lot here. Yeah, they are more than willing to fight you at every corner. Hoya teleporting in under the tower. Wait, what? He's a little bit low. Did get a nice 90 caliber net to get him away from that fight. And On doesn't have level 6 yet. Ace in the hole going to be tanked up by On. We'll just throw away the Bard emotes. So, you know, a little throwback to On. But we did see the Grubs at least go over to TT. So they will split those 3-3, but more plates tonight. Yeah, and this is the thing. Knight has just been accelerating ahead more and more and more. You talked about the gap between Knight and 1xN, and that is important. But in the actual mid lane matchup itself, Saytab is down by 2k. It's just not in a good position at all. But, as you highlighted, and were absolutely correct to do so, it is a Yone. And there are moments where Yones finally do nothing, 3 items, pop off, find that team fight where you get that fate sealed that really does just destroy the opponents, can crush them down all in one go. Now we're a while away from that. You're going to have to hang on to this game for a long time for Thundertalk to be able to get there, but it is something you can look towards at least. It absolutely is, and I think that's definitely something they want to look forward to. I mean, there's a reason why they either fell for the trap or just wanted to get this one for themselves on that blue side, but got a long time coming for that, and until then, you're at the whims of BLG, one of the super teams in the LPL, finally showing a little bit of what was expected of them. A little bit of setup in mid lane now, though, as 1xN is still trying to farm up. His farm game has been nutty. I mean, he's almost at 10 CS a minute. Yeah, he's just absorbing everything he can. Trying to take some turret plates as well, so is in a good spot overall. The Young Tail's arrows
completed. And so once we get into these actual team fights, it's going to be interesting to see, because despite the fact we're 30 minutes into the game, we've often seen team fights by this point in games, we actually haven't in this one. Where will that
We've
first
just seen
big
Knight
team-
killing everybody.
Yeah, basically. I mean, maybe there would have been team fights if Knight hadn't have assassinated everybody before we even got to them, but it is a team fight composition out of Thunder Talk. We haven't yet got to see Hoya get into the backline, pop that Slicey Maelstrom, see what he can do there.
We need to see the combo from TT. They drafted it for a reason. They have a lot of team fighting potential. Just not getting picked off is the biggest factor here. They're losing a lot of damage on their tier 2 bot lane there from the Siege of BLG. I'll try to take a little bit more from this top side in terms of presence and pressure. Looking at the turrets up here, potentially looking for a dive. But Ben going to be unfazed and untouched here. So TT, if we're in a situation like this, is this beneficial for them? Because BLG are no slouches when it comes to some scaling factors on their side as well.
A little bit of fighting right here. I think that you've just kind of got to wait this game out right here as Thunder Talk. You need those 3 items on Setab. You need them on Hoya. And it's not like you've got anybody here that particularly falls off massively. Whereas, you're much less strong later on in the game on something like the Kalista. The Kalista's at its peak at this kind of point in the game. It still does work, but it's nowhere near as strong. I think Thunder Talk, they can rely on that. They can look towards the later stage of the game, and they can also think about the fact that they have, for the most part, been the better team fighting team between these two. And so once we have those items, then we can find our team fight. Of course, a lot of that relies on you getting to that point.
See if the journey is going to be worth the wait. They got about 45 seconds for another dragon. Would just be another notch in the belt for BLG on their way to that soul and complete objective domination in terms of dragon. He does steal that one away, at least page 1. And now, as well, in mid lane, a little bit of focus on 1xN, dodging away from the Glacial Prison. I love to see those kinds of moves from 1xN. He is feeling himself, and if anybody's going to step up, it's got to be him.
Ooh. The fact that you've already lost your cleanse there and are still stepping up, using those fancy feet, keeping the flash. Now that is huge. Not having your flash is going to be an almost death sentence right here for 1xN. You can see just how much can be thrown at him. Wei and On can both go leaping into the backline and try to kill this key carry for Thunder Talk, but with the flash up and available, keeping it for yourself, it's an extra level of safety that you're really going to need. Now, like you said, Drake has now spawned. You're going to need to get mid lane control as well, so Thunder Talk, they're going to be super late to this one if they even go for it at all. No, just recalling out, not going to bother.
I think a 2-item Knight is sitting there with a black cleaver, completed second at 15 minutes and like 30 seconds or something. Like, oof. That feels real bad. We'll see now 1xN stepping up to try to get some push onto the turret, but it just feels like there is not a real answer, especially tonight in a side lane. But Herald might be a different conversation, as TT have already started that one up. It is under vision. BLG were moving over, but TT will actually strike out on their own and take a Herald for themselves.
And they managed to. Now, I do wonder a little bit how much that is to the graces of Knight deciding to go bot lane and pick himself up some
You're
farm.
welcome.
Yeah, the second that Knight arrives in these team fights, it just changes the dynamic. It really does. 2 items completed this early on. So very strong. Still, you get that Herald. It's going to be another objective in the back pocket. We'll have to see how Thunder Talk are able to use it. If you can actually grab a turret, if they can grab the mid lane tier 1, that would unlock the map a lot for these coming team fights.
Wait, oh no, Setab, he's a little bit caught. He has Beituan. Okay,
He's got friends.
because they saw them moving, they will not go for that full-on engage. Setab having flash, couple tools available to him. It's another just ships in the night moment as TT trying to keep safe their base. They do have the culling used in mid lane to push under turret. Feather loses a chunk of his health there. They will stop the siege, though, for now. And that's something else to think about for BLG. Their siege is not very good. Their go-in potential is very good. But just standing on the outer edge and all the range that's coming through for TT, it's very difficult.
It really is. And 1xN Feather, they can do a decent amount of poke as well. You're really reliant on Bin to be able to land a few of those harpoons, see if it can work out that way around. But yeah, it is a little bit trickier. They're also going to be pretty slow at getting on top of these turrets. Once they're on the turrets, they'll go a lot quicker. But yeah, it's going to be hard.
Hoya gets away barely with the flash. The Grand Starfall, they've still got him. Although On might just bite the bullet here. Page1 going around the corner. On is down. TP coming through, though. That's multi-TPs from both sides. This fight is not done. Round 2 kicking off soon. Satab trying to make a difference for once in this game. He's going forward, but now he's going out. Equalizer, the red carpet for BLG to steam forward and push onto Hoya. His life is ripped from his body as Elk takes him down. Now the rest of BLG are surrounding them. Knight going for more. One more auto. He gets chained. The culling. Not going to get the last bullet there, but continuing in the rest of the fight. Bin is showing his own muscles, and Satab goes down to Gigabit for a double kill.
Oh, and 1xN is now spotted as well. I don't think this is going to be a survive. Oh, he's so
My young Padawan,
low.
Why must it come to this? Knight guns him down, and Knight is running away with this game.
And Knight gets handed those kills early on in the game. It's an over-aggressive level 1 that maybe spells the doom right here for ThunderTalk, and that was a decent team fight. They're able to get the initial turn onto On, but it doesn't matter in the end. Once Knight is able to open up, deal his damage, there's almost nothing that can be done. 1xN doesn't deal enough. Satab isn't able to hit that Fate Seal that he really needed. We'll watch it back, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the end that they're able to pick up this initial kill onto On. Just watch Knight throughout this fight. He can't deal his damage yet. Now he's able to actually turn around, see that there is going to be a teleport come in and open up. And a setup, you don't even manage to land the Fate Sealed onto Knight, so he's just sat there, free hitting. Nice equalizer to help things off as well. And yeah, it's pretty much all she wrote. Elk tries to do some fancy stuff on the backline, but you're not a 2-item.
And look, like, he's just so confident. He's stepping up into awkward positions just to continue taking the fight. And now TT, their backs were against the wall, but now they're being crushed into that very wall. BLG's might is no slouch. They will just take it to them. And it's been 3 games of dominion for BLG, led by their man with the golden left hand in Knight, and they are going to continue pushing. They are looking at mid lane, and they are looking to assert that lower bracket run.
This is the game of dreams right here for Knight. This is exactly what BLG wanted on their next run. They want to go all the way. They want the title. Anything less is a disappointment for this organization. Well, this is the statement game that they need to really show, hey, we've had struggles with ThunderTalk, but we are going to best our Kryptonite right here, and nobody else seems to have been able to do as much damage to BLG as ThunderTalk have. This might be BLG back on true form.
Playoff BLG is just a different beast.
It's just
it's actually at internationals, at domestic tournaments, it hits different. And we see their level. It might take a game to wake them up, slap them up a little bit, see what's going on, but when they do, this is one of the mightiest teams that we have to offer in League of Legends.
And you're carrying through so many different people. You know, it hasn't just been the same person getting the MVPs time on time on time. It's everybody stepping up, doing their thing. Knight has had a couple of good games, but some quiet ones as well. Well, all of a sudden, he pops off, gets a couple kills, using it to great effect. And I would just like for us to track this through the rest of this game. This would be the 3rd game in a row that Elk doesn't die.
Oh my god, that would actually be so insane of a stat for them. But man, I mean, it is an honor to watch this guy Knight play the video game that we all love so much. Every time he hits the rift, it is just a pleasure to watch, and it's crazy to think how many different organizations he has brought that Silver Dragon Cup to. I mean, through the likes of JDG, Top Esports, now BLG, like, this guy's track record is insanity, and we bring it up all the time.
He is easily one of the best mid laners in the world, constantly fighting for that best mid laner in the world spot, and I mean, games like these, series like these, they kind of show you why. These go on the highlight reels forever. 3 items now completed, and he can just keep the pressure up, right? You can split push on this Lucian right now pretty much with immunity. It would take 3-4 members of Thundertalk to come and try and kill him. Sure, you don't want to die, that's a big shutdown sat on top of you, but the amount of time taken for Thundertalk would just not be worth it. They would lose so much across the rest of the map, and it really does feel like the map is closing in right now on Thundertalk.
And it sucks to go down like this if they do end up going down. Miracle comeback's always possible. But TT's run till now has been nothing short of wonder. It's been amusement. It's been awesome. It's been a joy. But BLG are here on business. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Nothing short of greatness is that Silver Dragon Cup for them. They cannot falter anywhere. And now, looking to put the finishing touches on TT. The comp just enables them to play so confidently, and they will continue to do so. They're pushing up top side. They're looking for a tier 2 up here with Bin's side lane push.
Hey,
they just go for
buff doesn't hurt either.
You can see it coming from a mile away. 1xN does see it coming, does get out. The root's going to connect. This is all under tower, by the way, and they're still taking them down. Knight has decided the tower doesn't get to exist anymore, but he's being engaged on by Satab. They still have the Atacon GAs, and they know it. They're going for the turret. Here goes that extra combo, as they won't be able to go for it. They won't pull the trigger onto 1xN, and they will pull back, but they came away with the tier 2.
Yeah, you get the tier 2 and you only give away 1 kill, not the end of the world. It's only 200 gold with that Atacam buff, and this is the thing that top teams do. Once they get themselves that Voracious Atacam, they don't int with it. They don't just fly into the backline and not care. They use it to exert more pressure onto an objective than you would otherwise be able to, but don't overpush. Do pull back when they need to save themselves from giving extra gold over to their opponents. And right now it feels like Thundertalk are getting squeezed out of this game. They are back so far in terms of gold, 8,000 at 24 minutes into this game. And we're only just about getting to the point at which the Baron is going to be here. Voracious buff has dropped off. It's now all about the big purple worm.
It is indeed, and BLG just feel like they could take it at any time, honestly. I mean, TT, I'm glad to see them stick their, head in the right direction of keeping to themselves, keeping this grouping going, fighting where Knight isn't on the map, and trying to find a way forward here. The problem is some of those bigger questions to be asked will be, like you said, that Baron being up, the next dragon being Soul for BLG, and uncomebackable win conditions going through for them as Beichuan just gets completely caught. He was trying to be sneaky, but unfortunately, he will have to burn his flash to make it out. Feather and 1xN, they're coming up on the rear. Hoya going for the Slicing Maelstrom. Can they do it? Knight is getting taken down by Satab, but it's TT. This is the moment. This is it. 1xN is free firing on the side. 1xN, he's got their home.
Oh, Satab misses.
Oh, no. It's all gone to hell in a handbasket, and 1xN and Feather, this duo from JDG's LDL champions, are not gonna be able to do it. They will be put down by BLG one final time, and BLG look to end this one.
This feels like it's gonna be the final nail in the coffin. We've still got a little bit more of the game left to go. Baron needed to be able to finish off this one, but that was the team fight you needed. At this point in the game, that was the team fight that you needed to win. Beichuan gets jumped, but it doesn't matter actually. You survive for so long, and it's Hoya on the teleport right here who manages to get into the back line of this fight. We don't see it here, but actually... Oh, Knight misses.
Knight got styled on.
That's actually pretty good, but it doesn't matter in the end, right? Hoya gets into the back line and does good things for the team, but just doesn't quite have enough damage. And this... Woof. I mean, ow. That one hurts quite a lot to watch. It probably wouldn't have changed things, but it is very indicative of this Yone performance. Banned out so much by BLG, and it just hasn't worked.
It just hasn't, which feels so bad. I mean, to be fair, if they were on even playing field, yeah, absolutely. There's a big difference. But the fact that Knight came into this game like a newborn baby with 4 kills, just right out the bat, makes it so difficult to play against, even in these kinds of moves, even on a champion like Yone. And now BLG, they're circling TT here. They're looking at multi-lane pushes. They've got Ben inside lane. Hoya still looking for a big combo with his Slicing Maelstrom, but these Baron minions, they will not quit. They will keep pushing.
Got the push through the mid and the bot lane right here. Top lane kind of being ignored, not particularly interested in doing a 1 3-1 right here, but it doesn't really matter. You're going to get this push going. The waves synced up as well pretty good. And the tower just going to get melted through. Seitab can find that in, but Elk's also got a Banshees.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the Glacial Prison on 110. Oh, it gets his cleanse. That's so quick on the trigger. TT very much on the back foot here, but 1xn not at least scared in the moment. As the bot lane turret's getting lower and lower. Bin gonna get engaged on by Seitab, doing a decent amount, but oh my god, that overheat damage. Seitab is gonna be popped. That turret gonna be popped, and TT, they need to find something to hold on to because their base is crumbling underneath their feet.
Yeah, there's still a full minute left on this Baron power play right here for BLG. They've been able to pick themselves up. Hang on, there's the engage. Nah, it just doesn't happen. They might at least be able to stop their bot lane inhibitor from falling. That would be big, but the fact that they're just bleeding objectives at this point, they can't step into their own jungle to be able to pick up anything from in there. The gold just isn't happening right now for ThunderTalk, down.
Oh, Seitab.
So
oh, he might
dead.
just die anyways. Knight not able to get the Collie back down, but we know who's the big dog on campus here.
Oh yeah, Knight has styled on everybody this game. Elk going deathless for his 3rd game in a row right here. It's been night and day, truly, between game 1 and the rest of the games of this series.
It's crazy to me that game 1 even happened. Beituan on an unkilled Vi, dumpstering all of BLG, and then boom, boom, and now boom! Getting BLG's rebuttals in dominant fashion. Like you said, I mean, Elk is still unkilled through 3 games in a best-of-5 Fearless series in the LPL. How insane is that? And if he's not the bar, I don't know what is. On is able to take Beituan in a 1v1. Luckily, he's got some teammates to back him up there, but BLG, they're just looking around the map for what they can take.
Yeah, sign of the times right there. Hoya looking for a big flank right here.
Is
now,
this the last-ditch effort? Is this it?
You gotta try. If he gets spotted here, though, it's all over. He's got himself a nice little pocket. Again, Elk has got a spell shield up, though, so you can't even land the initial stun. You just gotta go for it, Hoya. It's a long walk.
Okay, they got TP. They brought Hoya. This is it.
Work.
TT, your season on the line. This is the moment. Beituan, he has nothing left to give. There's nothing for TT here. BLG wiped the floor with them time and time again in this series. Here's the Grand Starfall. He's going mid lane. Seitab's trying to get the back line, but he dies in transition back to his body. And Knight stepping forward now with the culling. He's flashing. He's dashing. And Knight's the one, the only. As he's taking him down, the turret will finally clean him up. And through it all, it was through JDG, through Top Esports, through BLG. There's one constant, and it is that man, Knight. And BLG will take a 3-1 victory and continue their lower bracket run.
The rest of the LPL is going to be watching on here. Everybody left in the playoffs was going to be hoping that ThunderTalk could do it, could eliminate...
Somebody take them out, man.
Yeah, get rid of them. Get rid of the Titans right here of the LPL. It doesn't happen. And in fact, we get to see this next level of BLG. They looked shaky up in their first matchup versus ThunderTalk. They looked much better up against Weibo, but there's still a couple of issues. Now this is the BLG that we know and love. This is the BLG that you've seen on the international stage, wrecking your favorite team from around the world, right? Here they are, they're here to play, and like you said, they're just different during the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just a different beast. Even that game number 1, a little bit of a wake-up call for them, but when they do wake up, it is such a dominant form. There's a reason why this roster stuck together, why they offloaded Shun and stuck with Wei. Consistency matters to this team, and sometimes they have happy games. We've known that of them for multiple years now that this team has been together, but when they're on, they are on, and playoffs just seems like the right time for that combination to come together. Knight having an impeccable performance on the Lucian early into the game, snowballing that, but in actuality, it's those entire last 3 games. Unkilled from Elk, domination from Bin on his Jack. Like, we just saw quintessential BLG.
Yeah. How do you not die 3 games in a row as an ADC? That's genuinely crazy. I mean,
Insane.
how? Because this isn't solo queue where people forget that the ADC does damage. There were multiple team fights where everything is thrown from Thunder Talk at Elk, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you could do. Hey, in that last game, to be fair, if you were throwing everything at Elk, then Knight was just going to slay you. That was definitely his game. But I've been super impressed with BLG throughout this series in that there's been carries all across the board. Everybody's had their game. Been on that signature Jax. We just saw it with that lovely performance right there. Lucian mid lane for Knight. And then the Jhin, everybody had that great moment that they could really look back on and be proud of from this series. And if BLG don't draft like that in game 1, maybe this is a 3-0, right? That draft,
Yeah.
let's not do that again. And if they don't, I don't know. BLG, they're definitely coming for the crown.
Yeah, if you're wondering what that draft was, honestly, the pivotal points were Nocturne Aurora as a mid-jungle combo. did not go well.
Didn't happen.
But hey, they didn't look back after that one. I think in a situation where TT, we'll have to give our commiserations to them. Their season is over. We will see them in spring. But what a run. What a damn run. Like, that was some of the funnest League of Legends this entire year. They were all TT games.
Yeah. If you want what you've been promised from the LPL, right? That it's bloody, that it's fast, that it's all about the team fights, that we're just going to go in at all times, then you should be watching Thunder Talk games. They're so much fun. I'm genuinely devastated to have them knocked out at this point, but what a team to go out versus, you know? I mean, hey, Thunder Talk, they should be proud of themselves, and I'm super excited to see them again in the next split.
Yeah, me too. I still have huge hopes and high hopes for 1xN and Feather. I think this combo gave Elk and On a run for their money in a lot of situations. Longevity-wise, nah, not so much. But, hey, in a lot of situations, it's nice to see 1xN still be so confident. Some of the pieces, some of the drafts definitely coming back to bite TT. But it was a hell of a run nonetheless, and they upset the bracket in so many ways. So shout-outs to them, but we also got to give our flowers where they're due to Knight himself and BLG as a whole. They started off this last game very dominantly, and they did not turn around. They did not think and ask questions or directions. They just went forward.
Thunder Talk, why? On this specific one, why? Why were they here? You know, this is not their jungle. And this sets the game up for failure immediately. I get trying to find that initial sneaky kill early on, but they overchase it, get a little bit overconfident. Like you said, so devastating that the initial kill onto Elka doesn't end up happening. It baits 1xN into a horrible position there as well, and from that moment on,
I feel so
as much
bad.
as we were hopeful that there could be a comeback, it felt like I could hear Silver Scrapes shriveling up and dying in that moment. We weren't going to get a game number 5 after that.
Yeah. And pretty unfortunate last outing for Satab as well. It was a really, really rough Yone game. I know they'll look back and maybe take some of these learnings against BLG and against JDG to their next setup in spring. But BLG, I know everybody on Twitter is going to be feeling the same way. It's like, why did you have to lose that first game? Why did you have to look like that? We want you to be dominant. We want you to be the super team that we know and love. And sometimes they just struggle showing it a little bit. But this team, nonetheless, has some of the biggest names that the LPL has to offer. And I think going forward, they're a beast to deal with in the lower bracket. And the fact that they're going to be like the executioners for the entire bracket is going to be insane.
Yeah, if you're in the upper bracket right now and you want to make it to the nice big shiny finals event, you do not want to be knocked down into the losers bracket and have to face up against BLG. They feel like such a looming threat for all of the remaining teams. It doesn't particularly feel like anybody left is going to give them that much trouble. AO maybe, you know, AO looking really fine for themselves. There's a couple teams, but I don't know. BLG, man, they're so good. They've been so good for so very long, and they're just going to keep going, I think. There's a lot more series left for them to talk about. We've been highlighting it throughout the day, right? You win here, and there's a lot left to play. I don't know if we can have a look at the bracket at some point, because they've got a lot of series left if they do want to make it to that international.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that here now as well. Shout out to Kelsey Moser, producer, for updating the graphic itself. But It's BLG streaming forward as they have 3 more best of 5s to win if they are to take that Silver Dragon Cup.
It's a lot of best of 5s that you play. You play 3 in your regular split. Now you've already played 2 at this point. 3 more left if you want to move on. Lift
Bow
the
down.
trophy. Yeah.
My man Knight, the king
He was
of kings.
way too good. Way too good in this game. The second that you give him the slightest inch, he will take the whole dang mile and everything else you could possibly have left for him to. Genuinely incredible performance from Knight. No notes on that one specifically, but throughout the whole series, he was looking great too.
That was a pleasure to cast. I'm sad we didn't get to go to 5 games, but the good thing is, all you at home, you don't have to fret because we got more League of Legends coming
Let's
right
go.
at you, and it is a giga banger. It is going to be NiP versus Top Esports. Slayer's going to be coming in to take my place. Bloxer, you're my GOAT, and that was an absolute fun time. I hope you have a fun time for the rest of the night.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the other side of a short little break while we get set up for the next series. We'll see you there.
Welcome everybody back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as our gauntlet of a weekend continues with our second best of 5 up to tout. You know Bloxer, still beside me now, Slayer stepping in for the great Mazel, but I think we have a much better series on our hands, Bloxer, than what we saw from the BLG level up. Top Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas.
That's fighting words right there, because that was a very fun series just now between BLG and Thunder Talk. BLG obviously come out on top, and this series is going to impact on them too. Winner of this moves on in the losers bracket, will face up against BLG. Mighty Titans to have to face in the next round. Still though, for this series, you are right. These two teams have been looking amazing, and to be honest, if this one ends anything other than in 5 games, I'm going to be very disappointed.
I'm right with you there, Bloxer. And the reason why I say it isn't as hype is it's going to be more hype as we throw up the playoff guide. We get everybody in here who's just tuning in to see exactly what it's looking like. Is because I knew this was going to be a BLG win, Bloxer, for one very important reason. I was taking off these 2 Thunder Talk series you see in front of you, and they lost both of them. And now the 3 I was on before it, they won all 3 of them. Simple math.
Okay, true. Clearly, that is the issue that Thunder Talk ran into just then. Not the BLG is a buzzsaw or anything. No. It's the lack of Slayer. Of course.
It's the lack of Slayer. They could chalk it up to that, but in all honesty, look at this bracket. Even if Thunder Talk go out, and I know Bloxer, you're doing a really good job preaching it throughout that last series, it does still end up being what I think a lot of people would consider their most successful LPL season. At least from standings-wise, they finished top 6 for the first time. They'd never gone higher than 8 prior to this.
Really impressive run through from Thunder Talk. I'm sad that they're out, but unfortunately, that's the nature of the competition. They will be missed, and we will be very excited to see what they can do in the next split. For this split, though, there's still some teams left standing, 5 of them left around for us to have a look at, and I mean, in terms of top-tier names that are left, all of these teams are incredibly storied, just massive organizations. Thunder Talk, but they were kind of the last remaining team that I guess people potentially hadn't heard of. Definitely not the same for Top Esports.
No, not at all, Bloxer. You know the roster very well for Top Esports with a couple of tweaks over the last offseason, but the top lane, 369, Kanavi in the jungle, Cream the mid laner, Jackie Love is always at 80 carry, and then Chris to round out that veteran bottom lane. And Bloxer, especially when we talk about that last series, for me, Cream really showed that he leveled up here and could be a big factor in this series.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a look at this roster initially, 369, Jackie Love, they kind of steal all of the attention, but it really was Cream popping off in that previous one. Just had a great series overall, and it never really felt like there was too much that I was worried about for him. You know, he was really taking his opponents to task and pulling out some truly awesome pickups as well in that mid lane. The Yone specifically, I had a great time watching.
Yeah, that was the great call out. Those fate sealed. I can still see the double kill he was able to pick up in that mid lane skirmish that really won them that first game. And those first 2 games of that series were the real bloodbath ones. I mean, I think we almost went 50 minutes in game 2 against IG. That's where it really felt like the wheels fell off for them. But they are not going up against IG this time, Bloxer. They are going up against arguably the most impressive-looking team from the regular split. I want to put that asterisk on here, but let's meet them first. Ninjas in Pajamas, top lane. Shanji, Aki in the jungle. Doinby himself in the mid lane. Leave and PP God going to round out this roster. A roster composed of 3 former OMG players, all really showing that they've leveled up since leaving the org.
Yeah, the OMG represent very much is strong, and like you said, they've had a great split so far. Come out on top of Group D, best out Invictus Gaming, RMG, FPX. I mean, the names that they were able to beat, incredible, and they only lost a single game during the regular season as well. All of the rest of them were very convincing victories. I think you're right in calling them out as one of the top teams, and yet, here we are, in the losers bracket, with this team joining us. That was a massive surprise.
Yeah, Bloxer, I know you deep dove that series that we saw up against AL and identified the fact that you called out they tripled their losses from the regular split in one series after going up 2-1. Just really, I mean, I don't mean to do it, but rubbing salt in the wound. It's easy to say it. NiP really threw that series away at points against AL.
Yeah, it felt like they had that series locked up, turned the key, burying it down, and then all of a sudden, they just throw this one away. This is in game number 2, And they just take themselves a couple poor fights right here, trying to engage onto AL when they have absolutely no right to be able to do so, just get shredded through. And this was kind of the way that this series went. Decent positions for NiP that they throw away by just being over-aggressive in lanes they had no right to. And they really need to clean it up. It'll be interesting to see if they've been able to do so, because this is not a matchup where you can play sloppy like they did versus AL.
No, you certainly cannot. And I'm waiting for it. I just don't want to relive it. But this Game 4 draft, it's not both, like, it's in-game and draft is the point I'm trying to make here, Blocker. Because that Game 4 draft we saw from them cooked a little too much of the kitchen, burned down the entire kitchen, and then Game 5 was by far the game in that series where AL had the biggest lead and just blew them out of the water.
Yeah, that Game 4 draft, what? You know what, I'm good with that as my analysis of that one. What? Why? There were a couple of those drafts, if you've been watching the entire show so far, in the previous series. One from each team, one from Thunder Talk, and one from BLG, where you're looking at the draft and you're like, what was the... Why? Why have you done this to yourself? I know that Fearless is difficult, and there's a lot less champions, but there's no reason to draft yourself compositions with so little engage, so little potential to actually get things going for themselves. I would like that to be something that both of these teams avoid. Both NiP and Top, if they can stay away from compositions with no proactivity built in, then they're going to have a much easier time of playing this one out. That being said, clearly these sorts of very aggressive but risky compositions have some kind of draw. I haven't seen it work out yet, but I mean, there's always time.
Especially in those later games of the series, right? I think you just got to lean to simplicity, cohesion with those comps. We'll get into talking about that, though, once we get to the draft. Let's flip the script here and talk about the winners of their last matchup, Top Esports. And for me, really what impressed me the most in that series is it feels like we're finally getting to see what the best of Jackie Love and Crisp look like as a duo.
Yeah, they had a good regular season. You know, it wasn't a bad look overall from the regular season for Top, but it never quite was together, and they end up losing out to the top spot in their group by AL. So these teams have both taken their only real losses to Anyone's Legend, and for good reason. That's a very good team. But all of a sudden, Top Esports in this most recent matchup up against IG were dominating. I mean, they looked so clean throughout that entire matchup that they had. It really felt like they had control from the beginning pretty much until the end. There was a couple moments, obviously. They lose out a game to IG, but it was the sort of game where IG get themselves a monumental lead in the first 10 minutes of the game and never really let it go. That happens. In the games where it was close, where it was back and forth, Top Esports were able to come out on top every time.
And really, Jackie Love ushering in maybe the split of the gen, right? We just saw a huge performance on it from Elk this game.
Yeah.
I mean, this fight is going to be on Split 1 replays really just all year long in 2025. That game, too, absolute banger. The Jackie Love comes out on top. So that's a conversation we're going to have going forward, right? Is Top Esports, if they have Jackie Love and Chris playing at a new level, maybe they just roll over this series. But the marquee matchup in this one, Bloxer, it certainly has to be Cream versus Doinby. Just for a little blast from the past for everybody at home, this is the matchup the last time these two played, and neither of them were playing for their team above their heads currently.
No, they were both on different rosters, but the champions, as we were talking about previously, are very similar. There's a decent chance that we end up seeing all of these champions in the mid lane, despite the fact that, I'm sorry, I'm about to make everyone feel a little bit old here, 2022 Summer was 3 years ago at this point. I swear that was about 10 minutes ago, but no, clearly not.
Clearly not at all. And especially is a big talking point because I think we both share the same sentiment, Bloxer, that felt like Cream had his best series up against IG, and Doinby, I mean, part of it was draft issues, but the Lee Sin pick that he had so much fun with in the regular season, that fell flat. I mean, that looked terrible in that AL game. So it's really going to be, if Cream plays to a high level and Doinby sinks down, how good can NiP really How good can NiP really be in this one?
And I think part of the question here is how much are mid laners linchpins anymore? Because we've seen a lot of games recently where top laners pop off, or the jungler is the main carry, or your ADC is on Jinx and gets 1,000 kills. Mid lane carries happen. We saw one in the previous game with Knight on the Lucian, but that also required a ton of kills going over into the mid laner from a weird level 1 play. Right, exactly. We saw one solo kill mid lane in the entire series. Honestly, there were not a lot of solo kills. There haven't been a lot of solo kills across the LPL this entire split. And so mid laners, they're not getting ahead in and of themselves very often. If you do want to play through Cream right here, if you want to use him as your main carry, you're going to have to put a lot of focus into this mid lane. You need to roam both your support and your jungler up to really make it happen in a lot of situations.
Obviously, you have to draft around them as well. But we're going to talk a lot about Doinb versus Cream, but it's important always to try to understand the mind of one of the greats of this region. And we got an awesome interview translated here from you guys. Doinb talking about his goals for this split, his aspirations, and even the matchup up against Cream. Take a listen.
一定要完成的目标的话，就是能多赢一场就多赢一场吧。因为我觉得这个年龄确实是，虽然我觉得这个游戏已经是不看年龄了，不像以前那样子，你说一定要到了什么年龄就是打不了了或者怎么样。但是毕竟我现在孩子也3岁了，明年就最近已经2岁，明年3岁了。我其实这段时间也是一直不打职业的时候，每天都在陪小孩。然后这次回来之前也是一直在想这个问题。然后我后年就是后面明年也好，后年也好，也不知道我会不会继续留在赛场打比赛。但是我觉得反正我打比赛是一个很开心的事情，而且。
Unfortunate, Doinb, he could not get the birthday win for his son there. So we didn't see it last time, but hey, new matchup. We'll see if the gift came a little bit late here. But it's always fun to see how, such a veteran like Doinb.
It's so wholesome.
Yeah, it's so wholesome. Is coming into the split, right? Like, for one thing, nobody could say, I'm playing for my kid. I still got to worry about my kid in a league like this.
No, so many people you're playing around are barely adults themselves at this point. A bunch of very young players, and here he is, a little kid to worry about. It's so adorable, but it's also such a fascinating mindset to be in, right? Where you really
100%.
don't know if you're playing in the next year. In a lot of sports, in a lot of competitive environments, you don't admit that. You don't admit you're done until the point at which somebody kicks you out, until you're replaced by the new up-and-comer, until you have to get pulled kicking and screaming away from your position. Whereas he's like, I don't know, maybe I'm finished. I'm not sure what's going on. And I think that potentially that can free him up to just play the wacky stuff, pull out whatever he really wants to right here. And I hope that we get to see a real impressive series from him here today.
Bloxer, you brought up the new up-and-comers as we get to usher in both of these teams heading to the stage here. It's a focal point. We're going to be stressing it a lot. There are now, I know we talk about NiP as 3 former OMG players. Right now we have 4 former OMG players as Top Esports, Cream, rounds out our 4th. There's so much former OMG love in this matchup alone.
There really is. They're all across the board, and it's going to be fascinating to see if more OMG equals more wins in this matchup, or if Cream is going to be able to do it for the X team and really show that, hey, he was the best part of that roster overall.
Very, very intriguing, especially when you talk about if you're NiP, even if we get a super high-level Doinb performance, you still need one, not even just one up, but Shanji, Aki, and PP God to step up alongside Doinb to really have success here. And I'm curious, Bloxer, out of all, maybe the 3 names I gave you, who are you looking most to support Doinb if NiP want to come out on top here?
Honestly, PP God. I want to see playing through the support right here for NiP. I think PP God has had some real highs and some real wacky ones, let's be honest. But overall, I think he's been such an exciting player with a really interesting champion pool. It's not been particularly wild, but it's been so good in what it is. Very engage focused in the terms of the supports he wants. A little bit potentially of the Bard if you want to get a bit hyphy with it. But I think if you can pair up that support and the mid lane, roam those 2 around, I think that's going to be a great way to look at it. Leave, hey, he's just going to have to sit there, absorb some pressure in that lane. There's good champions to take it. The Xayah, the Ezreal, they're fine at the moment.
Fine at the moment. We'll have to see, as we do have all of our players on stage. If you're coming from the regular split, you're expecting a 1v1. Nope, we're going to jump right into draft here once things all get set up. But before we get to draft, Bloxer, let's get not only our predictions, but the majority of the LPL fandom's vibe check on this matchup. If we could throw the prediction screen up here to get a look at where everybody's sitting, because if I'm not mistaken, I think we cover a pretty wide range of scores here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast. There you go. But wow, a lot of shifted sentiment based off of the last matchup.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people right here think the top are gonna pick this one up. Majority of us, though, are sat at either 3-2 or 2-3, including Discord. Discord also thinks this one's gonna go all the way.
The blocks are 3-0? You think we're getting out here in record time?
Oh, look, I don't know. This could be a complete mistake, right? This could be the complete opposite end of the spectrum right here. But just something about the way that Top have been playing recently has been really impressive to me. The fact that you're getting that pop-off performance from Cream and Jackie Love 369 Kanahi, they're all playing to the level we already expect from them. It's just so exciting. There's something about the way that this team plays. I don't know, I'm feeling it.
You know, I like the confidence, all right? And at least everybody here, including our producer tonight, Kelsey, also on the top esports train. So you could grade that as a pure fandom from us or a curse, either way you want to look at it. I always, though, it's probably going to be a curse, right? Yeah, it's the LPL. Come on. I always like to lean what I want to see out of a series into my predictions. So you're rarely going to see me predict 3-0s, I'm going to be honest, just because I want to cast more games of League of Legends. So I'm trying to will a best of 5 into this one, even if the sun will come up if we go 5 games for me.
Oh boy. I've been here since 5 a.m. If we go at the distance, it's going to be crazy. Although, to be fair, I would love to see some Silver Scrapes. I was pretty sad in the previous series that we ended at 4, so it would be really nice to go the distance. We are going to jump on into draft right here. Let's go.
Here we go. So a lot of staple champions from the last series already being taken away here. Like to see Top Esports banning away the Rise. Doinby broke that one out in game number 1 for a win, and the Yone being taken away. Almost thought we were going to get the Skarner slip through that we saw in the last NiP matchup when it was given to Tarzan for an MVP performance. But nope, that red side ban sticks through, and Aurora likely to be the B1 lock-in with some flexibility for NiP.
Okay. Aurora this early on is a little bit surprising. It's looked good, and it can get individual solo kills in the mid lane. Something we were talking about. Can you actually play through the mid lane? Well, Aurora is certainly the sort of champion you can put a lot of focus onto, but that does leave a lot of those best in-class pickups available, including the Ambessa. This is going to be something for 369 that he's looked so comfortable on, and it is such a good champion. Actually works pretty well into the Aurora. You can chase her around very easily compared to a lot of other champions who struggle to keep up with the Aurora, so we'll have to see how that matchup ends up going. And I guess if you already see your mid laner, you can potentially just grab an early Victor. Now that's very early for a Victor.
Interesting dynamic, too, between the stylistic fight between a Bessa and a Victor, but this is a combo that I know you already watched in the last series and weren't too big of a fan of it. We're getting another Nocturne Aurora game with a Kai'Sa to round out even more dive ability for NiP.
The Kai'Sa makes me like this a little bit more, and, you know, we're still early on in this draft. You can still get some more dive, some more non-committal engage potentially to round out this composition. The issue we were running into in the previous game was it was basically just the Nocturne as the engage, and he didn't get far ahead. There was nothing you could really do about it. That being said, now that the Xayah has been locked in right here for top, it's going to be a lot harder to dive onto Jackie Love. Cream, though, still a potential target to go for. And the bones of these compositions are showing themselves. Dive compositions for Ninja in Pajamas. TES, they're way more about the team fight right here. Get the Ambessa as that front line, and then drop both the ultis out of your mid and your bot lane. See what damage you can do.
Yeah, with the gravity well as on top of that, a lot of disconnect is what Top Esports are going for here. I like it. I still worry about how 369's Ambessa would fit into it, but maybe you get him on the split push in a 1v1 side lane. If he's ahead, he could be a very big threat. But we still have a second phase of bans start rounding things out. For Top Esports, it's targeting that top lane, trying to get 369 some space here. And I love that Renata ban from NiP as they also identify what we identified about Top Esports so far.
Yeah, the Renata was something I was very much going to be watching. If it went through these bans, I think it would be unwise for Top Esports to have let that one slide. Perfect for the disengage into this very heavy engage composition for NiP. Going to be able to pick that one up, and it looks like they're going to head on towards the Sejuani again. Tankiness, a little bit of extra disengage and some non-committal long-range engage that this composition was sorely lacking. You kind of just had the public execution beforehand. Now you've actually got a little bit more to try to play around. Ninjas in Pajamas, what are they going to respond with right here? They need to keep on diving in, I think. If anybody gets left behind, it's going to make this composition harder to play.
We're developing top laners that don't really fit the idea of the comps playing. Because, you know, Pop, this feels like this, if this is locked in, it's going to be just a straight answer, and it will be from Shanji into 369's Mbessa. But there's the rel to complete the dive comp here for NiP. And a big emphasis, Bloxer, in this draft on junglers controlling the tempo of this game. Aki versus Kanavi going to be the matchup to watch.
Oh yeah, what can you do early on? Aki specifically, you have to get ahead as this Nocturne. You're useful even if you don't, but you are nowhere near. You can't be the same level as useful as Kanavi's going to be on the Sejuani. She's always great. She's always going to be able to do good things for the composition. A switch last minute between the Alistar into the Braum right here. Now, I like it anytime we get to see multiple Freljordian champions on the same composition. It means it's a lot of CC that you can play around. And there really is a lot of CC you can play around. Braum, Sedge, and an Mbessa into the backline, yeah, that's going to be so hard to try to play around for NiP's carries.
Yeah, I think you're stressing it really well here, Bloxer. The ease of execution is on top esports here. They can play as slow as they want to, control the tempo. As long as they're keeping good summoners and ultimates up, it's really hard for NiP to execute this composition, especially for players like Aki and leave on this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is got to be one of the most feast or famine AD carries you see out there.
Yeah, it's almost on the levels of something like the Draven right now, where you've just gotta get it going. In the past, it's been a lot more of a safety kind of champion. You can play it in the dive comp, but hey, it wasn't so bad if you just needed to rely on it late game. That's not the case at the moment. There's other much better options for that. Not going towards it, though. Instead, NiP, they are more than happy to play this one out a little bit more aggressively, and as we've been highlighting, junglers are as such going to be everything. Can you maybe get a solo kill in the mid lane as well, or potentially can a gank happen in the mid lane to really unlock this Aurora? If you can, then that's a great way to success, but it's gonna be tricky. Not the same for top esports, who, like you said, they're chilling, they don't mind.
Top esports certainly chilling coming into this matchup, winning their last best of 5, but I like to see that Ninjas in Pajamas are coming into game 1, now in the elimination side of the bracket, looking to throw the first big punch here as we get set to head to Summoner's Rift for game number 1, a spot up against BLG on the line, top 4 secured, and we're already getting into the LPL staple. Get a little crazy with these lane swaps, maybe looking for some level 1 advantages here with a good old Death Rush from TES.
Why not, right? Hey, why not just go for this one? See if you can get a little bit of early damage down.
Oh, Shanji. I wonder if he only spots 369, so I wonder if that was maybe like a little bit of a bait being thrown there. Oh, look, I'm getting a little too far forward. Bring your friends, and then the Death Brush would come out. But no, actually just going to use this to set up the lane swap here and try and get 369 out of what will actually be likely leave and PP God. So we're just going to get the old Aussie flip, it looks like.
Yeah, just going to play this one out as a little bit of a split map.
Wait. JackeyLove and Crisp are cornered. Doinby's still up here, and Shanji didn't leave yet. JackeyLove immediately burns both summoners.
He's dead.
He's toast. He's completely fried. The perfect start for Ninjas in Pajamas. Leave gifted first blood.
Oh my lord, the observers did a great job of baiting us as well there, keeping the vision down. I didn't realize quite how close they'd gotten to where it was JackeyLove was hiding, and that initial death going down is going to be massive. Now, the saving grace for the early stages of this game is that this is Shadow Gold. This is gold sat on leave, but is not actually spent, so there's no real advantage at this point. You've got a little bit of an extra push going on. You might be able to hit level 2 first, but that's really it. It's once these first recalls come through that you're all of a sudden going to be in a great spot as leave and can really try to press this advantage alongside PP God.
Definitely lets PP God play a bit more aggressive. No summoner Xayah. The one other fleeting win here is the 369. He reset towards the bot side, catches the wave first. Shanji has to teleport back in, so the Poppy in a difficult spot up against the Mbessa, but this is exactly what NiP need to start because they have to be the team in control of this game early to mid-game. Because we gotta fear if this thing goes long, Cream's Victor, JackeyLove, Xayah, this Mbessa are going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, if you fall behind right here in NiP's composition, there's a chance you aren't actually able to get kills onto 369 or Kanavi.
This is the guy you wanted to see, Bloxer. PP God is just being a menace with an early level 2 gank to give Doinby a bit more space in this lane.
Yeah, Kai'Sa isn't your favorite champion to leave by itself, to try to lane alone. Things that can hit from a little bit further back, the Ezreal specifically, those are the best ones. Oh, hang on, that's a ton of damage.
That's the Poppy tech from Shanji, trying to chase down 369. They both have their flashes, but it's both now solo lanes for NiP, getting even more breathing room, exactly what they need if they want to find a Game 1 win.
You've got to keep the tempo up right here as NiP. You can't just allow this game to start happening to you.
We'll be able to take control of this top wave as well. And this is buying so much important space for Aki because Nocturne needs that paranoia to really start churning out reliable ganks, get kills on the board here. So the fact that he's just been able to power farm this top side, grab this scuttle, and kind of take it easy, keep spelling more success for NiP.
It's gonna be... Oh, hang on.
Oh, he's right here too. Kanavi's falling into another trap by NiP. He's gonna jump on Doinb. Aki's presence just gonna make sure that gank is unsuccessful, and another win for NiP.
Oh, keep going this one. That's another cleanse.
Concussive blows, yeah. There's another one landed on top of PP God as well. JackeyLove certainly got hands on the damage. If only had the blade caller up, might have found a kill. But
potential
dive
though.
In the area. Great call out there, Bloxer. They might go for this one. Flash is available for both Ninjas in Pajamas bottom laners, but Kanavi not going to pull the trigger. Just gonna get
I agree with this one. I think going for the dive right there would have been, well, a potentially very bad decision. Even if you manage to pick up a kill, maybe it's just onto PP God. Leave is still there to catch the wave. You don't really end up putting your opponent ADC down too much. I think instead just getting a little bit of extra vision through makes a lot of sense. For Esports, they're just going to survive another day, keep the pressure up, and this is, again, despite the fact that you get a lot of pressure put onto you as JackeyLove early on, he's still fine. The recall still hasn't come through. It's not the end of the world.
And this is that window you called out, right? Because this is still leave on first item. So doesn't really have a ton of an advantage over JackeyLove. That 300 gold advantage isn't here just yet. But man, this Poppy advantage just continues to find success. 369 seemingly feels comfortable sacrificing health for a bit of push here in this lane. The Cream out of mana in this middle lane as well. It's going to make it pretty hard for Kanavi coming off his reset, looking towards our first two neutral objectives.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a Hextech Drake. Now, I personally think that Hextech Drake is the best individual Drake to get. I do love it when you get it as the soul. I think the portals are really fun, but it's just full of good things that everybody wants. Everybody loves the things that you get out of a Hextech Drake individually, but at the same time, it's not particularly interesting. It's not the most enticing of all the Drakes, and with both of the bot lanes up towards the top side, I'd be surprised if we don't see everybody coalescing around these grubs and skirmishing for them a little bit. Ninjas in Pajamas should come out on top of that one. They are in the stronger spot overall, but you always have to be careful whenever you have a Sejuani on the board because it can jump your backline very easily and make these fights pretty tricky.
Yeah, and Doiby recognizes that. Already poking Kanavi down. Level 6 ticked over for Shanji. He has the teleport advantage over 369, and he's swung mid lane. So if you're top esports, there's nothing you can really do but sack these grubs that you're already stacking up for.
Yeah. Walk away. It's unfortunate, though, that this decision-making has happened so late, the top esports now can't trade it over for the Drake. They're either going to have to make a decision, go in, or this is just Kanavi time kind of wasted up here.
Seconds are ticking away. Kanavi finally going to take this reset. Like we called out, Shanji just able to teleport right back down to the bottom lane, catches the wave where he wants it. It's also going to make Kanavi's life even harder. Yeah, he wanted to reset to go for that dragon maybe, but now he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's not much for him to really do on this map state.
Yeah, there's nothing for him in this top side to really be wanting to pick up. There's no camps. He's kind of just waiting around. Eats
the blade collar. There's the paranoia up though for Aki. Gonna buy space. He's gonna come flying on into JackeyLove, who immediately has to burn Cleanse Flash again off cooldown, but he drops still despite both summoners. Crisp having to flash away as well. Ninjas in Pajamas came to play in the opening bout.
Yeah, they drafted themselves a risky composition that needs to get ahead early. Well, that's exactly what they've managed to do for themselves. Multiple proactive plays working out really well. Cream also now going to get jumped by Shanji. Doinb's in the area.
Yeah, uses the Keeper's Verdict for the knockup between worlds thrown down. Cream's going to eat a slow, still has his flash, but it's not going to be enough. Feats of warfare. NiP open up with 3 straight kills.
Oh boy, it's not looking good for the prediction at this point in the game. Obviously, we're still very early on, less than 8 minutes into the game. But right now, NiP, they are running the map. TES, they feel like they're getting stretched so thin, constantly trying to get to these plays. But they're kind of second to every single one. Leaf really doesn't actually mind trading a lot of his health right here because it baits JackeyLove in so deep that there's nothing he can really do to escape. Sure, he has the flash up, but it's only just returned after the initial play and loses it again almost just as quickly. The fact that Crisp loses Flash 2 means that this bot lane are now going to be incredibly vulnerable going on, and it's the same thing here. Sure, Cream has the flash here, but he dies anyway, and now he won't have it for the next 5 minutes. If you can keep this play going, I love the fact that it's the top laner and the mid laner making that play work right here. NiP, everybody get involved.
Talked about it. Those former OMG standouts. Who was really going to be coming up to help out Doinby in a matchup where he looked shaky the last time round? So far, certainly been Shanji. Been really impressed with his Poppy, neutralizing this 3-6-9, and already getting on the map to look for these ganks alongside PP God. That is the formula for NiP if they want to come up and win against top esports. And from the TES side, Bloxer, it's just gone from bad to worse. That's a Kanavi Glacial Prison missed in a gank play.
Yeah, not ideal. However, this is the sort of composition that it's not the end of the world for it to fall behind early. You're going to scale incredibly well, especially things like the Victor and the Ambessa right here. And also, your composition is at its absolute best once you've got 2 to 3 items and you're team fighting around things like Atakan, Baron, and the later on Drakes. Sure, you don't want to fall behind. That's fine. But at this point in the game, stem the bleeding. Don't keep compounding on these losses. Don't keep making things worse right here for yourself. You're going to be just fine. Top esports, they don't need to panic.
Just got to turtle up. It's got to be the play here. A lot of scaling on their side, but still have to try and compete for things like feats of strength and not let Dragon Stacking get out of control here. Top esports have shifted their focus down towards this bottom lane. But that Glacial Prison is still down, and Paranoia is up for Aki, so even in the Drake pit, with 4 members down here, gotta think the top esports still likely have to concede this one.
And this is where the earlier play, where they were not able to even try to fight onto the Grubs, or trade it for Drake really sucks, right? You just lose out on so much map pressure, and now you're constantly trying to fight into a team who at this point are just stronger than you are. They're up by 1,000 gold, making things a lot trickier. Now, of course, 15 seconds or so until the next set of Grub spawns, and now there's an interesting conundrum right here. Do you give all 6 Grubs over to Ninjas in Pajamas? They've got an okay split push composition, but it's nothing that exciting. You would really rather it be 3 apiece, though.
Avi going in despite Cream completing his recall.
Yeah.
More signs of just some early dysfunction here for top esports after we talked about they looked so elite as a team up against IG.
Really did. It was one of the best performances we've seen from top esports in a while. Felt like they were really peaking at the right time. Hey, it doesn't matter how good of a regular season you have if you aren't able to show up when it matters in the playoffs. But now in this one, early stages still, but not ideal. PP Gold going in, TP.
They're going for Jackie Love again. They have marked him as the target, uses the Featherstorm to dodge on the Paranoia, but in goes Lee with the Killer Instinct behind the Blade Caller, and it's just like shooting fish in a barrel right now for NiP. Bottom lane for top crumbles once more, and the lead only compounds for Ninjas in Pajamas.
They keep the pressure up right here, and the Between Worlds once again used to great effect, making sure Jackie Love isn't able to get away. That slow is just so strong. Cream's stepping up here. He really doesn't want to give all of these away, but he's so lonely right now.
He's got Kanavi. Oh, the Q doesn't land for PP God. Does get the crash down, but Cream's going to find the kill. Leave is also trapped in the Arcane Blast, having to flash away from Kanavi. Shaji here, though, gets the big stun to bail out his AD carry. Big time plays from NiP, trying to desperately push the sleep further, but it's 3-6-9 going for the hero play. Public execution in. Good Fear comes across the stuns. The lockup. It's Shanji again, denying 3-6-9 from his hero play. This Poppy pick is on pristine position to allow NiP to blow this game 1 open.
You talked about it in the draft, right? The Poppy is a direct counter right here to the Ambessa. We were questioning its place in this draft, but hey, it's a damn good counter to the Ambessa. Completely stops what 369 is trying to do in his tracks. If there isn't a Poppy there, if it's almost any other top laner, that's 2, maybe 3 kills going over to 369. This is a totally different game. Instead, we'll have a look back at what happened previously and just watch poor Jackie Love. He doesn't live for even a second in this one, and there was kind of nothing he could do. And you're playing one of the safer champions overall, right? The Xayah is meant to be the safety champion. If you're going to get jumped, well, at least you could jump into the air. use that Feather Storm to at least survive for a little bit longer, but it's just not working out that way as Doinby gets jumped here.
Doinby gets jumped. Kanavi connects Glacial Prison this time. Between
Yeah.
Worlds not going to bail out Doinby. There's a good pick for top esports as they're clattering together gold to try and keep competitive in this one.
And going to be able to pick themselves up that shutdown as well. So that's a nice chunk of gold onto Kanavi, who has been having the best game so far of anybody on top esports. It's not particularly a high bar at the moment. But we did also get to see in that previous team fight just how much damage Cream was doing already. And this is just with a Seraphs, right? You're not meant to be doing that much damage, but Victor is in a pretty strong position overall. See it right here.
Arcade Storm
It does a
down.
little bit. It doesn't do too much to one individually. It's when you get it into the midst of a big team fight, and it just starts shredding through people. And the more and more items that get completed, the more Cream is going to be able to do. Still though, he's not having the best time right here versus Shanji.
Merc Dreads is a hell of a drug.
It
Season
really
25 for Shanji, just ignores all that Victor damage. NiP on the backside, though, will pick up that first Dragon as well, as they just really control all the map state here. We're going to look back to see exactly how Kanavi got this kill, and it's unfortunate for Doinby because he actually spotted Kanavi on that scuttle earlier.
Just stepped up a little bit too far, and unfortunately, once you do that as the Aurora, you are very squishy. You're annoying to grab, but the second that you get hit by that Glacial Prison, it's going to be lights out. Yeah, exactly. Bye-bye, indeed, to Doinby. So we'll have to track that as well as we go into these team fights. How are Doinby's fancy feet going? Are you going to be able to dodge away from the things flying at you? 369 will fly at you full body, but also Kanavi, Chris, both of them are going to be trying to do what they can to shut down this Aurora, and shutting down this Aurora is one of the key points. Aki, though, is another one. Has had a great early game, and, very interestingly, Hexplate is going to be a lot tankier than a lot of the Nocturnes we've seen. I really like this decision. I don't think this is a composition that's particularly hurting for damage. I don't think you're up against enough tanky, very tanky champions that you have to be that big damage threat. You're barely a big damage threat to tanky champions as a Nocturne anyway. Survivability, I think, is a great shout here.
And you get extra paranoia use, right? Comes up more often, and that's all the Nocturne really wants to do. Knock the lights out like it's Halloween every single day. So we'll see how they play around Aki. With that one, they've got the Herald coming up next. This will not only give them more map control if NiP are able to secure it, but will secure the Feats of Strength, which is always a nice bonus in the boots department. Still top esports, it feels like, really aren't in a position to fight, especially now with some of these item differentials coming through in that damage department you were talking about for Ninjas and Pajamas.
Not yet, not in a straight 5v5. Uh-oh.
Here we go, lights out. PP God just roots
again.
up Crisp, and all the damage comes through before anyone can do anything. Glacial Prison immediately cleansed by Leaf, so you get that one off the Kaisa, but it's a small win and a small price to play for Ninjas in Pajamas as they wrestle control back in this river.
Sure, you do lose a lot of your ultis to kill a support, but without Crisp available, top esports cannot step up to this Herald. They're just going to have to lose this one out. Exactly what Ninjas in Pajamas were looking for. Leaf losing the cleanse could potentially be interesting, but Flash still available. Kaisa relatively good at getting away, slipping in and amongst these team fights. So I'm not going to imagine that that's going to be the end of the world so far. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they continue running away with this game. Leave Doinby right at the very top right here of the gold. They're in very good positions right now.
Feats of Strength secured as well. Herald taken. NiP meeting their assignment from draft and exceeding those expectations so far, but still room for top esports to scale up here.
Oh, yeah.
They're starting to get some big item breakpoints. Cream has the Seraphs already done, so that's a lot more survivability. And that's going to be the name of the game going forward here for top esports. Surviving the initial brunt of these fights should allow them a lot more space to try and nudge their way back in.
Yeah, Kanavi, Crisp, but they need to be able to absorb a lot of that initial damage, and then the rest of this composition can work out of top esports. And this is the thing, right? NiP, they've done exactly what we said. They needed to get themselves ahead early to make these team fights work, but now can you make these team fights happen? Because your opponents have a better team fight composition overall. Or, as we've been seeing a couple of times so far, do NiP opt out of this question and instead just go for a pick before the fight starts and then turn it into a 4v5?
They do have some pretty good wave clear on the sides if they want to play around it with that semi-global from Aki. Doinby in a very advantageous space, like we talked about the gold. So yeah, it's always nice when you have a lead like this and you can play multifaceted across the map.
Let's see where else they decide to go and play around, because it's been a lot of focus so far on the top side of the map. You can see
Dragon
that
comes
through
up
Atakan's pit. Yeah, Dragon up in less than a minute's time. We get to once again watch the top laners just sit here, hit each other. Not that much damage being done. It's not really a wet noodle fight, but it's pretty close to being one. Top lane, though, a lot of pings happening, a lot of people stood in the area. I don't really think there's any reason for them to fight up there, though. Minute 40 until Atakan's up. The Drake has got to be the focus.
Oh boy, they're looking for a dive here on the 369. Yes, they are. Leaf flies in. That was way too easy for that NiP 80 carry. Another kill picked up. They're playing right towards that pick play type we were talking about, Bloxer.
Exactly. With the Drake coming up in just 10 seconds time, all of a sudden you cannot play this team fight. You've lost your top laner. We've been talking a lot about how 369 is going to be a key component for making these team fights work. Well, he's gone. He's dead. Nothing you can do about that one. TP coming in top lane right here for Shanji.
Shanji's everywhere, man. This guy is... he's rabid on the rift with this pop.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure to cover all these lanes.
Every time you think you're going to get a push onto a tower, nuh-uh. Absolutely not. Shanji arrives in your lane and stops that dead in its tracks. Everybody from NiP going to push through this mid lane right now. TES, it doesn't feel like they can stop this from happening at any real angle. They're just sort of having to sit on the tower.
Yeah, cornered and scared to try really do anything. Cream really wants to get this first turn, but Shanji, he's got so much taken, he can just ignore Cream's damage and maybe even challenge him for a solo bolo. Cream trying to kite back. Does get some good movement speed from the Q. Shanji maybe a little bit too big for his britches. I think he's going to have to finally give up that first turret. But, Bloxer, I do want to point something out that's a rarity in the LPL with all the early skirmishing that top side. We've got our third Ruinous Atacon of the LPL split.
Yeah. And this actually is happening again. I've seen one already today, and I gotta be honest, it's a lot less interesting. I don't know, Voracious is just more fun. I get that this one's interesting in its own ways potentially, but it feels a lot less like something you have to go get, have to go play around. It isn't in the same way as Voracious also a bad team fight. If you go and team fight around Voracious and then lose Voracious, well, you've lost the team fight, because it doesn't matter if you are able to pick up the team fight afterwards. You don't pick up the full gold for it. It's a much worse fight. Whereas you can more easily try to fight around Ruinous. I just don't know how much they're really going to want to. How much Ruinous is actually going to entice these teams in. Especially for NiP, for whom a full 5v5 team fight isn't necessarily a good idea. They can threaten around it, try draw TES in, but I think they're going to continue trying to play their pick composition rather than starting this one up trying to peel off of it, which is almost always a bad idea.
Yeah, for me, I think it's just all about the level gains you can get off Ruinous, right? The roses, you can grab like 40 or 50 extra roses. You can see right now, NiP have 7 across the team for their XP bonuses. That can jump by like about 40 if needed here. So as we wow, we flash back to live, and Leave is challenging the Jackie Love, and he's winning right now. Flash out from the Xayah. NiP making sure to tell Top Esports what part of the map is still their territory.
Yeah, so that gold we were talking about that hadn't slammed home at the beginning in the game, 20 minutes later, and it very much has. 2k ahead. Got 2 items well on the way to that third. Now we're going to go in onto Kanavi. Pretty tanky, not exactly the person you want to be trying to get your pick onto. But still, if you can pick up a kill onto the opposition jungler, that makes playing around this Atakan a much easier proposition. 369 still trying to just find whatever gold he potentially can, but really hasn't had that big pop-off performance on this Ambessa that we've seen so many times previously with this champion.
At the top side of Top Esports, we talked about in Giraffe needed to be the aggressors, has just been dead silent. This guy hasn't, though. Aki challenging Jackie Love, knows that flash is down. Good blade caller, even though the fear comes through. Jackie Love does survive, but once again, this guy's summoner spells have been on cooldown this entire game.
Has to flash, has to cleanse, using the ulti basically on cooldown to make sure he can live through these ones. I'm surprised he lived that one, to be honest. That is the downside. That's the downside to going towards this Hex plate. You don't deal anywhere near as much damage. If this was a full damage version of the Nocturne, you just die here immediately. But still, it's all about blowing these summoners immediately out of Jackie Love the second that they come up. Make sure he can never really play this one out. Unfortunately, Aki has to lose the flash there, but really not the end of the world. But they don't really turn it into anything. You get those summoner spells gone, but you don't really turn it into anything else on the backside.
Man, this is just... So, it's starting to sway here, though, for Shanji. This is a 2-item Mbessa, got the Shojin Jun, so this, despite all of the heroics from Shanji, you know, one of those former OMG guys we talk about, needed to step up. He has so far. The time is starting to tick here on an NiP, and they know it. Rinse and repeat. They're going after Jackie Love again. This time he does have the Featherstorm into the Blade Collar, but PP God's the one to root him up over the top of Chris. Jackie Love down for a 4th time, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they want more. They're flashing forward with PP God, looking for the plays, but they're just forcing Kanavi and company out as they take more control over the map. A lot of the map states actually in Top Esports' favor.
I love this right here out of Top Esports.
Wow.
I mean, they had to make something like this happen. Kanavi's just dead. We'll move on from that one. That's unfortunate. But the fact that you managed to, whilst this play is happening top lane near your tier 2 tower, at the same time, Top Esports are taking their opponent's tier 1 bot lane, then teleporting topside to pick up a tier 2 there. They're keeping the gold much closer than it otherwise should be, right? Looking at the way that this game has gone, at everything bar gold, you go, right. Blue team, they're miles ahead. They're so far ahead, there's nothing you can do about it. No. Only about 2k in the lead. It's a significant enough advantage that you can feel it in these fights, but it's not so much that this game is insurmountable for Top Esports. As we have a look back at Jackie Love, having the Jackie Love experience today, I guess.
Navi, we talked about how he needed to be the focal point of engages here.
Wow.
We started to feel like you could see the frustration from it, right? Like he wants to be up front. He wants to take control of the jungle to set up for these glacial prisons, but there's just no position for him really to play in. And that's really been the story of this early game, but Top Esports are starting to chip back away like you called out, Bloxer. Their top side actually has gold leads across the board. It's really just Leave that has just such a massive lead over Jackie Love.
Really is, and it's pretty tricky to play the Kai'Sa in this current meta, so we'll have to see what Leaf can do. If he can weave his way through these team fights as effectively as I know he can. Baron has spawned. We've also got Atakan to try to potentially play around now. As much as starting up Atakan and pulling off of it is risky, Top Esports, they seem to think it's going to be the right decision for them right now. Oh, this is a massive risk.
Ruinous Atakan markedly does a ton more damage with his big
so
AoE.
Bad.
So you gotta really be careful with your health bar, but boys, Ruinous Atakan low. In comes Shanji, the Glacial Fisher trying to run everybody, but PP still flies through. Chris is already dead. Aki, he doesn't want Ruinous Atakan, he wants Jackie Love's name. Secured over by Kanavi, but here comes the turn from Top Esports. 369 poly execution forward, has to jump out of the fight immediately. They're trying to create space for Keem and Jackie Love.
Oh, Leave!
To fly forward and to find them all through the gravity well. It's Leave to step up and silence Top Esports with a triple kill!
That's what we're talking about. Hey, it's not that tricky if you'll Leave. Weaves his way through that fight to perfection, playing the Kai'Sa with the required amount of reckless abandon, stepping forward. And they're going to be able to pick up themselves the Baron on the backside of this fight. This whole game has come up NiP, and more than anything, it's been in Leave's favor. What a fight that is right here. It's a mess the whole way through. Watch Leave, though. Watch Leave as he weaves his way through this one. He's just sat frontline for the longest time, as he should be, not getting himself into a bad spot. Finally, 369 gives it a go, but it doesn't work out, and then it's at this point where he goes all the way in. Like I said, you have to play the Kai'Sa with some reckless abandon. You have to be willing to go jump in, otherwise you're barely using your champion correctly. And that's the way it's done.
That's the support from the coaching staff. We talked about this NiP roster going into this matchup, right? Doinby, the big game player, the marquee guy on the roster, the OMG components of the rest of this team. Shanji, Aki, PP God, former OMG staples. It's the one guy we didn't give enough love to in that pre-show that is just balling out. He's got the GA done here just to make it even bigger of a problem. 4-item Kai'Sa is just leaps and bounds ahead of anybody else on this map right now. And how do you get to the Kai'Sa at this point if you're Top Esports?
Hope, pray. Sell out is the only realistic option.
For a GA.
Full dive. Yeah, you've got a full dive onto Leave, or hope that the Reckless Abandon goes from the right side of it to the wrong side of it. You know, jump in a little bit too far. But that feels like leaving a far too much up to chance, up to Leave making a mistake. If Kanavi and 369 can leap into the backline and pick him off, there's a chance, but it feels like, as much as Jackie Love has never had his summoner spells up throughout this game, Leaf's pretty much always had enough of his to feel comfortable. Right now, doesn't have the flash, that's about halfway away, but does have the cleanse, so you're not even going to be able to get a long-range Glacial Prism to try to use that as the way to get this pick. It's going to be rough. It really is. You're going to have to hope that these straight-up 5v5 teamfights start going in your favor, but at this point, when you're this far behind, yeah, it's rough.
So big for NiP to come into this series in the lower bracket up against top esports and come out with their most impressive game so far. Even in the wins they found up against AL, it was competitive and closed through a lot of it. There were lead changes, it was rocky. But NiP have their most complete game right now, and it only feels like one more team fight could be the killing blow as they try to take control of the Dragon Pit with Soul in their hand. What can top esports do? They're just being funneled in their own jungle, constantly having to answer wave after wave. Feels like a last-ditch effort is coming soon.
Yeah, recall and teleport in out of both of these top laners, although Shanji...
Onto Shanji, but that's the Poppy. You don't want to engage onto them. Lights go out. Aki's waiting for a moment to jump on top of Jackalov. Keeper's Verdict sends the 369 to the sky and sets up Leave to eviscerate top esports once more. It's way too easy for Ninjas in Pajamas, and boy, have they started this series out with one hell of a blow. PP God looking for the last kill onto 369. They want the clean ace. They're not going to get it, but they're going to get themselves a dominating game one up against top esports.
369 doing whatever he can to try get something back for his team. Not gonna happen. They're gonna lose so much off of the back of that fight. It's gonna be Soul going over to Ninjas in Pajamas. They're gonna be able to pick themselves up a mid lane tier 2, a bot lane tier 2. The gold just keeps flowing. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they have played themselves a truly incredible game one so far. They still need to close it out, but it feels like that's not going to be too tricky.
I don't even think it will be tricky at this point. If we get a replay look back here, I mean, that's exactly what Poppy wants to be engaged on in Kanavi again. Just these engaged tools for top esports
so nice.
Floundering.
Oh, and I love that Leave once again is like, yeah, all good, killer instinct into the backline, no real threat, has the GA, so that's even true at this point. And 369 just about is able to get a kill back, but it doesn't matter. You're far too far gone in this game for 1 or 2 kills onto 369 to really feel like they were the big points. And you're still barely down in both the top and the jungle, but it doesn't really matter. Not when you've got a champion like the Nocturne. You need to be up enough to be able to turn the lights out and jump into the backline, but that's the joys of going for this tankier composition. Hexblade into the Sterex as well. Arky hasn't died so far in this game, and I'd be a little bit surprised if he does, unless he goes flying into the backline while someone's in their fountain. It's just been really well executed. I'm always worried a little bit about these Nocturne games, but this is the perfect way to play it here.
And the worry going into this entire series for NiP was that regular split kind of a fluke? Maybe a weaker group. They did not look impressive against AL. We're only one game through, and I already feel bad for bringing up even the idea that NiP were just regular season puffing their chest out and weren't really prepared for the playoffs because, boy, this was one hell of a way to shut it up.
It really is. I mean, my prediction is on the cusp of being wrong already.
Already? Yeah.
Yeah, I had the TES 3-0 right here. Wasn't alone in that either. NiP, they chased a little bit out of their opponent's jungles, but right now it doesn't feel like it particularly matters. Now, that was Soul going all the way over to NiP, so if this game gets delayed 4.5 more minutes, maybe a steal onto Elder, but I really don't think we're going to get to this point. In fact, this might be the ending fight around a red buff.
Yeah, here comes the wraparound. Wait for the lights to go out. Aki's just tantalizing, waiting for the moment. But it does hit Leave. 369 gets on top of the Kaisa. The GA soon to drop, but he uses the killer instinct to create some space. Leave is still up and free firing. How is this man alive? He is a portal on Summoner's Rift, and the rest of NiP turn their attention back towards top esports, who have no fleeting chance in this game.
Leave
on the Jackie Love skin too. Are you kidding me? Oh,
yep,
that's so much disrespect.
Say, he's doing it in his opponent's skin right here, and Leave is just styling right now on top esports. The fact he doesn't die there, the uses of the killer instinct have been gorgeous. It does take the ulti, the cleanse, the flash, everything in his arsenal and every last scrap of his health bar. But hey, your health bar is a resource too. You might as well use it. No point in saving it for the next game. It's going to be Baron going on to NiP, the second one for them of this game.
Let's watch this
Boy. Leave living here is crazy.
Yeah, this is why Kai'Sa might be the most fun AD carry to watch this league.
Oh yeah. The shield is massive, but it's just the spacing. My wrist hurts thinking about trying to move my champion like this. Genuinely, how much health is that? Because it's got to be less than 10, right? You are...
Yeah, I mean...
Abessa breathes on you and you keel over and die right there, but you don't even. Because the GA hasn't been popped. You've still got that level of safety right there. It unlocks Leave to play with such a level of aggression. And I love watching this. It's going to be sad when this game is over because this has been such a fun Kai'Sa game. Shanji going to get jumped here, but yeah, with Leave in the wings, I'm not so sure you want to play this one.
There we go. It's TP got it started out. The public execution back forward for 369 hits nobody. His health bar's gone. This is just getting rough to watch. Ninjas in pajamas have run down top esports after all the confidence they had with the IG win. It's all gone to the wayside. It's behind one big absolute juggernaut of a man on the Kai'Sa. Lee fears no mortal man right now, and he wants game one done and over with. The ace comes through, and what a start for Ninjas in Pajamas, their most dominating game of the playoffs, to take a 1-0 lead.
Oh boy, that is the NiP game one that they have been waiting for. Their previous series, it didn't work out the way that they wanted, but this is the way to kick off your losers bracket plays. What a game.
What a game indeed there, Bloxer. And I got to go back to some of the storylines we brought in here talking about, right? We already touched on, we're going to keep touching on NiP. They're coming off their most unimpressive series, but for all the love that this region, we were giving Jackie love after his games against IG, it's Leave that shows that he might be the best marksman in this matchup, at least going off the small sample size we have right now.
I mean, that was sick. That was one of the most fun Kai'Sa watches. However, I feel like we're going to be talking a little bit more about Leave later on when he gets a certain Player of the Game award. I'd be shocked if it goes elsewhere.
I'd be angry. I would be irate. I'll use that one. That's like angry times 3.
Indeed. But I think it's a mistake to put everything at the feet of Leave right here, because you can't play that kind of Kai'Sa game without support. I don't care how cracked you are, how awesome you are at this champion. You need the support around you, and oh boy, did Leave have the support around him in that game. I mean, everybody was having a great show, specifically PP God all over the match, and Aki too. Both of those two were always in great situations to be able to set up, to allow the carries to do their damage. And a lot of the kills actually didn't go over to Leave. Leave had the flashier plays, sure, but that was a very solid game out of Doinb. I mean, calling it solid feels like an insult. I say solid when you lose. It was a great game out of Doinb.
And, you know, I know we didn't get to show the clip from the full interview. You can check out the full interview from Patty, thanks to unofficial LPL English. But we talked a lot about how he's kind of here to be a leader, and the fact that you can get wins as an IP right now, taking the spotlight off Doinb, is massive. And like you talked about, it was really just a team effort. Even Shanji deserves a ton of credit too on that top side, because he just completely neutralized 369, and at points I thought there were 2 Shanjis on the map the way he was using those teleports.
Yeah, he was everywhere. There would have been a ton more standing gold that went over to NiP. Sorry, to top if Shanji hadn't have played the way that he did. Instead, he was constantly stopping that. And the one play where it actually felt like maybe top were going to pull it back, where 369 teleports in, manages to get into the backline a little bit. It's very early on. Shanji's just like, nope, absolutely, you do not get to do this. Those are kills going over to an Ambessa that would have been huge. That much extra gold into an Ambessa's back pocket. That's a potential play, especially through 369. That's a great champion, great player to give that much gold to. Maybe we're looking at a different game, but instead, like we said, Shanji shuts that one down and allows the rest of the game to unspool as it does, allows Leave to have such a fun performance, as we keep saying.
And all the questions for NiP were, how are you going to look coming off of that, thrown away series up 2-1 against AL? Bad Game 4 draft. Just abysmal
34,000
performance in Game
damage.
5. But this is the performance they have. And the fact they did it with this type of aggressive draft just kind of compounds how big of a opponent NiP might be tonight.
Oh yeah. 33% of your team's damage when there's an Aurora in the game as well is crazy. And like I've been saying, I really like the way that Doimi played it out, but watch this one. Just keep your eyes on Leave. Doesn't matter what everybody else is doing. It's just so much fun watching the way that he's jumping into the backline. And remember, this is an elimination matchup. You lose this series, you're gone. You're out. Your winter is over. Your split one, done. You're out of here. And it's actually a long time until the next set. We've got a couple weeks break. You've got an international. You have to sit home and watch. Then you're back. It's a while. You don't want your split to end at this point. Certainly not in this sort of disappointing way. And so Top, they're going to have to really step up in this next one to fix the problems they had in this game. And for once, I don't think it was draft that was the issue here.
No, it wasn't. We were talking about ease of execution. Top esports, we're in a much more comfortable spot, but
yeah,
they were snoozing too much. And back to your point here about the break that you get, especially for a team like NiP. We heard Doinby talk about it. He joked that the Fearless format, kind of revived his playing career. If you're NiP, going out here, you don't get to play Fearless for the rest of the year. A year that Doinby said might be his final one. Who knows, playing competitive.
Exactly. There's so much to play for both of these orgs. For both of these orgs, going out at this point is a massive disappointment in what they're looking for. Both of them, I think, at least want to be in that finals, if not winning it, right? Whoever wins this one, you got to go up against BLG. You've got a tough road ahead of you on the way to that finals. But right now, NiP, they've certainly made the best first step they could have hoped for.
Best first step indeed. And on the flip side here for Top Esports, it's got to just kind of be, I like to call it the goldfish memory, right? Because you like the draft, you like the momentum you brought into this one, but NiP made it a point to just, this last play is absolutely absurd. I almost don't want to be talking through this the way Lee was able to survive. But making it a point to go up against Top Esports and say, you know what, we're going to make Jackie Love's life unplayable. That is such a statement that
bold.
I'm curious to see how Jackie Love comes back. Maybe angry. I want to see what that next draft looks like around his champ pool.
Oh yeah, an angry Jackie Love. Now that is a sight to behold. And I don't think that the Xayah is that exciting at the moment anyway. It can do its thing, but there's more exciting things still available. We haven't really been able to see a pop-off performance on a Kalista in a while. It's constantly on the ban table, but hey, maybe there's a potential for one of those. Over on the other side of the map, though, as much as you're able to shut down Jackie Love, and that was impressive, 369 also felt... irrelevant feels too harsh, but close to it. There weren't many situations in which I was like, yes, 369 has completely taken over this one. And on a champion like the Ambessa, I honestly expected a little bit more. Now, I'm not counting 369 out. That would be a terrible decision to do. But I'm excited to see what he pulls out next, right? There's so many very strong champions still available. Things like the K'Sante, the Jace, Camille, all of those are still available. The Aatrox potentially. Any of these pocket picks that we've seen 369 dominate on across the course of years upon years, still available.
Whoa, no way!
Shock!
This
horror,
is robbery!
flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted, yeah. Wow, what a performance for Leave. This guy has been on such an upward trajectory and on a team, marred by Doinby's crazy builds and the OMG squad. This is the guy that deservedly gets all of the praise here. But he's got a lot more games ahead of him because we are in a best-of-5 series. But before we start talking about any breaks or anything, Bloxer, I want to give some love over to all of our coffee supporters here. We're extremely grateful for our coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the very broadcast you're watching now. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading this very broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and those content creators. So you're talking about myself and Bloxer you're seeing now. Patty that did the awesome interview we showcased with Doinby. Those are where the payments are going right now. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content, like those interviews, and maybe even the ability to ask your own interview questions to some of the staple LPL players that you all love to watch night in and night out. It's all available at the link below. Big shout out to anybody that's in the chat supporting us. YouTube subscribers, Twitch subscribers, we appreciate all you. You are the oil to the engine that is the LPL unofficial English broadcast. This is going to take a quick break here, folks. We're going to go intermission, and on the other side, see if Top Esports cook up something to even up this series, or enter NiP playing at a different level. We'll answer that question in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we close out, the double best of 5 days here, the gauntlet so far with our final matchup, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Top Esports, which in game number 1, Bloxer, was a team performance, most dominating win of their playoff stretch so far, and the gemstone at the top of the crown leaves Skysa.
Not someone we'd particularly highlighted coming into this matchup, you know?
No,
there's a
we
lot of
disrespected.
names. Yeah, there's a lot of names in this just whole place, right? 369, Kanavi, Jackie Love, Doinby, PP God, like all of these are names that I've been hearing for forever and that have been pop-up performers. Leave kind of skating me by a little bit. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they've been looking good, obviously. They've been winning a lot of games up until their previous matchup. But still, Leave was good, was a good piece of it. Not necessarily the pop-off carry. Well, everything different in this matchup. This was genuinely one of the most fun Kai'Sa performances I've watched. Super flashy. I loved the aggression, and the right amount of aggression. Only died once, and that was not from lack of trying from Top Esports.
Oh, yeah. If you missed it, got to go back and watch. I'm sure we fired the clip out of the 10 HP survival from Leave there when those CC chain ultimates finally connected. But as fun as that game was for Ninjas in Pajamas, they are technically in similar territory here, right? They did get the game 1 win over AL.
Yeah.
It's important to chain these together. It's why I love the LPL format so much. On top of the Fearless, it's all best of 5s. You can't. There are no fluky wins in series this just diverse and difficult.
Yeah, you have to perform at such a high level the whole way through. In a regular split, even when it's best of 3, I mean, there's games that you can kind of take off. If you lose this one, it's not the end of the world. If you lose this game, it's fine. We've got 2 others that we can win. We lose this series. We want undefeated, but like it's okay. Best of 5s once we get to playoffs. No. This is one of the most insane I want to meet the person who came up with this format and look in their head, because it's genuinely crazy the way that this has been played, but it also means there's a real interesting question of like how much difference is there really between playoffs and regular season if it's all best of 5s and all one and done versus individual opponents.
All full Fearless too. Like we're even there. Everything's still the same. It really gives a good litmus test to all of these teams, and especially for Top Esports, right? I know now that we had BLG move through, the sentiment has been, all right, we're getting towards those Titan LPL orgs that we all know and love that are pushing through the bracket, giving us the semifinals, the upper bracket, lower bracket finals, grand finals we expect. But Top Esports, you would consider a name in that, moniker now on the back foot here. And interestingly, I got switched up by the position on the stage. I thought they selected red side off of a loss.
Oh, wow.
Probably going to be on that blue side, we expect.
No, I mean, selecting red side in this current meta would be crazy. I mean, that's... calling it a bad idea? Maybe that's a step too far, but...
Better
like,
have a good comp. You better have a good idea what you're doing.
better know what's up. You'd better have this counter pick of dreams, you know? You better be in your opponent's head, know what they're going to pick, and have that counter pick going for you. Otherwise, yeah, there's just so much extra potential for blue side at the moment. It gives you so much extra to really play around. There's so many great picks you can grab on that B1, and the counter picks at the moment, I mean, they're fine. They've not been great.
Yeah.
They've not been that turning point. And I think especially because of the way the meta's shaken out at the moment, that we're seeing a lot of top laners picked in the first couple of rounds, counterpick has lost a lot of its luster from previous years.
Man, I think they have more drink cups on their desk right now than they got kills in that last game. Guys.
Quite possibly.
We gotta dictate some space here, all right? I guess they're thirsty. They're definitely locked in and focused. And we really want to see guys like Kanavi lock back in here, especially because you pick the Sejuani in a comp that needs a really first engage, right? We thought we were going to see an Alistar come through. The Braum really made Kanavi the focal point of that comp.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see as we get into this Game 2 draft if they're going to lean back on Kanavi on those engaged first champions. Because even his most synonymous champion, he's known for Bloxer, the Vi, fits his tempo, is going to be available, or are they going to try and push that duty to someone else like Crisp? We'll have to see.
Yeah, do NiP allow that Vi to go through? Because they didn't in the previous matchup, and I think that's the right decision overall. It's such a strong champion at the moment. If you are going to grab it, you want to grab it for yourself early on. So very unlikely to get to see it with top over on this blue side, unless of course NiP, they've got something crazy on the counter.
Yeah, and the problem with red side is they have to like throw a couple of these respect bans down, right? So I don't even know if they get away with banning Vi, because they have to ban Skarner and Kalista. That's like standard LPL red side bans. Well, see if they get it on the third one here is Top Esports really targeting Doinby's champ pool here early on their own bans, and the Vi does slip through.
It does indeed. I would not be surprised if it's just going to be first pick. No.
Ooh, no, the
Straight.
Rumble.
Now, the Rumble is great. The Rumble is incredibly strong at the moment. 369's had a great time on it, and you can also put it into the mid lane if you want to move things around. You're not fully locked in to it being top. I would expect it to end up in the top lane, and 369 can carry on this one in a way that he really wasn't able to previously. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you were confused by that one. This is the problem, though, with being on blue side and first picking yourself up something like the Rumble, which is good. You're giving away two of the best picks in the entire meta at the moment. Cassante, Vi, that's the engage of your composition sorted. Done and dusted. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You can now move on to the damage threats. And on top of that, these two champions can do a ton as well. And the fact that you've got a Rumble you already see, now you're picking yourself a Varus into this composition. JackieLove had a bad time in the previous game. I don't see the Varus particularly making that any easier to bear.
No. No matter how you build it, no matter what summoners you're taking here, Varus is pretty immobile. Cease and desist is coming through whether you throw the Chains of Corruption out or not.
Yeah.
But JackieLove wants to be in a pretty big damage position. I already expect this to be on hit, so I think he's going to scale up and try and be a menace. Do see Chris lock in the Leona, so pretty good combo, right? Layer the Equalizer with a Solar Flare to get maximum advantage out of that ultimate, but, Doinby Akali. This is at IP's, we've figured out their sauce, Bloxer. They are just going to make JackieLove's life hell in this series.
Miserable. JackieLove is not allowed to play League of Legends today. It's not happening. Go home. Give up at this point. No, I mean, you're going to have to draft yourself some more protection right here. Crisp on the Leona is a good start, but it is a very small start. And also, taking the Leona in this situation gives you that engage that you're really looking for, but it does nothing really to stop the full-blown dive that we're seeing out of NiP. Something like Renata, I think, would have potentially fit a little bit better to try to counter what NiP are doing. Of course, you don't just want to play into your opponents and just try to counter what they're doing. You need to do your own things. That's where the Leona is really going to be coming in right now. But both these compositions kind of have the same sorts of ideas, just slightly different ways of going about it. You're still wanting to front-to-back team fight. NiP, though, they're going to go flying in to start that fight.
I like this. They are doing a rarity, especially in Fearless format, committing to a similar style of play with completely different champions. Cream on the other side, though, in the second phase, gets his champions knocked down. Silas is a staple. He played the Tristana earlier in the series, would have been really good at Doinby's Akali. But this Ashe really would solidify the pick potential comp for Ninjas in Pajamas once more.
Yeah, it does stop it from being that full dive into the backline composition. Same thing with the Jhin. I actually prefer the Jhin here. I think that Ashe would kind of be wasted on this composition. Yeah, sure, you can make it into a pick comp, and there is good follow-up on those Enchanted Crystal Arrows, but I think you can get the same sort of effect with the Jhin while saving the Ashe to be a bargaining tool later on. TES, they are very much also playing around a pick sort of composition, but
where's the protection? There's no JackieLove protection in this comp.
JackieLove dies.
JackieLove dies every time.
Every time. You're relying on Cream and 369 to be able to play around the rest of this matchup and be able to get the kills going once everybody's jumped JackieLove and decided that he's not allowed to play the game anymore. And we are going to see the Alistar that was hovered last time be locked in, and this composition, it's super tanky, it's got some backline threat, it can go front to back if you want it to with the Jhin. I really like what Ninjas in Pajamas have gotten for themselves here.
Yeah.
TS's composition, I think it's okay, like, in and of itself, but into what Ninjas in Pajamas have, that leaves me a little bit more suspicious.
Yeah, I'm worried, because even, I think if we're framing these compositions, right, even if Top Esports, play aggressive with this Ahri, the Wukong, the Rumble, there is not a lot of reliable damage outside of JackieLove in this comp, right? You cannot rely on a Wukong or an Ahri in major fights to churn out enough damage. Top Esports, they're just really backing themselves into a corner in a game where they really have to win. It's your reverse sweep if you lose this one. That's the only option left, or your season's over.
Yeah. Yeah, or you're done for an entire split. It feels so bad to lose out onto this one. The momentum would be fully against them. Something actually, Top Esports were coming into this series with the momentum. They were able to best out their opponents. Not the same thing for NiP. All of a sudden, though, things can reverse. This is the nature of these games. Everything on a knife's edge at this point. Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. What can you do here as Top Esports? You got Wukong, right? That's a great ganking jungler. Once you get that level 6, let's see it. Let's see just how much you can get into these lanes, how much you can really exert your will onto your opponent's Kanavi. There's no ways to just sit back and allow this game to happen to you, otherwise we may end up in the same situation.
The advantage here for Top Esports, definitely going to be able to play the map a bit more aggressive with the roam ability threat of the Ahri, but it's all about this early to mid game. Honestly, for both compositions, and even early, right? I feel like a lane swap, if you want to try to alleviate pressure on JackeyLove, still doesn't work that well because you've got Shanji K'Sante on the other side. Will easily gobble up a lane swap versus the Rumble.
Yeah, and this is one of the best bits about the K'Sante, is that he's very good in these lane swap situations at just sort of allowing that to happen. He doesn't really mind. Diving him, it works sometimes, but even when you do get the kill, you end up spending so much time on the dive, somebody dies back, or you don't get as much benefit from it, you don't get as much time on the turret plating as you would want. It's really hard champion to try to play it around. At the same time, if this isn't a lane swap, if we don't end up seeing Sanji playing up against the bot lane of Top Esports, well, it's actually quite a hard matchup for you to play into the Rumble. You can get solo kills, especially once you hit level 6 if you can all in, but at the same time, 369 should be able to poke down Sanji quite a lot and potentially open up some gank opportunities for Kanavi.
Deep ward for PP got cleared out on that bot side. Does at least let Ninjas and Pajamas know that it's going to be a bot to top clear here for Kanavi as the lane swaps do come out. Kanavi going, or Shanji, excuse me, going for the strat of giving some room to his melee mid laner and then teleporting back in. Is a rough spot for Shanji, but as we're going to continue to highlight, as long as he's not giving away gold, you're not too mad about the K'Sante falling behind as expected. Because this is worse to fall behind in if you're on the 369 side of it.
Absolutely. A K'Sante from behind is still a K'Sante, whereas the Rumble, the swing in what he can do in a game from ahead on behind is massive. The Equalizer is going to have to be a big part of the actual AoE damage from this composition. Otherwise, Cream, JackeyLove, they're very single target in who they're trying to kill. And there isn't really one good option on this NiP composition. Who do you choose as your one kill? I guess you'd like to be getting on top of Leave, but it's very unlikely that a Jin's going to be that close. He should be way further back.
Outrages everybody. Yeah, it's such a great match, even into this. Well, we're likely going to see lethality JackeyLove. I talked about how I would have liked the on-hit. I'll admit I jumped the gun a little bit on that one before the rest of the draft kind of manifested. The Akali came out and stuff like that, but we're going to continue to talk about. This is one of the toughest games for JackeyLove to play in, and the nerves are getting to him. My man taking 2 turret shots for nothing right there.
And you don't want to be giving away free damage over, because there's always a situation in which K'Sante just snaps and goes, nope, you're dead. And, I mean, it works out for him more often than not. C369, he's going to have a slightly easier time of it. Obviously, you've got the ability to long-range farm slightly more, although he does take a huge chunk of damage here. Yeah, ouch.
You're going to lose the Cannon in the background. Ignite
He gets
down.
ignited, wow.
Dark Harvest stack over for Leaves, so long-term investment gains there for AD carry.
Exactly what you're looking for. And so, these lanes, they're volatile, they're exciting, they're explosive. Who can exploit that right here, Kanavi or Aki? Aki obviously had a much better game previously, and the Vi, I think, is the best jungler in the meta at the moment. It's a shame, slightly, that you can only get it once when it comes to this Fearless, because I think it's so much fun to watch. Kanavi, though, looking to cash his in. Here's the dive.
Yep. Welcome to K'Sante Gaming in the early game. Shanji, though, does get a good brunt. Crisp is going to have to flash out, drop the aggro.
No.
JackeyLove takes it. Shanji's still surviving with the turret aggro juggled just massively enough. JackeyLove grabbing first blood. Exactly where you need the gold to go if you're Top Esports.
I was deeply worried there. Everybody was so close. One last turret shot away from dying, but it works out. And actually, they're able to do it swiftly enough that they pick up a turret plate and a half as well. Good play out of Top Esports. Exactly what they needed after the early game disaster that they had on the previous matchup. Look back at this one. Sanji honestly plays this one out pretty well.
A lot of flashes burned for sure.
Yeah, you get a flash out of, I think, everybody.
Out of Jackie too, actually.
Oh no, Kanavi doesn't have to flash, so that's at least one flash retained, but yeah, not gonna be the end of the world. You can see, even despite all of that, Sanji's still not down in XP. It's still absolutely fine in terms of his peers at the moment. It's actually been the bot lane right here at Ninjas in Pyjamas who have had the slightly rougher time of it, being able to actually step up as much as they would like to see their CS. So we continue to watch top laners versus bot laner gaming. Not necessarily the most exciting to watch. Yeah, exactly, but luckily there are objectives spawning now.
Okay, good. Unstoppable.
Just
Shanti actually avoids all of the major crowd control there with that one. Oh, that's
Oh,
flash
wow.
out of 369. So that bottom lane you were a bit worried about. Get a key summoner out. And, you know, Bloxer, luckily for you and all the fans at home, the two roles that have the most power when their ultimates come online, they're coming through here, especially once Doinby gets this perfect execution. This mid lane gets a lot easier.
Yeah, that is going to be a potential explosive matchup. You could potentially even get solo kills here. Doinby has been known... They're rare. We don't see them that much nowadays, that's for sure. But hey, they do happen. I got to see one today. I've cost a lot of games for there to be one.
It's not a good ratio.
No, not necessarily, but still, with level 5s, nearly level 6s for these junglers, that's the point at which I think things are going to get very explosive. Not actually going to be ticking the level 6s, though, are those junglers or bot laners, so this play much harder to try to go in for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Still, I think they're going to try for it. Teleport behind.
Oh, yeah. No level 6, though, on Shanji, so... But a big engage from PP
Oh,
God. The
engage.
headbutt pulverized. He's trying to throw Cream out, but he just sacrificed himself. Beef to the slaughter right there. Jackie Lev does drop on the backside, though, to Aki. So it's support for AD carry for now, but the health bars a bit more in control of Ninjas in Pyjamas. How much more space do we want to buy? They take one grub to make sure there's no 3 grub, and everybody's going to walk away here. Gotta think that fight looks a lot more explosive if we have more ultimates available.
Oh yeah, the second that you've actually got the level 6 available on Aki, Jackie Love dies. I mean, if he's the target. He dies. There's nothing that Jackie Love can do. Although he's got 2 kills already, so he's at least had a fun time before these key ultimates come in. But watch this fight, right? Watch the point at which PP God goes in, and the point at which the teleport is actually completed.
Too early.
So early. They are way too early on this one. Imagine these low health bars that you can see on Kanavi and Crisp. But there's a Cassante who's actually able to join this fight. Sanji kind of just teleports and arrives at this fight to be bodyguard at the very end. Way too early, and a little bit of a crack showing for NiP that we didn't get to see in the previous game.
If there's one thing about PP God that makes him so fun to watch and questionable is that this guy always wants to go in. So, mess with the bull. The horns weren't available for PP God next time, but once he gets that ultimate on, it's on for PP God in this one.
All of a sudden, you can jump into the back line, use that Unbreakable Will, and it's a lot less of a bad decision. You pair that alongside Sanji actually being there, and that's a good team fight for NiP. In the previous game, they had a decent team fighting composition, but were really looking for the picks beforehand. I think that's the same way you want to play this one out. If you can pair Doinby and Aki up early on to get yourself a pick onto Cream or Jackie Love, maybe onto 369 before the team fight starts, then these fights are going to be much, much easier to play out. Otherwise, top, they do have really good team fighting. It's a little bit single target, you know, they're not potentially going to be able to do as much massive AoE as they'd like, but to be honest, neither can their opponents. But at the same time, 369, if he can get a good ulti down into the backline, it just ruins what NiP are looking to do.
I think if I enough space somehow from Jackie Love could make even more successful gains, but the comp against him is designed to make his game even more unplayable than last time. Shanji, though, definitely the one feeling the most unplayable gameplay currently, as he was dove early on, and now he's staring down another one. This time, Ganavi and Cream have ultimates available, but they're a little bit wary about it. Wave is thinning as well, so they gotta go if they're gonna go now. Ignite down, good brunt of the first bit of CC, but the all-out drops your defenses, and it's Jackie Love to snipe home his 3rd kill of the game.
Another kill, constantly putting Sanji down. At the same time, though, you end up losing yourself out onto that Drake, and now, yeah, you can see 369 knows that something's up, uses that ulti to try thin out the wave. Might potentially still get dove here regardless.
NiP are collecting a lot on the map, though, for that Shanji dive. They get the first dragon, they get some serious plates down in that mid lane. And boy, you can tell they really do want this dive here. Oh,
yeah.
Shuriken does not cancel the back here, and 369's awareness grants him a very important reset.
Yeah, gonna lose quite a lot though. Definitely gonna lose that first turret placed at least. And Cream has arrived here. Doesn't have the ulti. Used that previously.
Right, and flash Vault Breaker
Yup.
for Aki. They have the clone call from all the way across the map. Gonna get out of the deadly flourish shots when it's PP God flying on in. Aki picks it up with the Vault Breaker. May not be who they came for the first time looking for the dive, but still a kill secured for NiP nonetheless.
A kill's a kill, doesn't matter onto who right here. And to be honest, stopping Cream in his tracks might be more important. Does have the teleport available, but has been having a pretty good early game, farming up really well, putting himself into a good spot, nearly at that first completed item. It's going to be a real downer on the early game right here for Top's mid laner. Doinby going to get another turret plate into his back pocket, working on that third, getting himself a decent little advantage over his opponent. We've also got the next set of grubs spawning in just over 10 seconds time. Now, the first set was split 50-50 right here. Neither team is going to be able to get all 6, but if NiP could grab the next 3, that would help them a lot in terms of their tower taking, but I think they just want the team fight around him more. Oh, that's the ulti bomb.
Here. Unbreakable Will was available for PP God, so he's just going to trade ultimates, but a lot of ultimates not going to be available for this grub take. Make it a bit of a wary tale for NiP to try and fly in. Mostly that cease and desist for Aki still not up yet, but he's going for a bit of highway robbery here. I wonder how long he's going to stick around. I figure he only take 1, but he's going for a second. And
if you can grab the second, that would be great. But at the same time, there's absolutely no reason to throw your life away. The worst you can go is even at this point. So who cares? Move on with this one. It is just going to be a mid lane push being established right here by NiP. Actually going to be able to push this one under the tower fully, but still not going to be the end of the world. Drake not spawning again for another 2.5 minutes. So we've actually got quite a lot of downtime here, unless of course Crisp gets jumped. Yep, there it is.
Aki over the wall. Good flash away from him, but pulverized though. Gonna keep Crisp safe. Turns around with the solar flare, forces leave out of his cleanse. Zenith Blade engages right back onto Aki, and boy, have the tables turned on this engage. Down goes Aki. That's a shutdown given over to Kanavi, who definitely needed it most.
Yeah, Kanavi has been having a bit of a quiet game so far, able to pick up that kill. Go a long way, and that was also the cleanse immediately out of leave. A really nice solar flare from Crisp. Crisp had a pretty quiet game in the previous one. Really unfortunate when your ADC keeps getting jumped by everybody. Not really any way for him to be able to keep his ADC alive. This time around though, very much again needs to be that body blocker, and is doing a good job of it. That being said, there's now going to be first items completed on quite a lot of champions in this game.
We've talked about it, right? With Top up against IG, so many of their players really stepping up and really revolutionizing their game. Kanavi, one of those, and it's just such a quiet couple of games for him. I know even he gets that shutdown, but you haven't seen a big Wukong Cyclone. We got no value out of that Sejuani. Still waiting on Top Esports' jungler to find his form here if they want to increase this small lead that they've made.
They really do need to accelerate this game for themselves just a little bit. The scaling's pretty even between these two compositions. I don't think there's a massive advantage either way. Yeah. But at the same time, you do, once you get a small advantage, want to really push it right here, because you do have something like the Wukong that can fall behind if you aren't able to do that. 40 seconds until this Drake is going to be spawning. You've got bot lane priority established for Top, although Doinby going in. If you can just get the ult, it's big. Nah, not quite.
Just gonna poke down. A lot of single target damage, and while the scaling may be even, it's really damage questions that are gonna become present for Top Esports, especially as this game goes on. Not only because the Ahri is a question, but when you go this lethality Varus, right? You do start to lose valuable target selection the tankier your opponent gets. Especially talking about Shanji and PP God as this game goes on.
Yeah, they're not gonna care. They are absolutely not gonna mind if Jackie Love decides to throw a couple of those piercing arrows into him. The thing is though, Doinby, Leave, Aki, they very much will care, and those are gonna be the main targets you're looking at. You're not really focusing on these tanks. The only issue with that though is if Sanji gets far enough ahead that you can't kill him, Ahri's not going to shred through a tank. Neither is Jackie Love with this build. Nobody's going to be able to deal with him. Now, Sanji's been put very far behind. It's not the end of the world so far, but we will have to keep an eye on that.
Could have a dragon fight here.
Chains.
Going to hit Sean G. Does make Aki bail out of the pit. He does secure the dragon, but there's the lockdown from Kanavi. Picks off
equalizer.
Aki once more. Sean G having a flash back here. Cream has some charges in Spirit Rush. Top Esports looking to push the tempo. They do have Leaf section out. He has to flash over the big wall to get back towards his turret. Dragon's secure, but now Doinby maybe a little too far forward. Does have the space that Kali allows, so Ninjas in Pajamas are going to pay their jungler's life for some dragon stacking.
Interesting decision from Top to jump the enemy jungler after he smoked the Drake down. I'm personally a big fan of the jumping the enemy jungler before that happens, but still, they're able to get the kill. Generally, it is, but they're able to get the kill back. They're having decent success in these team fights, and it really is off the back of these equalizers more than anything. The start of the fight is obviously just everybody going full in onto Aki, and they just don't really get the angle onto him, unfortunately. Cream wasn't quite in the area to be able to jump Aki beforehand, but it's at this point where you see the equalizer come through and everybody's just scattered to the hills. And Leaf having to flash there, that's a big flash gone. We had so much praise for Leave in the previous game. It's been a very quiet one so far. Collector completed. She went for those Rifty boots early on, which I'm very surprised by. But hey, getting back out onto the map off those recalls is very important. And this game, much less bloody than the previous one. I don't think we're going to be getting a ruinous Atacan this time around.
Yeah, we already know. We're going to go back to Voracious.
Voracious.
But
which I prefer, definitely. It's much more interesting, and I think it's going to change up the dynamic here, because all of a sudden you really do want to actually send some real focus towards it and try pick it up.
Yeah. Top side going to be the focus of this next fight here, and got to keep an eye on the summoner advantage here for Top Esports. Jackie Love's going to be as comfortable as he can be. There's flashes available for all of Top Esports, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas looking to force the issue in the jungle so far. That season assist, Kanavi wanted it. Baits in Aki, who now has to flash out of his own ultimate. Chains of Corruption going to fund it from Jackie Love as well. This is the fight Top Esports needs, singling out one member at a time. They're going to pay their life for Chris with the equalizer down, though. 369 is getting so much value out of this ultimate, and PP God is going to fall even through his unbreakable will in quotation marks. There's the Top Esports we were expecting. Break it open for 3 kills to none.
They're going to be able to trade this one in as well for a Rift Herald, and that's off of a highly over-aggressive play out of NiP's jungle. Aki goes flying in, decides to use that ulti onto Kanavi, who's already a pretty tough target to try to kill, and ends up getting taken way too deep. And beyond that, when we have a look back at this replay, it's not just that equalizer that's huge out of 369, it's also the cancelling of the curtain call. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to see it on the backside of this fight, but at the point at which the curtain call comes through here, 369 then walks up just towards Leaf, forces him to stop that one, and that's a ton of the teamfight damage just evaporated. Leaf.
Oh, and Doinby caught out in the pip as well. Great find from Crisp, and the rest of the damage comes through. We had a lot of worries about this Top Esports composition in this game, but their single target damage and lockdown was the one thing they were going to prevail with, and it's exactly how they've impressed so far.
And it's the kind of composition where, hey, if it starts going well, you can keep it going well. You can really keep the momentum very much intact, and Top Esports are doing that to great effect right now. Minute and a half until they're going to have a Drake to try to play around. For the minute, though, it's just about these turrets, trying to absorb as much gold as you possibly can from the standing objectives around the map. And with Cream managing to pick up this top lane tier 1 tower, just continues to expand that gold lead he's got right now over Doinby. 1.2k up. Nobody is down right now for TES. Ninjas in Pajamas, it's very much getting to crunch time where they need to find that fight, that pick, something to get their game started.
You know, it's just going to add more pressure to the guy who already made a pretty big mistake here. Aki, he is the pivotal tool. Once more, Nocturne game we saw it is on this Vi. And going forward, you got to be clicking cease and desist onto 2 champions in my mind. Well, you could get away with 369, but it should be Cream and Jackie Love only. Anybody else? It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, 369 on a pick, potentially. And to be honest, 369 is dealing a lot of the team damage right now, despite only being 1 item. Yeah, the other 2 definitely going to be a lot more. And you know what? So far, we were wrong. We talked about how Jackie Love was very much dead in almost every single situation, but NiP, they've never paid that back. They have never actually been able to do what this composition really ostensibly set out to do. They haven't been able to get into the backline, and when they have, it's more than enough damage from the rest of the TES composition to make up for it. Also going to be able to start up this Drake. It's the first Drake top are going to be able to grab for themselves, so not too bad to give over for NiP, but still, it just shows that they're kind of losing control of the map right here, losing bot lane tower as well.
Yeah, but that's a big win con for them. Was Ocean Soul could have really given them a lot of space, especially against the clear poke that Jackie Love has. They're trying to set up a flank here, but Jackie Love with the move speed boost is going to get himself out, and both those bot tier 1 turrets are up, so you definitely turtle towards there safely. Top Esports going to avoid the trap being set here. And like you mentioned, Bloxer, we are just waiting, not just for Aki, but Doinby especially. I mean, this is like a borderline side lane Akali in this game.
Yeah.
Just 2 KP to the name.
Hasn't been able to get involved in any kills, hasn't been able to start any kills for himself either. And I was so excited when I saw this Akali locked in.
So excited.
We've seen some really cool Akali games so far in the LPL. We've seen some cool Akali games from Doinby so far this split, but it just hasn't happened for him in this one, and that's always a worry. When the Akali gets a couple of kills, it's almost nightmarish for opposing squishies. But in this one, where you're just sort of wandering around and you have some level of threat, but it's kind of just a Hextech belt, that's really not enough damage to be able to just one-shot assassinate anybody but Jackie Love right now, and it really reduces the amount of use you can get out of this Akali. The Ahri at least doesn't give you that much extra in terms of just pure utility, but she does at least have a charm. She helps in some way.
She definitely has so far in this game. Is Top Esports still the more aggressors? Dumping a lot onto PP God, though. That's the Alistair, and here comes the turn. Aki gets the cease and desist. Here's the bullet time out coming across, but it will not find the kill onto Chris. It's Kanavi to drop first here. Here comes Aki and Doinby, but 369's damage is massive. It has to be the take. Shanji gonna go out. They're looking for Jackie Love, but he's cutting back safely towards his alcove and his team. Shanji too far up on his lonesome, and now it's 369's time. Equalizer down. Flashes galore as NiP are sent skyward. And a trade of kills is all we find, with a ton of summoners and ultimates down.
And the game just does not go well for NiP at any point. Over-aggressive again and again. They need to find these fights, though. This is the sort of aggressive, all-in play I would have liked to see from NiP about 10 minutes ago. At this point, you're already down enough gold that you can really start to feel the wallet diff slipping in. This should be a pretty quick kill in and out, right? You're able to jump onto the over-aggressing opposing jungler, get that kill, leave. But with the ulti, with the clone, you're able to live just a little bit longer, and they get baited in and then over-chased. And Sanji here, we had a lot of praise for him in the previous game. Way too aggressive. Way too aggressive. Yeah.
That flash definitely hurt to watch, for sure. Jackie Love continues to survive here. And its time is ticking, because at a certain point, that wallet diff is only going to become more and more of a problem. And NiP are starting to lose big structures here. They knock down the mid-tier 2 turret. So much of the map opens up for Top Esports with Baron coming up in 2 minutes, and Ocean Drake and Atakan all on the map. It gets so much harder for NiP to really answer across the map right now.
Atakan still here. Really big buff if you can pick it up for either of these teams. Now, you need to be careful with Top Esports. I've seen good teams throw great situations in games around both Atakan and Baron, and having them both up at the same time can be way too tempting of a battle location for teams. They can forget that they have side lanes, mid lanes, well, any lane potentially, and they sort of sit in the top side staring at each other, waiting for somebody else to start up the Atakan before them. Doinby potentially getting collapsed here. I think he's going to be alright. I don't think that Crisp is particularly hunting for him, but yeah, still has to back out, still has to be careful. Atakan gonna be touched, but not really started up. We get some recalls through. Second items are finally coming online right here for NiP. They're not too far behind in terms of their raw items at this point in the game. So it might actually be a good point for NiP to try to find themselves another fight.
The main difference being that B1 Rumble from 369, who in their series up against IG, definitely the last series of the regular split against LGD was massively impressive. Back to the upper 6s to high 9s in the good old-fashioned 369 grading scale. And he's just doing so much damage in these fights. And the problem here is, as we move forward, it doesn't feel like we're getting to a point where Shanji can be a real answer to the side lane split 369. He's just so much further ahead that Shanji really gets neutralized for any fight
Shanji has
upcoming.
one item.
Yeah, I mean, there you
And
go.
they're
Exactly.
all magic resist at the moment. Like, he gets shredded at the moment by anybody who breathes on him with some AD damage. He has to itemize like this, though, because 369 is so strong. And it was the first pick of this Rumble, so we were hoping it was going to be paid off. You can't first pick the Rumble and then not have this kind of performance. 369 definitely having a good one so far. Everybody hovering around here. Where's the engage?
Who is going to make the first blow here? Both teams with more than enough engage available. Charm down onto PP. God gonna look to jump in. Has that unbreakable will going. I wonder if top esports may slow down with that ult going, but no. Chris wants to go in. Maybe a bit ill-advised, but they just burn through the cow's HP. Down goes PP God. 369 is an absolute juggernaut on the Rift right now for TES.
It just doesn't matter that you've got that unbreakable will for PP God. He goes down anyway, and it just felt like NiP was standing there, fish in a barrel, not really sure how they could engage to try to actually pick themselves up anything specific, any real kills. And right here you can see there's no snap decision to go towards the Baron. They don't think they'll be able to take it quickly enough before their opponents have respawned or joined in with these fights. NiP feel like they're just faltering, kind of like TES did, where they would just let the game happen to them.
This is exactly how sluggish they looked in those last two games against AL. It is just afraid to commit to the comp you drafted. And we gave them so much credit. And what really stings the most, Bloxer, is that this is a very similar style comp to how they won last game.
Yeah. Go in. Make something happen. Obviously, it's not that simple, but in some ways it kind of is, right? Yeah, at this point, you've gotten so far behind that that doesn't necessarily work. 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, this was a much stronger composition. I think the worst bit for me so far has been Aki not using this Vi the second you hit 6 and just getting kills and ganks and all of that. That's like what you have to do on this champion. Exactly.
Well, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky with the brush here as Runa's outcome will get started up. See a lot of teams throw around this buff, especially with the revive given over to whoever secures it. Navi committing to a PP God once again going in, maybe a little bit too early here with Doinby off to the side. But where's the commit of these ultimates? In goes Doinby. He's got 369. We were waiting for the mid lane stable to find his moment. But Aki's burned through next. The next perfect excuse for Doinby. He has to flash himself out, and it's Kanavi's time to sing. Stasis down for Doinby, but he's as good as dead. And Shanji's not taking enough to hold on to the front line. The scene is played for Chris. Finds leave, but he crit shots him to the face. Shanji trying to kite back, buy space for his AD carry, but Creep's trying to kill. They're going forward instead. They find Jackie Love. Is it Leaf's moment once again? The Kaisa from game 1 to give them the win. It could be the Jin from game 2 to save them. Triple kill to Leaf. NiP blowing up out of nowhere.
Oh my lord, I was so ready to come out of this fight and criticize this Jin. Doesn't do a lot of damage, wasn't really doing what it needed to. Apparently, Leaf just needed time. I love it. Flashing forwards, getting himself those kills. Let's watch him for the entirety of this team fight because it starts with the massive Aki flank. I love that. But this ulti, it really doesn't feel like the curtain call's doing very much. In fact, misses that last shot. It's much later on in this team fight. He literally is standing. He pressed S just then. He's pressing S again.
What's going on?
What?
Is he like Goku right now, just trying to like charge up for this back end of the fight?
Apparently so. I didn't realize that you could stand literally still for this much of a team fight and win it for your team.
I just gave socials their free tweet for this fight. I mean, my guy was standing. It's like what's the what was it called, the summoner spell you could take in arena where like you just stand in a corner and power up?
I can't remember what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, he was just standing there like
just standing there waiting. Hey, Jin does more damage after 4 seconds of standing still, apparently. And hey, it works. And all of a sudden, this game feels a little bit less lopsided than it did previously. Not lopsided, but that is now going to be 3 fully completed items here onto Leave, including the LDR, right? So you are now actually going to be able to get through these tanky frontliners. Now, let's do it all again.
deja vu. Ooh, good interrupt on the headbutt there from Cream. PP God is already at half HP. He's holding on to the Unbreakable Will.
Atakan's low,
He's
though.
going to teleport back in. Atakan is angry. Hasn't reset just yet, though, and all of Top Esports are out of vision. Will finally reset. We'll have to see here. Charm onto Cream. There it is.
Okay,
Atakan is reset, and that spoils a lot of trouble here for Top Esports as they've juggled the aggro for a while, but 369 is looking for the big equalizer. Can the rest of TES get forward? No. And ultimate going to be used just to zone, and they'll restart the Atakan.
This is fine right here for NiP. It's a lot blown already out of TES, but they do have kind of low health bars. They need to find another big fight. Leave is once again stood still.
Both takes are about half HP. Aki singled out off to the side. He's going to use the assist on the 369, but he's all alone, and the curtain call bullets are not hitting the priority targets. PP God going to go down next. It looks like TES bided their time correctly this time round. Second time's the charm. Get the 2 kills and get themselves a revive buff.
I guess I kind of see the idea, right? You have Leave and Aki working together, trying to just blow up, assassinate on to 369 again, but it just doesn't work in the backside of that fight. They are going to lose the Atakan and the Baron potentially as well, straight over onto that secondary buff. And that doesn't really feel like there's anything you can do here. It's going to be a mid lane tier 1 and the Dragon as the trade. Yeah, not the most equal of trades, and this is going to be great for Top Esports.
It's another fight where NiP are unsure about when they want to go in, and you just cannot survive in this game making those mistakes. The longer these fights draw out, the more space you're buying for guys like 369 and Jacula. You'll see it here in this replay.
I think Aki probably should have just Vault Breakered away in that situation, but I guess potentially thought he was going to get caught out. Or they could just blow up 369. They aren't able to, though. And instead is going to be Baron and Atakan. You've got that Voracious buff, so you can step up without any worries. This is the best way to dive turrets in the game. You shred them, you don't care about how much damage they do to you. All good all the way through. And NiP, they're going to have to find themselves a bunch of kills right here early on if they want to stop this combo from annoying them for the next minute. And then another one on top of that with just the Baron.
Just such a tough corner to be back into. If you're at NiP, you can see they're already surrendering all turrets outside of their base walls, but even that's not going to accomplish anything. NiP, once again, in that same spot. You need to make a decision. Go in or surrender more, and for now, they're not willing to commit anywhere. Maybe trying to swing around to go towards 369, but he's playing as safe as he possibly can. They're trying to cut the wave down. Doing a pretty good job at it, but it's only buying them a couple more seconds as they lose their inhibitor on the bot side.
And now top. Sorry, mid gonna get pushed through right here. That's
okay. Not the
pretty
most useful
early.
equalizer.
No, the equalizer not necessarily gonna do quite what 369 was hoping that it would. At the same time, really not the end of the world. You're still gonna be able to put this pressure through as minions pour in through the bottom lane. Mid lane tier 3 tower gonna go down. Inhib soon to follow. And NiP, they're gonna have to pull the last stand out sooner rather than later.
Shuriken onto Cream. He's already got a quarter HP. Doiby just doesn't want to pull the trigger. Deadly Force lands, but they got the Chains of Corruption on Leaf. Does use the cleanse, and now Kanavi's far too far forward. And Leaf's going to bring out the curtain call. Remember, we still have revives across the board. There is one down. Kanavi gets sniped out. They've got a couple more seconds. Maybe now NiP can go, but it's a huge solar flare from Chris. He's going to re-engage with the rest of his team. Doiby finds the kill to Kanavi, though. Picks himself up a second, and they have Leave untouched. It's Jacqueline with 369 that have to play back. They've got no revives to bail them out, and Leave gets to fire shot after shot into the hearts of TES. It may have cost them 2 inhibitors, but NiP make another big stand.
NiP, every fight that they can get Leave untouched in to begin to win this. 4 items completed. Eye Edge now in his back pocket. If NiP are to win this game, if they're to pull off a comeback of the century, they're going to have to play fully through Leave. And this actually starts with Leave having to cleanse away from the Chains of Corruption, and then he kind of just sits on the backside of this fight once again, keeps himself as far away as possible. And I like the decision out of NiP here to play forward, but they're waiting on damage. At this point is when the buff fell off, and then you can actually go for this fight. But it's a mess of a team fight. I don't know why TES have pushed themselves quite so far forward when they know their Voracious buff is wearing off.
Still do get a lot of the map to themselves again, right? They have 2 inhibitors down, constant waves pushing in the mid and bot lane so they can turn attention towards top side. Luckily for NiP, though, after stealing away that 3rd Ocean Drake, there's not a ton on the map for TES to really even punish with these inhibitors down for now.
Yeah. Absolutely. 3 minutes until those inhibitors are back, though, and certainly less than that on both the Drake and the Baron, so it will come into play in a little while. As NiP, I really don't think you can just allow TES to pick themselves up this next Baron. That would spell the end.
We gotta go back and talk about it here, Bloxer. Once more, the series is headlined by players who came in here talking about the form Cream was in. Jackie Love and Chris finally connecting on the TES side. NiP, still a team headlined by Doinby. And the OMG components of Shanji, Aki, and PP God. I listed nearly everybody, but the main guy that is performing better than anyone else right now is Leaf. Another game where he is clearly the MVP for NiP, regardless if they find a way back into this one or not.
Yeah, exactly. NiP, they need to keep playing around this guy because he is having a hell of a day. If you can keep it up, then that may well be the key to success. Right now, TES, they really need to actually get on top of him at some point, but full build and GA in the back pocket. So you are very safe right now as Leave. Just depends on if you're able to actually step up close enough to deal your damage. That 4th shot crit is going to be hitting like an absolute truck. But these team fights have been so messy. 369 been doing such a good job of zoning people out. But still, it's wild looking at how many items people have. There's plenty of people close to full build.
God,
oh,
he's gonna eat the charm. Are they looking
just
for
gonna
to
go
get
in?
with
They're gonna go for it.
They're going on to Jackie Love. Season assist down. Equalizer gonna buy some space. Where is Doinby? He's trying to fly in, but Aki's already down. Current call coming across. Doinby gets the perfect execution onto Jackie Love. How much space can he create? Goes into the stasis with both Kanavi and Cream in his face, and unfortunately, Shanji, PP God, and Leaf just could not cut down the angle. Ton of ults being dropped in that mid lane skirmish, and somehow we end up with a 3v3 still. And look what's spawning on the map. Could they get Ocean Soul? They've caught him on a reset here, Bloxer.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi's in the area. You don't have a smite.
This is risky.
You don't have a smite, and Kanavi certainly does.
Oh, but they got the big crit shot. Kanavi's gonna have to go in. Is Leave gonna get
oh
this?
My
Leave
lord,
gets
they
Ocean
lose it.
Soul for NiP.
Look at their base, though. Look at their base.
They're losing Nexus turrets on the back end. 369 and Cream have teleport. They don't need to take this fight. Allow Kanavi to stall, but they want the skirmish here. Shanji very, very tanky. And now waves are back up. The Nexus turrets are safe for now. What a stall out from TES. They just couldn't make up their mind.
Oh, that's one of those ones where your solo queue teammates are pinging you like, hey, you're the jungler, smite that away, without realizing that Leaf's 4th shot actually does more damage than a smite does at this point in the game. It is a truly insane amount of damage. This is a fight where, once again, NiP, it doesn't go badly for them. That's the first fight for them in a while where they haven't actually lost more members than they've been able to take out from their opponents. Leave, he played that one very safe, exactly as he needs to. We'll see if there's going to be another big engage coming through.
But now the worries we had for TS's comp are coming through here, right? Especially with the Ocean Soul. PP God and Shanji are so tanky by this point. Jackie Love's effectiveness in this game has been cut in half in my mind.
Absolutely it has, and this is the thing, right? It doesn't matter how much you put down a Cassante and an Alistar if you let the game go on for this long. This is a 40-minute game at this point, and boy does it feel like it.
NiP look dead in the water, but they're fighting their way back. Could they find the big win in this one? Solar Flare from Chris only finds PP God. And now NiP, lean back into your Ocean Soul. Stall out, wait, see how much more the poke you can survive, how much more ultimates you can take off of this TES comp. There's the Spirit Rush out for Cream.
There's the engage.
Equalizer down as well. NiP, are they going to re-engage or play stall here? PP God's taking up so much damage. Here's the curtain call from Leave, and in goes Doinby. He's going on top of Chris. Aki has Jackie Love as well. Doinby looking for the 5-point strike to finish it all, but won't find it just yet because Leave is doing all the work on the front side. Look at all the space Doinby's buying, flashing away from the Flame Spinner, but it's the stasis from Cream to buy some time. Leave needs to stay up and find these.
He's still alive.
Shots. And boy, what a shot did he find! Flashes and eviscerates Cream. Leave is doing it all on his own to keep NiP alive and maybe back in the lead for this game too.
How is this back right now for this carry? I mean, right now, Leave is the man possessed, dragging NiP through this game. I cannot believe they're back in this one. They're going back for the Baron. There's no jungler. Did they just get this?
I mean,
what is happening?
I mean, Chris
is this game?
Chris was taking like public transit to get up to this Baron. Finally, they're gonna spot out with a scrying orb, but once again, a crit shot and a smite, like nobody is stopping Aki and Leave together. They have to kill them. Equalizer is down. Leave steps out of it, but there's the Baron.
There's the Baron. Wait, does he just get to base the back of the pit as well?
What has gotten into TES in these last 20 minutes?
This is the TES we were worried would show up, right? This is the TES that we did get in the first game. And this is the TES that, oh boy.
All flying to that back line. I mean,
Yeah,
this is what we wanted in the opening 10 minutes, Boxer.
every fight, I just have to watch Leave, and this has been true in the previous game and this one. He's like a different player than the previous game, right? That shot was nice as well, but also in that previous game, what we were talking about with Leave was how exciting it was that with the Kai'Sa, he was flying into the background. Man-possessed.
Right.
This is the single safest Jhin game I think I've ever seen. He's also changing up his build as well.
He's not got boots anymore. He wants the extra.
No.
He's got double cleanse going right now.
He's full build. He's the full build plus. And to be fair, at the point at which you're using your boots because you've been caught, you're dead anyway. Here as Leave. I get it. Do the extra damage. See what you can do to really be that carry for your team. Because if they make this comeback happen, if they put TES on the brink of elimination from Split 1 after this level of a comeback, I mean, surely the spirits of TES are broken at that point.
And once again, we started to see some good fights from Doinby come out here. Some of the other ex-OMG guys making big plays. Aki's back in form. But it's the one member of NiP that not enough people have been talking about, and now it's going to be all of the rage if they can get this done. And honestly, Bloxer, at this point, I feel like they're in the lead just based off of scaling the Ocean Soul and how much of the map they're starting to break open with no resistance.
I mean, everybody pretty much at this point is full build. There's very little at this point that actually separates out these teams. A couple people are still trying to scrape together their items. Poor supports always are. Top laners as well haven't quite been able to fill everything up, but still, the main carries, they've got all of their items. They're in really strong positions. None stronger than Leave. You're right. There's very little separating these teams right now. Of course, what could be the deciding factor other than Elder Dragon? An Elder Dragon plus the soul that NiP have would likely spell the end for TES. Yeah, Baron.
I got tricked.
Baron
runs out.
That's the Baron running out. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Baron going to be offset from this quite heavily, so you're very much playing around this objective. It's one of those situations where you know exactly who's playing around what and where. Now it depends on what flanks can happen. We've seen both Doinby, Aki, and Sanji find themselves big flanks in this game that have been part of the reason NiP have been able to keep themselves in it. Can they do it again?
It's the controlled chaos of creating so much havoc in TS's backline that now they can't worry about Leave, but they have to get to this gym. Leave will define this game, whether by hitting the gray screen or crit shotting everybody home for TES. This is where TES need to make the stand. They cannot afford to go down 2-0 in this nature, and it's all going to come down to good old Big Graybeard himself. Aki popping out of vision, looking for that flank. Good call out, Bloxer. The Elder is very low. Aki's getting chunked super down.
He's dead.
That's his GA gone. A big blunder from the NiP jungler. What can TES capitalize with off the back of this one? Aki's going to come back up here. Has the Ocean Soul. Doesn't need to reset. He's got enough regen if he wants it, but it's going to give TES control of the Elder for now.
In fact, he's on vision there. Changes everything. Oh, hang on. There's the engage. Oh, he hurts so bad.
Yep. Ooh, gets the shot through. First shot. They got to protect Crisp of all people. The support.
Ooh!
How does that third one get through?
What?
My lord. He is at a blinking health bar. There is no reason Chris should ever nearly go down there, and he has to reset. He doesn't have the Ocean Soul. Aki, look at his health bar. He's all the way back up. It's a 5v4 for NiP right now, looking to steal this game too. And oh boy, I'm terrified. It's going to come down to a 50-50 smite fight. Unless Aki says, we're going in for Jacqueline. All bards are off. They're flying in, but Aki goes down first. Doinby has Jacqueline.
Leaves getting
doesn't
jumped.
have the damage, and Leave is finally getting jumped. He has 2 cleanses. Cleanses off the bird as well. Hits the
doesn't
deadly
matter.
flourish. Leave is still up, but he's losing all of his teammates, and Cream's gonna hunt him down. Good dodge on the Q. Kanavi's up next, trying to find the
Where's the
kill.
fourth
One
shot?
more crit
Fourth.
shot. Leave
Oh.
gets it. GA down. How is Leave alive? It finally burns to the equalizer. GA up, but it doesn't matter. 369 has done it. He's rescued TES at the biggest fight point of the game. Before they slip from their grasp, TES wrestle back this series even.
Oh my lord, finally Leave dies, and that is the nail in the coffin that TES needed. This game, it was in their grasp 20 minutes ago, and it has taken 25 more for them to be able to close this one out. Finally, they will do it. Send us to evens. We've got a series on our hands. NiP, somehow, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, we were like, man, TES, this is going to be a heartbreaker down 2-0, and now it's completely switched on its head, and this was a game, blocks are marred by mistakes, honestly, across the board.
Yes, it was. I would love to say that this was the cleanest League of Legends I've ever watched, but I'm not a liar. That was scrappy in so many ways. I mean, that last fight, I'm genuinely gutted for NiP, because that fight was in their hands. I question heavily why we saw that very aggressive engage right there out of Aki. I don't feel like you needed to do it. As you kept pointing out, you've got Ocean Soul. You've just sent your opponents.
Yeah.
You've just sent your opponent back to the Nexus for their support. Like, it didn't need to go down that way. But then again, it didn't need to be a 45-minute long game in the first place. What was that?
That was a grit fest, as I'd like to call it. It was grinding it out. Who really wanted it more? And it's one of the veterans of the CES roster. That fight had 2 369 equalizers, and both of them took down GAs.
Yes, exactly. 369, I think, genuinely deserves MVPs just for that equalizer. I mean, not that equalizer, all of them. There were great equalizers from the very moment that he ticked 6 until those last 2, as you said, that were able to secure them the game. But it wasn't just 369. As much as he played a big part, this was the top esports that we were really hoping to see. I think Kanavi and Cream also had very good games. And then also, they looked so shaky on trying to actually close this one out. They killed Leave exactly once, and it was apparently the right amount that they needed to be able to win the game. But still, you cannot allow Leave to run through in a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, look, he saw Jackie Love's Gen game yesterday, and he was like, hold on a minute. Let me see where I can step up and do.
Yeah.
But for NiP, this is the worry, right?
Yes.
We talked about at the top of the show. We needed guys other than Doinby to step up. What happens though when Doinby is the one that's falling pretty quiet here? I understand like the Akali pick was partly to deny Cream the Akali, but outside of maybe that one fight they won mid lane, this Akali just did not get enough value.
Very quiet game out of a player who doesn't have a lot of quiet games. Often, when Doinby's on, it's amazing, and when Doinby's off, oh boy, do you know about it. Whereas this one, it just felt like he wasn't quite able to find those big plays in any situation, and it didn't feel like a particularly tough game to be able to play the Akali. We were expecting Jackie Love to die a lot, not something that actually ended up happening. Just a really odd one overall between both of these teams. You come away from that as NiP going, dang, we had that. And you come away from that one happy, obviously, as top because you won, but your coaches are not going to be happy bunnies when you walk into that back room.
No, certainly won't be. I mean,
Look at the gold grab.
The gold grab. It looks like Megalodon came down and chomped out the bottom of that gold grab. It just dropped it through it. And look at Leave and Jackie Love. Those two have to cover over half the damage in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe not with 369, but wow.
Between the 3 of them, now that's well over it. That was so much damage from just a couple of players.
Oh man, Leave is 43% of his team's damage. He dies once. I mean, that's got to be the most tilting loss ever.
Yeah, I really hope he's able to keep his head on straight after that one, because I want to see more of these impressive performances. And like I highlighted midway through, they were very different performances. Game 1, super aggressive. Game 2 was sat back. Maybe he could have been more aggressive in the early stages of the game. I don't know. It seemed to nearly work out. I think for NiP, if you're going to draft yourself the sort of composition that has early game priority in some lanes, go play it. Go get that aggression and make it pay itself back for you. Otherwise, as we saw, they kind of just let the game happen to them up until 25 minutes when all of a sudden they realized, oh, there's a game happening, and then they showed up. But at that point, they were down 7,000 gold, and it's testament to them that they were nearly able to bring it back. But still, 7k, almost an insurmountable lead, and we saw it here.
I'm glad that phrase you said, I think sums this up perfectly. At points in this game, NiP and TES just sat back and let the game come to them when they both drafted comps where that was the exact way you lose with said comp.
Exactly. It's really an interesting look for both of these teams, and it makes me think about whoever wins this one going on to face up against BLG. Because BLG, they do not let that happen to you. The way that Thunder Talk were able to pick themselves up as many wins versus BLG as they did across this split was by constantly being the aggressors. Fighting at every available opportunity and being damn good at it. Now, both of these teams are good at team fighting, but they're a lot more reticent to actually go in, make the plays happen for themselves. You can't do that. Now, obviously, different opponents. Maybe this game they really felt that they needed to play it a little bit slower. I disagree, though, and I disagree with that engage as well. I think that, unfortunately, was not the right decision, and we see it in the end. Leaf still does his absolute damn best to be able to pick this one up.
Look at Doinby, right? I mean, like, how many times do you see an Akali alone with an AD carry, and it's a kill? Like, it should instantly be a kill. This time, he doesn't kill Jackie Love. He's just stuck in no man's land.
Yeah.
And Leaf just can't do enough. He's the last one to die here on an assassin. Like, that's not how this champion works.
No, not particularly, and it really means that it's back to the drawing board. We've seen what Top were able to do when they headed back in the previous game. Now, what do NiP change around for themselves? Because they've used up quite a lot of their best pickups. Like you said, it was a really good performance on the Jhin. That one's now gone. The Vi, I think it's the strongest jungler in the meta at the moment. That one is off of the board as well. Cassante. Cassante! Like, you lost here as NiP with a ton of the best stuff available.
Yeah, and even on the flip side, because it's full fearless, right? You lose the Varus if you want to go for that. I know it's a premier AD carry pick. Like, we're starting to really lose engage supports. That's always a big issue. Rumble's off the board with 369 getting that win. We'll talk about that a lot during draft. Block, so we're going to see the MVP here. And I'm with you. I'm hoping we're getting the 369 MVP, because this Rumble was, even through the woes, the most consistent. And there we go. We're rewarded.
Yeah, indeed. And it feels very well deserved right here. 369, those equalizers were winning every single time. Those were stopping the slow team fights that NiP wanted to play for themselves. They were not allowed to just sit there and play slow because they had an equalizer dropped on their heads pretty much immediately. And there was also that fight around the topside jungle where he chases Leave out from his curtain call, stopping all of that damage from coming through. I think 369 played a very well played game. It wasn't as flashy as some potential MVP performances, but he was definitely the linchpin upon which the rest of the team was sat.
The linchpin that barely held up for TES to get this win. It was muddy, bruised knuckles on both sides, tons of mistakes, a lot to learn from, but not a lot of time for either of our squads. We are now into the best of 3 with this full Fearless format. When we come back, we'll go to Game 3 draft here with a ton of champions off the board and the stakes elevated. Game 3 coming your guys' way after another short break. All right, everybody. I think I've dusted off all the dirt from that last grudge match of a game, but we have the stakes elevated. 1-1 is the series as I try to solidify myself as the best of 5 king of the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Boxer, I truly don't know where we go from here because there's not much like analysis to even take from game 2. It's like, what's the analysis? Don't throw harder than the other team?
Yeah, if you're gonna throw a game, TES, at least pray that NiP can't catch. Like, I don't know about this one. The joy of this, and I feel like I've said this actually quite a lot so far, is that with Fearless, we don't get to run it back. We can take that, ball it up, put it away, move on. Clean slate. Like you said, best of 3 now. 2 more games earlier today? That didn't happen. No. This is just a straight up best of 3 now.
Okay.
However, we do have to slightly take into context the last 2 games.
We do.
Momentum off of that game should be massively in favor of top. They should have come off of that game hot, feeling good, 25 to 26 minutes into that game. Unfortunately, it went on for another 20 minutes, and now I actually don't really know who takes the momentum away from that one. It feels good to win that game, but you definitely are not feeling good about the way in which you won it. And then NiP, you kind of threw the early game, but hey, you can at least take some boost from the fact that, you know, you pulled it back. You nearly managed to take that one away. One badly executed Elder fight away from actually having a victory in that game is an impressive comeback. So the takeaway has to be more aggressive, use your composition the way it's supposed to be used. You know, if you don't have an early game composition that's really built around getting your jungler going, that's fine, then you could play like this. But if you do, if we see some more of these aggressive junglers, and there are still lots of them left to be taken, then we need to see these teams actually play like it.
Here's the thing though, Bloxer. We're running out of early game junglers. We actually have yet to lock in a jungler that I wouldn't consider at least semi-early game. We've lost Vi, Sejuani, Wukong, Nocturne. Like, those are all pretty similar archetype junglers. I fear we're going to slow the game down a lot. Either we're going to fully index to levels 1 through 6, or we're just going to have scale fights, which is fun for the later team fights, in my opinion. Not fun for the clock that I have to keep looking at in the corner of my second monitor, but that's what we're here for. Have you considered that these teams pick themselves the most late game scaling composition you've ever seen, and then fight to the death level 1 and never stop? Point. That's a great point.
Why would we assume that they're going to play their composition the way that it's meant to? Neither of them have shown us that so far. You are right, though. We are beginning to run out of those early game junglers. Things like the Viego are still available. The Jhin as well. Those 2 are still up and about. So I have to see if we end up with either of those. If not, though, maybe we do start moving away from those early focuses and instead start trying to play these games out a little bit later on into the game. Or it's just another brawl. Either way, I'd quite like to see teamfight compositions out of both of these teams. I don't think they've really had the best time overall with these pick comps. I know that it worked out for NiP in Game 1, but it wasn't the easiest way for them to have gone about that.
No. And we're still waiting on, as we get picture-in-picture shots of the man himself, the LPL split MVP. There he is again, right on top. Doinby. I know he's here to play the leadership role. He's talked about it. He's got, you know, he's made jokes about him not having the same hands. Buddy, you had the same hands in the regular season, all right?
Yeah.
This is where it matters. I am waiting on the Doinby MVP game that I haven't seen, since Game 1 of the AL series.
Yeah. If he can find it in himself to pop off in that same way, these NiP games, they're going to look a hell of a lot more like the NiP that we got to see during the regular split. This series, he hasn't quite found that pop off, and in that last game, the Akali, it just didn't quite work out for them so far. We are going to see his Rise banned away. That's actually been hitting the ban table a lot so far. Top really don't want to allow this one through, and they do take the Skarner as that last ban, so we've lost a lot of those top tier of the first pickups that we really like to see. I wonder if something like the Ashe might end up coming through, or if you still just want to be picking up junglers early on.
Here's the question, though. Do you really want to put Leave on Ashe the way this guy's playing? I guess the answer for
I'm sure he could make it seem insane, too.
Jace still going to be locked in here. Is flexible between Shanji and Doinby. Top Esports really want to commit to a pretty staple bottom lane. Poke lane, very oppressive for Jackie Love and Crisp.
and works good into Sanji having this Jace, because you can just poke back once you get into these team fights. You're not necessarily going to be outpoked constantly by the Jace through those accelerated shock blasts. But if you are going to play around a more aggressive top lane, that means potentially you want to have your bot lane be a little bit chill, a little bit further back, because this isn't chill as a jungler. I was wondering at what point we were going to begin to see...
Here we go, scaling
Ooh, okay.
junglers.
It's actually going to be Doinby picking up onto this Jace. And it's going to be the Renekton in the top lane. Now, I like this more. I think this is more the way that you should be playing this one out. It makes your team fights a little bit easier, and having the Jace in the mid lane means he's much more free to roam around to these different objectives, although early objectives haven't really been either of these teams' primary focus so far.
Renekton, though, for Sanji, with the other members of this comp, I do want to see somebody that can kind of follow up with him. You know, Renekton's all about the flanks, popping the dominance, diving in. With Aki and this Jace for Doinby, you're definitely trying to spread out the fight. So we'll see how that. Honestly, both these top laners fit into these comps, because you need some dive buddies for these two guys, right? Because Gnar and Renekton, they're flying into the comp. So where is that going to come from? For NiP, it's a bigger question, because you still have to pick your AD carry, and that does not solve the Renekton problem.
No, not unless you decide to revive the Kai'Sa, something you obviously can't do in this best of 5 Fearless, and go diving in alongside it. Most other ADCs really don't want to go jumping in with the Renekton. I think you're going to have to pull it through the support. Now, we've seen the Rel already, so that one's off the table. You've already got things like the Nautilus band out, so we're really running out of those dive buddy supports that really like to play this one out. I mean, we got to see some Rakan. We saw some Pantheon in a previous game. That could be something a little bit interesting. I don't know. It feels a little bit odd to have drafted yourself these specific pairings, but also NiP have been very much like this. They've been drafting themselves odder compositions pretty much throughout the entire split, and they've been making it work so far. I'm going to have the benefit of the doubt early on from me. Not surprised that we're seeing NiP right here take away a couple more junglers. Make sure Kanavi can't get himself something super comfortable on, but he's still got a couple of good pickups available to him at this point. With the Xin Zhao taken, I think that's... yeah.
There's the Viego you called out, so
Yeah,
we'll see.
it leaves the Viego.
This is a good spot to play from alongside the Gnar. I like this a lot more, but it does make Kanavi the central point for this game whenever you pick the Viego. So, and for a guy who has looked shaky in this series, it's a lot of pressure on Kanavi.
It really is, but then again, we've seen him be able to pick it up, make it work. Is this going to be a Senna?
Wow.
Wait, what do you pair it
Senna
with
Ornn,
here?
yeah. I mean, this...
Or the Scion. I'm actually happy with either of those in this situation.
This is the big point,
Ornn.
though,
Do
right?
the
As we
Ornn.
see this comp framed out. For NiP,
Okay.
across the two games, Leave has been far and away the biggest performer. You have now completely neutered him. He's playing Senna. He's playing support Senna. You cannot rely on Leave to carry you through or bail you out in this game. That is huge for NiP.
It really is, and it's surprising, right? Because, as you said, he's been that main guy. Who are you really playing for on this one? And it's going to be the chicken in the mid lane for Cream as well. And these are two very, very diametrically opposed kinds of compositions right here.
There's decent amount of poke and range on both sides, but besides that, yeah, you're playing to kind of survive and sustain through a fight of NiP. They're trying to just oppose the possession. That's what they've drafted for, which I do like when framing these two teams going into the game. But again, you're taking you're taking control out of your most confident player right now for NiP. If there's any game for Doinby to step up and be huge, it's got to be now.
And once again, momentum is going to be a huge part of this series. It's an elimination match. This is the lower bracket. No more second chances after you lose out onto this matchup. Do or die right here. Obviously, it's not going to be match point yet, so you do still have one more if you lose this one, but you don't want to put yourself in that position whatsoever. With these very interesting compositions, it's going to be massively on these junglers once again to try to drive their teams through this early game and get them in a good spot once they get into the mid game.
Another difference here compared to the series. First game, we feel like Jackie Love is going to have enough space to cook. He's not going to worry about the Zai game, the Varus game. He outranges everybody except a Shock Blast from Doinby in this one. So Jackie Love, a guy we talked about going into the series, looked like he was back to older form in TES's other days, or just in former days. This is the game for him to step up. This is the game, Bloxer, for the superstars hyped up in this matchup to bring it home when they need it most. Game 3, match point on the line for one of our two teams as we head to Summer's Rift.
Alrighty, let's see if we're going to get some more lane-based shenanigans as we have done previously. Indeed, nobody's heading where you would usually expect for them to be. In fact, we are actually going to get a little bit of a split right here. I like that early ward going down from Doimby. Just spots out what's going on. TS are at least going to be able to clear that vision out, and they're going to know that at least everybody from NiP isn't here, but they aren't fully certain on where the rest of the team is. They can make a good, educated guess, though. Yeah, a little bit of warding gonna help out. And so, as much as there could have been some early shenanigans, I don't think we're actually gonna see something too interesting at this point into the game. Where we end up with our bot lanes going, though, is gonna be a big part of this. Now, you highlighted it.
Have a bottom lane.
Yeah.
Leave. This is support center, right? Leave might just traverse all these lanes. Like, we may have 2 top lanes.
You don't need to sit alongside your support in a specific lane as this center. You know, you can float around, absolutely. And on top of that, usually your support would then either have to roam around or kind of just be left by yourself, sat in the bot lane. Well, your support is actually a top laner. PP God is fine. He really doesn't mind just being left alone to farm up what he can, or to just get poked out, allow Jackie, Love, and Crisp to have free roam of this lane. They were likely going to be able to have that anyway because of the poke associated with this combo, and the fact that in a range versus melee matchup, it wasn't really going to go in your favor as NiP. But that being said, you do have yourself this Zyra. Now, it's very strong at the moment, if you can get ahead, but I've seen far too many Zyras recently get themselves into a real muddle throughout the early game, not try to gank, just kind of sit and farm, and it can work, but you've then got to land a big ulti in your next big skirmish, and they don't always manage to do that, and at that point you can begin to fall behind. Aki has had a passive game that didn't work out for him in the previous one. I don't want to see a repeat of that.
PP God understands the silent assignment, even if he is a support player right now. My life does not matter. I am a nuisance, and he's definitely slowing down Kanavi's clear.
Steals
stole
by a
away
lot.
one of those Krugs as well. And like you mentioned, this does bode well for Aki if he just wants to farm up and wait to be a menace by this point. As wacky as these lanes assignments we get, this is going to put Shanji and Aki in a pretty powerful position.
Yes.
In a game where scaling is as important as it's been across all 3 games.
Exactly, because you're now not ruining the lane of your top laner as you would usually in this lane swap. This would usually be Sanji on this Renekton having a miserable time, falling behind. Oh, that's terrible. But no, it's your support, and unfortunately, in this context, supports really don't matter, not in the same way. You're unlocking Sanji to be able to sit in this lane by himself, farm up with no pressure being put on him at all, and you're sharing so much XP right now as TES. There are champions sharing all the time. God's gonna die here, but he doesn't care.
I think he just wants to farm.
Yeah.
All right, Rob gives the kill over to 369. Let me gobble up.
It doesn't matter.
Minions. That's the silent way, baby.
Baus would be proud in this situation, and for good reason, right? Because this is exactly the early game that you wanted as NiP. If you have, I don't know, come out of a coma recently and haven't watched the last year or 2 of League of Legends, this is probably very weird for you to be watching. And it is, but this is the current state of things, right? Where you just say, hey, lane assignments. Wait, what are those? Huh? Who? And just move your champions around because you're just trying to put as much power right now into a couple specific champions. Sanji, Aki, Doimby's also having a pretty good time too.
You can see Sanji at the top of the experience levels. This is, I do like this for TES because, hold on here, got some 1v1 going down here, but
now this would
my
matter.
friend, it was never a 1v1. Good dodge on the stun, we'll get out here.
Yeah.
What I want to emphasize, if there's any AD carry that's going to match up against the top laner and be comfortable, it's going to be Ezreal. So I love that Jackie loves the one that is following Shanji.
Exactly. The Ezreal can sit so far back, it can poke so effectively, really is going to have a much easier time of this overall. Now Aki is going to be heading on towards this bottom lane, and I think 369 might be in a little bit of trouble.
Does have both summoners available. We're going to try double hop. Great strangle roots though. Forces 369 to at least commit the flash. Good summoner to get off of the TES top laner. They'll start taking some plates.
Yeah, and that's the main thing right here. It's not necessarily getting the kill, although that would be nice. It's about how much pressure you can accumulate for yourself at this point into the game. I think it's also going to be a turn onto the Drake, although no, the teleport's going to dissuade that.
Oh, Aki's still here. They're coming back. They have got 4 members strong. 369 with no flash. Chris here trying to provide the shields, but Aki flashes forward the strangle roots to get the lockdown to 369. Chris gets back under the turret. Joyby took a ton of damage
Now
from
Chris
the ramped up
is
turret, but 369 is down. Chris
Ooh,
flashing
good
away
flash.
from the root onto Senna, but that turret is not safe for you to return to, my friend. NiP playing the bot side of the map aggressively.
They really are, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. Aggression out of Aki. Make that gank work. Arrive once, get the flash. Arrive a second time, get the kill. Ton of turret plating going on. And now 369 just going to have to limp his way back down into this lane. Now, because you lose quite a lot of health off of that dive, you do now have to concede the Drake. Not the end of the world. You know, it's not exactly the most important Drake.
Jackie Love. He hit every single spell.
Yup. Sanji just getting poked out fully here. And that will actually delay things for NiP quite a lot. They would have liked to have been able to get a little bit of control in that lane, push out and go and head towards these grubs. They're still going to be able to get on top of them, but there may now be a response in a way that they couldn't have had previously if Jackie Love hadn't have played it as well as he did.
It does make this grub take a little bit more treacherous for Aki, even on the Zyra that can burn through it. Good thing for him, though, is that Jackie Love is out of mana, and boy, are the fruits really this worth it, Jackie Love? You're in between 2 enemy combatants right now. Luckily, Crisp is here, and Kanavi is going in for the killer blow to Aki. That's a huge possession to find, and now PP got, he may have been fine dying before, but it's not worth it now. Feats of Warfare over to TES as we get a double kill for Kanavi.
Apparently, the fruits are well worth it in this situation. It looked a little bit risky from Jackie Love to be stepping up that far, but he knew that he had the friends on the way over. Leave now also getting jumped right here. Crisp isn't going to deal the damage, but there are others waiting in the wings. We finally also get to see the top laners decide to fight. Hang on, this fight just hasn't stopped. What?
Flashes forward, gets the Q. Jackie Love finds the kill, but he's a little far forward up here now with Doin B in the face. But a true shot for Raj is more than enough damage for Jackie Love to find himself a double. Again, when he thought he was certainly dead, somehow him and TES come out on top.
Hey, it turns out when Jackie Love has a hypermobile champion that isn't constantly getting jumped by everybody on NiP, he's able to play these ones out far more effectively, and I love the aggression he's exhibited so far in this game, showing up in the same sort of way that Leave did game 1 on the Kai'Sa, jumping forwards, making his presence known, and helping his team to a significant advantage already.
We'll look back here and see how we found ourselves in another fight.
Jackie Love's just free hitting.
He's the highest level champion in this entire replay.
He's got level 6. Nobody else bar Cream has it. And those are both champions on TES right here. And he's this low already after getting attacked to start this fight. And it just doesn't matter. 369 gonna attempt to chase down PP God. This is again not gonna be worth a death.
Gameplay. It's so fun and interactive. Alright, he flashes out.
He lives. He lives at least. And this is what NiP want, right? You're getting chased to top lane, so you know you've got at least a little bit of a space towards the bottom lane. Jackie Love gets caught here.
Arcade shift, but it's the flash forward to get
dead.
Nicole the Meek stun. Jackie Love for all the heroic plays early. One mistake opens the door for NiP.
And NiP, they are just keeping up the pressure in this game. As much as they have fallen behind in terms of overall gold, they're going to be able to swing it back in their favor quite heavily right now. This, if they're able to pick up this tower nice and quickly, that'd be a great feat to grab. The second wave is going to be necessary, and I don't know if they're quite going to be able to do this one. We might get a skirmish in the river. Around what? I'm not entirely sure.
A scuttle crab, of course, the most valuable thing in League of Legends. Nope, everyone's going to settle back down.
Good. Everybody was posturing quite aggressively in that situation. There's still 2 minutes until the next Drake, but the grub... That last grub was never taken, so I actually don't think we're on the way to the next set of grubs spawning at all.
Lonely grub.
Yeah, poor guy just sort of sat there by himself.
Watch his friends die.
It's actually quite devastating. You know, justice for the grubs. But, no, I think right now, 369, he's at least warding onto that grub. I was wondering if he was just going to go take it by himself, but he'd lose quite a lot of push to try to do that. Now, will NiP hard force down through this bottom lane and try to pick themselves up this first tower? Because you are not too close in terms of picking up the next feat from these objectives, so grabbing it off of the tower brick would be a real nice way of being able to even things up a little bit more.
Good call. Because in this series, we've had very clear and defined feats of strength secures. Nobody was really close to losing it when they were ahead in that early phase. But looking back towards what we talked about in this draft, right? Especially for top esports who have been really shaky. We marked this game as the superstars' time to step up, and through this early game, all the kills on those two superstars, Kanavi and JackieLove.
Yep.
Question is, can they carry it through without any mistakes that we saw when they led last time?
Yeah, we are not gonna put all of our eggs into that basket once again. Saw how that went in the previous game. But the Stars, in these most pressurized matchups, in these big star-shining games, this is when you really need to see them step up. So far, so good. We're only 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this game. It's very, very quiet early on, likely to lead us to a voracious Atakan, and we've seen just how tempting that buff is. Everybody loves to be able to pick it up, and what you can do with it is so strong. Let's see if we get that one indeed. Right now, though, we've got just a couple seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn, and both bot lanes are down in this bottom side area. 369 actually going to teleport top side. Shanji does have the teleport to head his way back down bot if he really wanted to. The tower just going to keep on living. It is hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, that plate's not going to last too much longer to keep it up, but JackieLove going to commit his entire mana pool to do so. Kanavi has a front row seat to Aki and his plants, taking down this dragon. Maybe looking for a potential 50-50. Going to use the Shroud to come in now. Teleport coming behind NiP to give them a bit of a man advantage. We're going to 50-50 this smite. It's going to be won by Kanavi. There is a double onslaught for PP God. Hits nobody, but JackieLove is cut down. Join me with a huge shock blast. A fight on two fronts. Who's going to find the win? Can Kanavi get the reset? Does at 1 HP find himself a possession.
And again.
Now could just continue to reset over and over again. It was a blinking health bar for Kanavi, but he gets 2 kills and gets out when he needed to most. And Shanzi's just a little bit too late to the party. All the drinks are done. No more chips for you to find. You have to head back home with nothing.
Oh, and that really sucks on the back end of that fight. TES scatter to the wind, and you're now leaving 369 alone with the tower top lane, and plenty of damage to be able to do to it too, especially with the demolish right there. TES, their lead on this game was a little bit tenuous, but now they've put themselves in a much stronger position. Still, the feat is gonna go over.
Feats already, TS got feats off
Oh
that
yeah, they
dragon
got
suit.
the Drake as well. Wow, okay, so it doesn't even matter. Even better right here for TES and NiP. Oh, once again, they've fallen behind badly in an early game.
And the question on everyone's mind now is going to be, can TES convert this into a win? Because NiP, once again, do have some scaling threats to worry about. Any comp with a Senna and Zyra will be, but first, let's get a look back at Kanavi doing the high wire walk here with his health bar.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like Kanavi should die here multiple times. You know, he's getting jumped by so many people, but the second you get that first kill and you're able to steal away the body of the Scion, well, that helps, and another on top of the Senna, and it's the point at which this teleport comes in that this play just kind of goes from bad to worse. Sanji, there's nothing he can do to be able to actually help out his team in this one. Kind of just loses the teleport for no real benefit. 369, his is much closer to being back up and available, and 13 minutes into the game, there's going to be more and more objectives coming thick and fast in the coming minutes.
B still very quiet. He's not playing champions that are designed to be quiet by any metric. Kali last game, this Jace this time around does have himself a gold lead, but we continue to ask the question, Bloxer, when are we going to see the LPL split MVP take over a game?
Yeah, we're still waiting.
Out of time.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be this one. We at least get one more after this, but, you know, running out of time, not a good place to be in. Very aggressive. Does
Wow.
this work?
Leva's going to eat the stun here, then flash back, but he's getting hit by a True Shot Barrage, a Mystic Shot. JackieLove is perfect on these spells, and it's making NiP wary about doing anything.
They're all so low at this point. JackieLove finally not under massive threat, getting enough space with the Ezreal and making it work to great effect. Is that the next set? I was going to say, next set of grubs? It should be the next set of grubs. We did end up seeing that final one taken away. So it looks like Kanavi is going to head up towards this set. Do they want another team fight though? TES, they've been going pretty well so far. It's NiP who I think are going to be a little bit reticent to start these fights up without being able to potentially get themselves a pick first. And this is kind of what I was worried about when I saw this Zyra. You fall, not behind necessarily, but you don't get yourself a good lead. You aren't really able to get into the backline to get these big ultis off, and you're not exactly getting full jumped in a way that you can use it as a disengage tool, because there's plenty of poke damage for TES. They don't have to go flying into the backline right at the very start. They can play these games out a little bit slower.
Shaji teleport costing them, is able to try and answer for this grub play. So TES can just take over this top side in 369, wants Doinby's number, throws him against the wall, gets the cooler in his face as well. Doinby has to flash away with no mana and no real impact still yet from the LPL split MVP.
Yeah, just still getting chased around in this game. It's also going to be the grubs going over to TES. Keeping themselves ahead in this game, expanding their gold lead further and further, exactly what we wanted to see from them in the previous game. Now, it was up until 20 minutes in the previous game where TES had a good time, were able to keep themselves in the lead, expand it even. Now, though, are they going to be able to? This composition, I think, makes it a little bit easier. It's very good at a straight-up front-to-back team fight, plenty of poke to start out with. 369, though, hitting a big Gnar into the backline, I think is going to be the key to really crack it open. That, or a gorgeous Shurima Shuffle out of Cream. Now, Cream hasn't been particularly flashy so far in this game. We haven't really been able to talk about him so far in the series, despite the fact he was one of our highlighted players coming into the day.
Yeah, our marquee matchup looks a little silly at this point, if I'm being real. Our two mid laners. But there's still much more time, and back to the point you were making here, the difference between Game 2 and Game 3 stylistically is NiP in that last game had a comp with Agency. This time round, they have to sit back and wait for TES to play into them. Maybe you take a position here with some plans with Zyra and getting some Jace Shock Blast down is the only way they really can have Agency in this game, but you can see TES just turned their attention to the mid-lane turret. PP God's going in, but nobody connects with the Assault. So Shaji flashed forward to root Cream up, but he does get the Emperor's Revive down. Big heal comes across. They don't get Cream. PP God's far too low, and Jackie Love is just firing spell after spell. And 369 has the Mega and throws 3 into the wall. But where are the kills? We will finally drop over to Jackie Love and company. 369 put them all on a platter, but only one scrap was taken.
That was the Mega Gnar play I was looking for out of 369. Yeah, it doesn't end in the kills, but it has the same effect in this situation. You manage to pick yourself up the mid lane tier 1. You're also going to be able to turn this into another Drake, and that is sole point now for Top Esports. They're having a great time of it in this way. 3-0-1 for Kanavi, 4-1-4 for Jackie Love. The main carries that we needed to see pop off in this game have been able to do so, and this advantage just keeps getting expanded further and further. Have a look back at this one. Now, it's full engage right here from PP God, but he doesn't hit anyone. He at least gets the flash out of Crisp, but that's the support for your opposition. And the fact that Cream lives here is just insane with this one. This is what we're looking for, right? Mega Gnar. It's really nice. It does blow the flash, but still, you get the double stun. Maybe there's not quite as much follow-up as I would have really liked, but still, it doesn't necessarily matter, and those blinking health bars that weren't kills this time around will be in 5 minutes' time when second items are completed.
Yeah, if that Gnar play comes through before NiP engage, when you have True Shot Barrage up, you have Cream's Flash and Stream Shuffle, that's
Massacre. Yeah, that's all of the kills going over immediately, and you can probably push for even more through the mid lane off of that play as well. As it stands, TES, they're going to head on over to another objective. They've really been in control of this one so far. Every single one of these objectives have gone over their way.
They're on soul points.
Yeah, it has not felt like NiP have been able to get a foothold for themselves a second game running. Really unfortunate considering how good the game 1 was. 369.
Desperation is trying to pick off 369 on the side, who isn't a Mega Gnar. They're dropping full combos onto this guy, and his health bar barely gets under half. Fortunately for NiP, though, there's no rescue coming for 369, so it took a while. They do complete the pick play.
But
however,
what do they lose?
Yes, exactly. Tier 2 at the very least.
Yeah, not likely to lose too much more.
6 grubs. Look at all those mites.
Yeah, the mites are making it very easy to be able to push through these towers. Also getting a little bit of damage onto this mid lane tier 2. Not going to be able to take it down, but actually the amount of damage that you are currently seeing Jackie Love do to what is a relatively tanky Sion. I mean, he's got as many items as everybody else does in this game, hasn't really been playing support in the traditional sense of it.
This is where I'm going to push up my League nerd glasses for a second here, because Ezreal is my Forte champion of choice when I decide to pretend that I can play this game well and I don't cast for a reason. Regardless, my point here. Big power spike for Ezreal's now. More mana done for Jackie Love. His mana pool's not a big issue.
Yep.
So much safety with the CDR he gets, especially once he gets the Shojin going. So Jackie Love is in such a good big spot. And this is the top esports we were advertised after their thromping of IG. And it's fitting that it's when we get Kanavi and Jackie Love back in the form from that game, or that series.
Yeah, exactly. It's the point at which these top-tier carries...
That was Ruinous again.
Yes, it was. So nothing too exciting happens. Like you said, the big XP lead is really going to be the only thing, but there were already massive XP leads between everybody else. This is my issue right here with the Senna. I don't necessarily think the Senna's bad, I just don't like it on Leave. Yeah. Leave was so exciting in the first 2 games, and now he's so boring. There's nothing to really talk, like, oh, you managed to hit a stun? Yay.
Good two-man heal, I believe.
Yeah, exactly, and you're helpful. You're good. You're doing good things for your team, but it's not single put your team on your back levels of carry. Not unless this game goes for 50 to 60 minutes and you're so high up in stacks that you can begin to one-tap people. We're so far away from that point, and the game is being lost right now. Real questionable decision out of NiP. We'll see if potentially it changes in game number 4. For right now, though, TES, they're going to continue to establish themselves control in all 3 lanes as well. Praise B. I have seen so many teams recently only play through 2 lanes and just ignore the fact that there's a top or a bot lane to try to play through as well. Really like the TES are pushing through every single one, because it just makes it that much harder for NiP to respond to everything. They're getting pulled all around. My god, Jackie Love.
Jackie Love. And yeah, it's finally TES playing the comp they drafted for well, because you look across it, right? It is hard to lock down Cream, 369, and Jackie Love, especially when they all have flash up. They've got dashes available, they have flashes available, and you are playing a team that is designed to turtle. It is death by 1,000 cuts right now, and once again, while there were mistakes made in Game 2 for TES, it is a huge sign to see that they are back in control of a game and playing exactly the strengths of the draft.
Exactly. Cream now going to teleport down into the mid lane. Jackie Love stepping up once again.
Just chunking them all out, and Cream's going for a big play. There's the stream and shuffle you wanted. Surazaki up on a silver platter and leaving PP God.
Yes.
You guys are going the wrong way. Up a creek with no paddle. Gray screens galore. TES have broken open a very important game number 3.
The only issue with that play is it happens a minute and a half early, so you don't have a Baron to go and play around. Instead, it looks like mid lane tier 3 is going to be the focus. Like you said, the 6 grubs early on are going to make short work of these towers. Mid lane inhibitor falls 23 minutes into this game, and you can peel back to go pick yourself up Soul as well. TES, they are in firm control of this game. Sure, they didn't have the best time of it in the late stages last time. I don't think it's going to be the same here. NiP, desperation.
It's just too little too late. They have a teleport coming behind, but Jackie Love, he's in his comfort zone right now. He's in between a flank, and he does not care. PP God, you've got no friends in front of you anymore. No friends left in the industry. Just another trip to the fountain on Expedition. And the Soul should be the turn here for TES. A Soul before Baron even spawns. Nothing really encapsulates the dominance more than that very sentence.
No, this is one of the most dominant games I've seen in a while. TES have been able to just dismantle everything that NiP wanted to do for themselves. You've got a couple of kills in this game, 3 of them only for NiP. And other than that, kind of nothing. Couple towers, that's it. They are so far down in gold at this point. Over, or not quite, nearly 10k in the lead as well for TES. The gold graph really isn't going to look like a roller coaster as it has in the previous couple of games. So now we ask the question, can TES close out a game cleanly?
If they can't close this one out cleanly, I mean, I'm already predicting 3-0 BLG.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be able to get these kind of leads and close them out, and if not, oh boy, yeah, you're in trouble.
But looking forward here, right, and taking in what we've seen from the last 2 series, I think this is just such a massive break point for the tempo of these 2 teams. We might have to save that conversation because there's been a trap set, and Aki has Stranglethorned himself right into it. Pretty sure Aki and Zyra are supposed to be the ones that are in control of the Venus flytraps, but it's TES that set one and knocked down Aki. And hey, look, the Purple Worm's off spawn. And we have Ocean Soul, god damn it. Why don't we just take it?
Yeah, there is no real threat to TES right now, barring the craziest play you've ever seen.
This is just desperation.
Cream actually gets caught.
He does have the stasis, though. Will get jumped on. He should go down, but he isn't the focal point carry. It's Kanavi and Jackie Love who take down the Purple Worm, and they're still bloodthirsty for more. Jackie Love and company flying on forward. It might be wrapped up right here with the Baron, Nasher, and Grubs. Levi the Senna has to watch his base crumble, and when they're needed most, Jackie Love and Kanavi came to play and give TES their most dominating win of the playoffs so far to put themselves onto match point for a date with Billy Gaming.
NiP, it took 45 minutes to win, so lose last time. 26 on this one. TES domination from the very start to the very end of that one. That's the kind of game we needed from top. That is exactly what we were asking for. Every single lane was able to play that one out incredibly impressively off of a very weird early game. Lots of people in lots of different lanes. But TES, they didn't care. It was NiP starting that off. They didn't mind it at all. They were able to weather that storm and turn it into a dominating win.
And I didn't get to make the point there because the game ended, but to revisit it, Bloxer, why I think this is such a breaking point for this series, and I honestly feel like it might be a 3-1 from here. We look back at the series before. When TES looked best, it was putting Kanavi and Jackie Love in positions to carry home, like you just saw. And on the flip side, when we saw NiP at their worst, it was handicapping themselves with drafts with their best players. And like the Leave Senna, I know Kelsey shouted out as one of the awesome historians, like Jackie Love is a really good Senna player. But again, going back to the taking Doinby's Akali into Cream, like, you can take away these picks, but it doesn't matter if they're just handicapping you harder.
Yeah. If you don't play it to the level of your opponent, they're going to be happy with that. That's a win for your opponent right here, and nothing encapsulates that more than this Senna. It's in a weird place in the meta right now where, like, I've seen it get success, but I've seen it get success on teams who don't play around their bot lane anyway. And maybe you could have described NiP as that team previously.
Yeah. Not now.
As heck, not in this series. Not today. Today, this is the sort of game where Leave is feeling himself, he wants to go in, but you're on Senna. It doesn't matter. He wasn't able to find those big plays. Game 1, he pops off, it's incredible. Game 2, he nearly pulls it back for his team. Game 3, they basically box him in themselves, and TES, they just walk all over them.
And even the rest of the roster, right? I mean, you were singing the praise of PP God in game number 1 when he got to play a straight engage route and be super impactful. You put him on Scion duty where he has to scramble to figure out an early game where he's just giving up deaths, never gets any tempo. Really, ever since game 1, we haven't seen any of these ex-OMG guys and Doinby have any sort of tempo. It is hard to think NiP are going to find any way back into this series unless they have something really, really well planned for game 4. Their potential last game of this LPL split.
Exactly. We were talking about maybe if the Gage aggressive junglers were running out. Well, it kind of felt like it was, right?
Yeah.
The Zyra wasn't good, but then again, none of this looked good right here out of NiP. It didn't feel like a single one of their picks really had the impact they needed. Look at the damage difference. Look at the gold graph. As we said, pretty smooth curve straight on down to a TES win. And yeah,
such an easy game for Jackie Love. This is. If you're like BLG, when we're going back to tape here, like the tape on TES is kind of already shown. At least in the fact that if you let Jackie Love get comfortable in a comfortable draft, like look at this replay, man. He's fighting over melons, doesn't die, and
he's
later
manaless.
he's monolith, and later he's gonna like flash chase down a support when he knows he gets flanked. Like if you let Jackie Love get a draft like this, you deserve to lose.
Good night. Jackie Love is one of those names that everybody across the globe who's into League of Legends esports knows, and for a very good reason. He can just do this to your teams, but we saw in the previous two games that were much harder to play out for top, when he's made uncomfortable, when you've got the sort of composition that can dive into the backline and make sure Jackie Love can't start feeling himself in these games, it's so much easier. TS, they're nearly able to pull that game back with the Varus. It wasn't working nowhere near as well as this one for Jackie Love. The Ezreal is now gone, so that is going to be a good thing right here, but
yeah.
I mean, in terms of back to the drawing board, this is the most version of that. This was the sort of composition that I get the theory, but the practice, hamstringing your own best players, not having good ways of being able to engage these fights, being in a pretty just like meh position from the very start of the game. Don't do that to yourself. I want to see more aggression. I want 5 games between these teams, but I think your point about momentum is probably right. This one feels a little bit like NiP were floundering, and they never found a way back into it.
Their top side is just not found any mojo, even when they drafted 4 solo lane staff to be the carries, because that was the plan here. I mean, you got a B1 Jace on blue side. That's a premier LPL pick. You got the Renekton for Shanji, but where are they in any point in this game?
Shanji teleports down into the bottom lane fight at some point, and
watches everybody drive away.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's there. He certainly was a part of that team fight. That was sort of the best that could be said, which is so counter to what was happening in Game 1. Game 1 out of this team was so much fun. It was a really good look from them overall. Yeah, obviously you can't pick up the same composition. That's the joys and the issues with this sort of best of 5 fearless.
Yep.
But there are other champions that can dive into the backline. There are other ways that you can play this sort of aggressive style for NiP and really get TES uncomfortable. I think that's the thing. Yeah, Jackie Love, well deserved for that MVP. They need to make him uncomfy. He cannot just get to play his game. When he does, he takes over.
Raising the skies, LPL royalty. He showed it in what was the most important game for TES of the split so far. But the stakes and the pressure on NiP could not be higher. This was a first seed team, Group D topping team, with the LPL split MVP, who has been quiet, near silent in this series at points, along with the rest of this roster. And there's only one way to get back. That is bringing us to Silver Scrapes, going the distance. But to get there, they're going to have to find a win that we think is almost momentumless in game number 4. We'll see what they've got drawn up for the potential final game of the split. Or does TES have a date with BLG? Find out more after another short break.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Here we are, folks, at the potential funeral of one of the most hyped teams at the regular season split finish. Ninjas in Pajamas whimpered in game number 3 after a questionable draft, so they don't got momentum. They got to find it from somewhere, or their season is over, and they give TES a date with BLG.
That one is going to be a little bit nutty. I really don't know what's going to happen in that one. I know what I think will, whichever of these two teams move on. I think the date with BLG is definitely not going to be anybody's favorite way of trying to make it to the finals, but
Nope.
we've at least got one more game in front of us right now, and NiP whimpering is definitely the way that game went. It was one of the most passive games I've seen out of a pro team in a while, and I've seen plenty of passive games, but NiP just never really got anything going. They were proactive in that they were lane swapping and moving people around, but then they didn't do anything with that. They tried for one dive, it worked okay, and then beyond that point, yeah, there was nothing really ending up happening for them, and a big part of that is us not liking the Senna at all. The way that we had been seeing these previous games go was that Leaf was popping off, having one of the best series, I think, of his life, and then all of a sudden you're caged in on Senna duty, a champion that, although he did fine on, can never carry, not in the same way.
And you put PP God in a spot where he has to play, like, a farming Scion that is obviously going to get targeted and dives. Like, it's one thing as, like, a top laner. You know, it's one thing like Shanji playing Cassante, right? And
Yeah.
he knows how to deal with lane swaps. He knows how to deal with these dives. PP God doesn't have a lot of games under his belt on that Scion. It looked rough. It was a throwaway draft from NiP, and unfortunately, that has been the story for them in both of their playoff series.
Yeah, they have had a couple of drafts where you're just looking at what they're picking up for themselves and going, well, why? And some of their drafts are really good. I liked what they had game 1. It was risky, sure, but it had 100%. An identity. It had something that it was trying to say and do, and they played into its strengths. This game 3 draft simultaneously had no true identity, and then they didn't even try to define one for themselves once they got into the game. I want to see something different. As much as I don't really have a horse in this race beyond wanting 5 games, even if NiP lose right here, I want them to lose in a blaze of glory with a ton of kills and deaths and all of the fun stuff that we get to see sometimes. I don't want to see them allow another game happen to them.
That's a great way to put it. And on the flip side here for TES, they're exactly coming into form, the form they showed against IG here. Markedly, they're superstar players. I know we hyped up a lot about Cream and Crisp, some of the newer guys on this roster, and they've been fine, but Game 2 was saved by 369's Rumble, and Game 3 was taken over by the Kanavi Viego and Jackie Love in a comfortable position. And that is how TES not only are going to win this series, but in my mind, looking forward, are going to need that if they want to be competitive against a BLG team that's looking as scary as ever.
Exactly. You want to go face Bin with a top laner that isn't playing at their absolute best? No, you don't. 369 though, he's looking really nice. Even in that first game, actually, 369 still had a decent set of performances, but it's the game 2 and 3 that have been looking better and better. That Rumble really was such a great showing. And in terms of people whose champion pools are getting pinched, there's not a lot of high-tier junglers left, but I think there are quite a lot more of the really exciting top laners potentially still available right now. We haven't seen things like the Camille pop up. Aatroxes are still sat on the edge. Hey, if you're really feeling yourself right now, Olaf, Udyr, Urgot, something like that. There's a ton of those high aggression top laners still available, and I gotta be honest, it doesn't feel like either of these teams really want to play around their bot lanes, even when they've got their bot lanes in really good positions. So maybe you do just, hey, we're going to play through the top lane. That's fine.
We'll have to see. Especially with those priority B1 picks. We've run out of a lot of them as well once we get into this draft. The only one that really screams out to me would be the Ashe that would potentially be left up. Got to think that NiP are going to stay on that blue side. Mostly for the fact that you just... I know like B1 picks are like the main reason why you stay on blue side, but at this point in the Fearless draft, I like staying on blue side because you force your opponent to still ban away a Skarner every game and a Kalista every game.
Exactly. It's those bans that are ubiquitous for all red side teams unless they're feeling particularly strange about it. The fact that we did actually finally get a Skarner, and it won, immediately makes that, yeah, it was obviously correct that we got to see the Skada banned out 88 straight games during the regular season. It really is the joys of Blue Side at the moment. You are so much freer in the bans, in the things that you can take off the table, and so far it's very much been a focus on towards things like the Callista and the Yone as those priority bans. That means, yeah, I doubt NiP are going to move themselves over. Indeed, they are going to keep the Blue Side for themselves, and exactly the bans I was thinking.
They do take away the Callista here, so it seems like Leave just doesn't have that champion in his pool, forcing NiP to ban it away, but I like this for top esports. We go back to the talk again. Doinb has not had a playoffs to be remembered. The only time he was really in his element was on that Rise, and it's just been banned away this entire time. And you talked about how pitched the jungle pool was. Xin Zhao slips through. Gotta like that B1 if you are NiP, but Jackie Love in form after that game 3. You give him Jinx and enough space, that might just be enough to say night-night.
Oh yeah, I like the Lulu pairing up right here as well. This is peak Jackie Love gaming right now, and Crisp has shown some decent Lulu performances in the past as well, so this should be a pairing to watch. Now, it does mean that NiP know the bot lane and know how aggressive they can get. I was wondering if we were going to see it again. We've seen it in, I think, 1 or 2 matchups previously. Zeri, Yuumi. Like you said, it's all about the scaling, but depending on what the jungler pickup right here for Kanavi is going to be, it may be, yeah, you're going to get aggressive early on and see if you can't accelerate your bot lane ahead of the opposition's.
We're going to run right through you. Ooh, actually switch up off the Olaf, so they're going to get 369 likely on this Jax. You can't flex it towards Kanavi. And you were right calling out the Yuumi. We saw it for Weibo. Mako was on that one in a loss with the Zeri Yuumi for Gala. So actually, top esports are the ones that are, or sorry, not Weibo. I think I got switched up. IG. It was IG. It was the Gala. So top esports are familiar up against a Zeri Yuumi. They're familiar with it in an elimination game as well. A lot of similarities to draw.
Yeah. But it's the level of aggression I wanted for Leave. If somebody's going to be able to pilot this very tricky Zeri champion through a team fight, it's going to be surely Leave. Surely Leave is able to do it
in this form
time around. Yeah, maybe. We also got to see a really impressive Jax game from Bin previously in the series earlier on today. It's his signature pickup, and boy did it look like it. It took over the map pretty much immediately. He was jumping into the backline, really using that Counter-Strike to great effect. And this is such a standard teamfight composition right now out of top esports. So they decide to lock themselves in this Orianna. Yeah, you've got great ball delivery system in the fact that the Jax can go leaping into the backline. Whoever you take in the jungle as well, likely going to also be able to jump into the backline too.
Doinb Mel? Are we going to get Doinb Mel right now?
It's not that good at the moment. At the
No,
same
it's
time,
definitely
if
gutted.
you don't know how to play into it, which, you know, not everybody does at this point, could be better. I wouldn't want the Mel right here as NiP. I think it's way too risky. You have to get so far ahead for it to feel like it does any damage in the game. Gragas, very different. He's going to provide you so much extra survivability for your Zeri. Also
Proven
just has
Jax
a
counter.
decent lane in the top as well. Exactly. See what the final pickup for NiP is going to be.
What does Doinb want to go to? My heart is screaming out to pick a champion that I know he could take over on. Talia isn't usually that one, but oh, please. Yes! There we go. Doinb is not going quietly into the night. Locks in the Yasuo alongside the Gragas. You can hear the crowd. They're already excited about this. This is how a staple, if he's going to go down, he's going down in a blaze of glory.
TES, do you want the most teamfight composition to ever teamfight? Because that would be this
That's a ball
right
delivery
here.
system.
Exactly.
Ornn's better. I like the
Ornn is objectively better.
There we go. Oh,
No. Okay.
369's like, all right, hold my beverage there, Doinb. I'm gonna R5 a Camille when Ornn was way better, but who cares?
Definitely better in this situation. The Ornn can be a ball delivery system if you want to be aggressive with it, or he could just sit further in the backline, still allow the Jax to go leaping in. Instead,
Ornaments
we're going to
too.
get the Camille. The Camille is also good for being able to bring the orb in. That works for you right here, but more than that, you can then pull it into the Gragas, and where it was a good Gragas matchup into the Jax, now it's a good Camille matchup. It's a little bit 50-50, you can get solo killed back, but if you can find a good way to get into this game properly, as 369 often can, this can be just a pop-off performance. We've seen Camille's take over the game way too often.
This is going to be fun. We had a snoozer of a game 3, but now both these teams are throwing all bets off. Skill expression galore, and the same bottom lane matchup for Top Esports in their other game 4 up against IG that they won over Gala and Mako. A lot on the line here, but legacies most importantly for these star players. 369 Camille, Doinby's Yasuo with a Gragas supporting him, Jackie Love on the Jinx. Wouldn't want it a game 4 to be any other way. And for NiP, it's got to be enough to try and force this the distance as we head to Summoner's Rift for potentially the final time for Ninjas in Pajamas this split.
Are we going to get Silver Scrapes? Are we going to end this one right here and send Top Esports on a date with BLG? Both options fascinating in their own rights. Personally, I want the game 5. Let's go Silver Scrapes. Let's get to watch this one more time. And as we've seen throughout the entire series so far, there's going to be something a little bit funky going on with the level 1.
As it always has to be. We're not going to get normal lane assignments. I will say, if you are an IP, I would definitely be a fan of getting 369 in an uncomfortable spot. I think Shanji on the Gragas, the range of the barrel, you got a decent amount of sustain. You'll be fine into even the double range with Jackie Love and Chris. So we'll have to see if they decide to make that swap. Still a lot of pigs and a lot of initial warding going down as we get Doinby, a good call out from the observers here. Electrocute Yasuo.
Yeah. Now that's aggressive to the nth degree. That's the sort of thing you pick up when you want to solo kill Cream immediately. See what you can get done. I mean, isn't quite able to get that last one off. Yeah, starting dash. You could see just the level.
Oh, it's a bait.
Oh, it's a bait?
Oh my god.
Can they get it?
It's like
They're
a double
slowed?
death brush. Yumi slow. They don't have any reliable
That's the
CC
book.
unless it's a flash body slam. Aki dashes forward, but that's all. That's the full kit and caboodle. If you don't get a kill off the body slam, it's a bunch of summoners, but it is flash off Jackie Love, most importantly.
Yeah, lack of flash on Jackie Love. It's something I feel like we've said a million times before throughout this series. And this has been the best way for NiP to play this one out. If they can stop Jackie Love from being comfortable in his lane assignments, in his matchups, then all of a sudden these games have gone much better for NiP. And they're also going to just go for the repeat gank. I love this.
Gonna get the body slam slow. Crisp is gonna just
flash.
sacrifice himself. He does have flash, but no heal. And that's both flashes off the bottom lane for TES.
Now you just do it again. And that is going to be the teleport going down. Sanji goes and picks up his lane. The next time somebody ends up in that top lane, I'm hoping it's Aki. He needs to head up into that lane and make use of the fact that those flashes have gone down. Otherwise, you're hurting your top laner's performance in his lane for no real reason. If the flashes are just able to come back up and nobody loses their life for it, what was the point of all of that? Still, leave PP God. They're going to get a lot of pressure in this lane, although they are getting kind of chunked right here. Jinx may be a scaler, but she can do a surprising amount of damage with the rockets early on.
That was barrier out of Jackie Love preemptively.
Yeah.
Thought that trade might go a little bit further. And I do like the idea of trying to punish Jackie Love and Crisp with their summoners down. Problem is that Aki is very far away from clearing himself towards the top side. It's actually Kanavi that has a position here to try and punish Leave and PP God. Flash available for Leave. Gotta think he's going to use it here. He has the heal and exhaust of this Yumi to help him. Kanavi doesn't want to hop in with that counter-strike, so they're able to squeeze on by out of there with no summoners burned.
Just about, and that's unfortunate. I think Kanavi was a little bit worried that if he flashed forwards, it would immediately be the flash response out of Leave, and if you get slowed enough by PP Go up there, you might take a couple too many tower hits to really be able to get away. Still, though, we can see proactivity out of both of these junglers, exactly what we were hoping for. I want to see even more out of Aki, right? Don't leave it up to Sanji to push your lanes ahead. Find it for yourself. Kanavi has had no such problems throughout this series so far, has been very proactive, getting in the face of his opponents as quickly as possible. Things calm down just a little bit, and although the lanes are in different places, they're not particularly interesting right now. Lane assignments are relatively normal in the matchups. And so we've got ourselves a little while until the next set of objectives are going to be spawning. Less than a minute on the Drake, a minute and a bit onto these grubs. You want to play around your bottom lane. That's the best place to play around for these objectives, but we've seen how these grub fights have been kind of weak, honestly, out of NiP.
Crisp. He's level 2 with no summoners.
No
the
flash, he's
slow
just
from the
dead. He's just
Zerian does
dead.
more than enough damage. Aki finds the first blood
Okay.
when NiP needed it most.
Alright. As much as maybe their objective fights have been a little bit weak recently, getting a quick kill onto your opponent's support is going to make that heck up a lot easier, and that is going to leave Jackie Love open for a dive right now. You can see Crisp booking it back into this top lane, trying desperately to get there. I don't think Leave is going to be able to shove through this wave fast enough, and I don't think you've potentially tanky enough to be able to get the dive off. But it was definitely threatened right there. If you can keep up this pressure, keep Jackie Love uncomfortable, as we've been saying, it's a great way to play it out. All of this action in the top lane, and they both have culls. You know, neither of these ADCs actually really want to be getting
It's a
hyped.
scale off. Come on. They know the real assignment, regardless how scrappy it might get. I do think, though, Aki, with all these really big ultimates, for NiP, that Crescent Guard, I think, is going to be the most important.
Yup.
Because while it doesn't interrupt the Shockwave's CC, if you get Crescent Guard ulted with it over top, takes away the damage. And then Jackie Love's entire kit is nerfed as well. So Aki being ahead, we talk about who out of these former OMG star players from years past needs to step up, especially for NiP to have success. We've been waiting to call Aki's name outside of that Nocturne performance. No better spot than now.
And it's a couple of these lanes that we've really been looking at to be the proper performers that have been a bit quiet so far. Crisp again? He's
Chopper's
fine, right?
down. They do lock Aki up, and the Counter-Strike's available. Aki's going to get flash stunned on. The very jungler we were talking about is going to go down, and Jackie Love gets the reset. Kanavi has the ball on him. The Shockwave holds Leave in place. He has to flash over the wall. Kanavi, does he have the leap strike in time? No, he doesn't. But TES get themselves a pretty critical kill onto their superstar AD.
And that was Leave trying to step past the rest of his friends, try to go and pick up the kill onto Crisp, but you just don't have the damage in that situation. It's going to leave TES open to picking themselves up these grubs as well. And NiP, they brought members up into this lane and just aren't able to play that one out correctly. Once again, it feels like as much as NiP do sometimes try to get proactive, they're not necessarily making the right decision. The pick onto Crisp was earlier because he's alone. This one, he's well with his friends. You can see Leaf just constantly stepping forwards, trying to get the kill, but ended up working out. And at least you are able to survive here as Leaf and PP God, but it's a close thing.
Yeah, and Crisp, level 2 as well prior, didn't have Polymorph leveled. You saw what the difference Polymorph made right there. And good on Cream to recognize he had lane prio. Doinby just couldn't respond. I don't even think he had level 6, or potentially did, but did not move over just yet. So we're back to an even footing. It's the exact stakes you feel in an elimination match with one team on match point. You got to look towards the Dragon as the next goal as we do settle back into pretty standard lanes. 369 making the trudge up step by step.
Getting there eventually. I have to see Drakes as well, because in the previous game, NiP just were not getting themselves objectives really at all. The Drakes, the Grubs, all of that was falling to the wayside, and not really for any response on the opposite side of the map. It's not like it was being traded for anything. Towers, something to make you money, give you extra stats. Just kind of letting it happen to them. I don't want to see that in this game. NiP, they've got a slightly stronger bot lane in this situation, so you can actually roam them up along with you. You're not reliant on a Scion who's off in a side lane and pretty weak at the point at which these objectives were starting. But still, neither team has any real urgency to go on towards this first Drake. Is Mountain? It would be a nice one for either of these teams to be able to pick up for themselves, but instead more than happy to head back to standard lane assignments. And I think we've talked a lot about top, a lot about bot, but we haven't really touched on this mid lane right now. Doinby, you've been talking a lot about how you want him to pop off. Well, if there's any champion he could potentially do it on, surely it's the Yasuo.
It's got to be the Yasuo. And hey, he's looking for an angle here. Dodges out the Shockwave, does hit the Q, but Kanavi being there maybe stop Doinby from pressing that R key, going for a solo kill that everybody in the arena, on the broadcast, watching at home is desperately waiting for.
Oh yeah, the solo kill would be so hype. We see so few of them at the moment in the current state of League. But at least that pressure does mean that Cream has to go back to base. You buy a lot of extra space here for Aki. Indeed, Dragon time for the jungler for NiP. He's not going to get to do it uninterrupted, though.
Chris just starting to clear out some words. Kanavi is
Ooh, he
close
can't
by on
step
that
up,
Grom.
actually. I don't know if they
Should
can
be able
actually
to
step
secure
up.
this. Yeah,
He's
I don't
fine,
think-
okay.
Yeah, Kanavi's not going to be able to get there, so going to trade that neutral. NiP going to grab that dragon, but Leaves maybe looking for more here. Going for the all-in, but steps
the
on the
stun.
chompers, eats the rocket. Jackie Love has him read like a book, and now this poor kitty is hung out to
The
dry
TP
with
as well.
nobody to jump to. The TP's just a bit too late. There's Feats of Warfare secured. Chris flashes to safety, but there's the barrel from Doinby. It hits Jackie Love, but he has to flash under the turret to find the first kill. Luckily, he can use his bows to dash out to safety. There's the wombo combo NiP needed, and it salvages them an even trade on that skirmish.
Oh, that would have been a terrible play right there for NiP if you're not able to scramble Doinby down into the bottom lane. You pick yourself up the Mountain Drake as well throughout the... So actually an overall positive trade right here for NiP, and that's the combo. Like you said, that's what we're really going to be looking for once we get further into this matchup. There's a couple people who can apply knockups for Doinby to play around, but it's really Sanji hitting that big explosive cast, hopefully onto multiple members once we get later into this game, that we're going to be looking for the Doinby ulti. But it's that Flame Chomper right there, the very edge one that leaves Leave just completely in no man's land. Now, Kanavi is going to be able to trade this one back, at least pick up another kill, but Sanji's teleport, as much as it felt late, actually doesn't get there too bad. But I'm so impressed by Doinby. He's way under the tower there, and just about manages to survive. Yasuo, so very mobile, but still, he was skirting along a knife's edge.
Definitely feels like the AD carry matchup is settled back into how we expected it to be a big focal point here for TES. Sleeve is, ever since that Senna game, kind of struggling to find his footing, but it doesn't matter if NiP finally get their split MVP to bring a game home for them when they need it most. Attention shifting towards this top side, however, with Doinby teleporting in, really want to fight for these grubs. And it looks like with the teleport from Doinby, TS are willing to give the split here.
And they're just going to step away from this one. I am surprised. TS have really not been happy to give up objectives throughout this series. Not in the same way that NiP have, but they're getting a good push off for themselves down in the bottom lane. Yeah, it's a lot of gold over to 369. Now, 369 has had a very quiet game so far. But Camille, they don't stay as quiet games, not very often, and not in the hands of 369. It's going to be interesting to see what the decision-making is out of him. Does he want to play more of a split push role, not really join up with the rest of the team, and just constantly be that side lane pressure that's drawing NiP away from taking the straight-up full team fights, or does he want to go and find those big flanks into the backline? If you can do that, shut down either Doinby or Leave, Doinby potentially going to be slightly easier to grab without the Yuumi sat on top, then that will be a great way to begin these team fights, and Camille flanks are always very exciting.
Flanks are going to be the focal point in this game as it goes forward. For Doinby and Shanji on this Gragas Yasuo combo, then like you pointed out, with the Camille. There's a wombo on either side. It's a ball delivery system and a knockup that is going to be the focal point of every single fight going forward. So our attention has to turn back towards that potential Drake pit here in a couple of minutes. But we're starting to get those first big item breakpoints. Cream, though, opting for this arch angles does signal that TS might want to play this one a bit slower. Not going to have a ton, as much really skirmishing power outside of 369 with that Triforce completed.
Yeah, you're kind of waiting a little bit until this composition really pops off. That being said, when it does, when you do get to that 2-3 item point, that's when you're going to be in such a strong position as TES. Now, it's going to be interesting to see, with the Drake spawning in a minute and a half time, if we're actually going to have these bot laners stay in the top lane, or if anybody's going to take a reset head on down and try to get themselves a bit of lane priority around this up-and-coming objective. All of the junglers currently are around the top side.
Oh boy, 369 is really starting to hand it to Shanji. He's got this XP lead, and with the Triforce done like we talked about, it's just a straight item differential. Shanji's, I hope he's able to get an item on this back, but he's not sitting on a ton of components.
No. And if he falls further and further behind in terms of the items, yeah, I don't actually know he can go back right here, because if he does, we're also going to lose out on a ton more damage onto this tower. Only 13 seconds until the plating is gone, so, you know, at least there's that. That might be the point at which you can head back to base. You also have Aki in the area if maybe you want to see if you can bait 369 into overextending. we do indeed get the resets coming out from both of these bot lanes, and they're actually going to head down mid lane, keep themselves in a good position to head either up towards the Herald or down towards this Drake.
This game is going at a slower pace as we expected, with all the early game-oriented comps knocked out in the opening games of this matchup. But it's important to remind of the stakes for TES, a team, an organization that's looking to try and cement themselves as on that Mount Rushmore of the LPL, getting that top 4 spot with a shot at finals and a date with BLG would help them towards that goal. But for NiP, it's avoiding a crumble from such an impressive regular season. And it's so pitiful that they're relying on Doinby, their MVP of the split, to do so. And maybe they can break open this game around this dragon as all eyes turn towards it. Cloud Drake being churned down by Aki and Doinby, tons of damage. Kanavi looking to potentially go in and steal, but there's nothing but a whisper of the Cloud Drake dropping down to NiP as they pick up the first 2.
Now 50 seconds until the Herald. You can move straight up through mid. It's really a little bit more important to be able to establish yourself some mid-top control for the next set of objectives. Also going to get the Scuttle Crab is Aki around this. That's going to be nice too. Now there are teleports on both of the top laners sat down in the bottom lane so far. If this wants to turn from a little bit of a staring contest into an actual 5v5 skirmish team fight, then they will be able to join. The first items completed and second items on their way. These teams are getting themselves into the position where they can begin to start actually wanting to fight.
Level 2 ultimates, real big breakpoint, especially for these mid laners.
Doinby's got it.
Doinby's got it. Shanji takes over, so all solo lanes have access to that level 2 ultimate. But it's a full strategy game, trying to see what side of the map these rotations are going towards. As Kanavi's going to jump in with the counter-strike, but a turn immediately on its head. He wasn't expecting Aki to be so close by. They get the Yumi ult to try and lock him down. There's the Crescent Guard out to block all of 369's damage, and Aki knocks down Kanavi. That rocket goes completely blank, but Jackie Love still gets the reset on to leave. And now teleports are starting to come through here. Doinby gets the knock off Aki onto Jackie Love. They grab the kill. Finally, Doinby finds his moment and gives NiP a slight edge in the first big skirmish in the mid lane.
It looked like a terrible bit of timing right there out of TES. Kanavi going way deep, and all of a sudden Aki pops out of the bush, but it doesn't matter in the end. TES, they're able to scramble more members around. Do end up losing Jackie Love though, and it's going to be NiP picking themselves up this Herald. The response potentially going to be a look at a dive towards bot lane. That would be risky. I think instead, yeah, they're just going to have a little bit of a scout through, see if they can steal away some camps and head back to base. This game is much better out of NiP.
Finally settling into playing slower.
Yeah.
And no better fight shows it than this one.
Yeah, there's a difference between playing these games slowly and playing them passively. This is NiP playing to the strengths of their composition, allowing the game to come to them in the ways in which they really need to. And I love this combo again. That's the second side of that combo, right? We've talked about the barrel out of Sanji. Well, Aki can also do it with that third strike.
Oh, why don't we do it again? Yeah. Last breath's available. One more auto, but 369. Yeah, respects it. He's going to flash and hook shot out there. We did see a Pip or getting the replay. The TES, they stacked the bot side, knocked down that first tier 1 turret, so they do have feats of strength. It's 369. Able to get out of that Yumi slow and get back towards his team. So slight edge over there to TES, gives them a bit more of a lead than their gold would show.
And I got the full feats to TES.
Shanji? Oh, he might get cut off going back towards his mid turret. That's the explosive cast used defensively, so a big engage tool for NiP is down. If you want a last breath from Doinby, it's going to have to be the 3-town strike, but Doinby's on his own little island right now, so
yeah, he's happy to just be pushing out this bot lane tier 1 tower, pick up a little bit of extra standing gold for the team. They are down by about 1,000 at the moment, really not too much at this point in the game. Definitely not an insurmountable lead by any means.
I
think he's
knocks
okay.
Down the turret. He's got Aki close by, and Shanji's going to TP in. Doinby has to stall, but 369's heralding him. They get the polymorph, but there's the knockout in the immediate turn by NiP. 369's by a lot of time with the Hextech ultimatum, though. Does have that wild growth, but finally, Aki slains him down. Kanavi wants to brawl next, though, stepping up with his ultimate, looking for the counter-strike to come back around. Down goes Aki. He hops for Doinby, who flashes out of the big-time ultimate from the Orianna. The Shockwave doesn't find its mark, but it's going to be the reset for Jackie Love. Kanavi gets the counter-strike. They're going forward, and Jackie Love is churning through them all. Finds the triple kill for Kanavi as TES find themselves an edge.
And that's a huge play right there for TES after what was a very even early game on the aggressive play bot lane. NiP, they try to bring multiple members down there after their top laner gets jumped. And in the end, it does not work out for them. TES, they're able to scramble more troops quicker. And Kanavi popping off right here on the Jax. We were expecting the Jax top. Right now, the Jax jungle doing work. And the main thing right here is that TES, they get so much time bought for them by 369. The Hextech ultimatum, as he pulled out rightfully, it takes so much longer to finally kill 369 that you're able to get everybody you need to into this fight. And the point at which Kanavi is here, he's just running through this one. Honestly, I was slightly worried we were going to see a Jax pentakill in this one. If you're able to get on top of Leave and he isn't able to jump over that wall there, well, you've got the triple already. Could have been anyone's game.
Kanavi found his form of old on that Viego. Playing the damage dealer, the Jax looks to be the same here. Big Hextech Drake has spawned as Kanavi once again leaping forward with no regard for his own safety. There's the explosive cast onto Kanavi, but that's not the target you want to go for. Doinby can't survive in the front line of TES. A mistake from the MVP of the split, and it's going to open this game wide open for TES. Slow on to Shanji, Hextech ultimatum. He's done and dusted. Another triple kill, this time to Cream as TES explode for a bigger gold lead.
There we go, another one of those players we were highlighting who's had a quiet series, Cream, managing to pick up that triple kill right here, and they're going to be able to turn it back on over to the Hextech Drake. It's only their first of the series, so they're not going to be able to pick themselves up anything too much from it. Yeah, exactly, and I think the bigger prize is going to be this Artican. Aki is in the area, could potentially try for something a little bit tricky with those Hextech portals, but it doesn't really feel like there's any response out of NiP. Picking themselves up this Ruinous. That's going to be another huge advantage for them right here.
TES are playing with the confidence we saw in that IG series. It's once again NiP just not, they don't have the vision to commit to that engage. I know we don't see it with the observers, but that was complete fog of that bottom river. Doinby is ulting a solo Jax blind, and boy did he pay for it.
You can't do that. You simply cannot do that. Not in this kind of matchup where you're on the very edge of being eliminated from Split 1. We've talked about it. Doinby's not been having the best time of it so far. Gonna get jumped right here.
Yeah.
With the Hextech ultimatum almost up.
Yeah, they might not even need it though, and they can go under the turret, right? They've got Ruinous Otacon revive, and wow, they let Doinby out.
Gosh.
Shockwave onto Cream. Ooh, flashes over the explosive cast, so split map plays, and it seems to be just Summoner's burn, but it's Jackie Liv and Chris. They're barreling down the mid lane. What can Leave really do but watch his turret burn?
Yeah, Leave had such a good game 1 and game 2. Just hasn't been able to get his footing in this one. Been put pretty far behind. 2 items completed though. So still could be who NiP needs to be able to take us to Silver Scrapes. Take us to that game number 5. If anyone's going to do it, but once again, we're just seeing Aki get jumped.
Kanavi's at a whole nother level right now. Throwing caution to the wind. There's the last breath onto 369. Hextech ultimatum buys space once more, but this time he's going to drop to the revive. But Kanavi goes back in, flashes with the counter strike. He's right on top of Aki, but Aki just won't fall. Wild Growth buys a little bit of time there for Kanavi, and now the rest of TS can step up. Down goes Shanji. It's Jackie Love and company on the backline, providing the killer edge, and they're onto the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, it's only 23 minutes into this game, and they're going to be able to break open the base of NiP. They do not want a game 5. They want this one done now. They want to start thinking about BLG in the next round. And oh my lord, that 10,000 total kills for TES off of that play. 8 all-time in the LPL. That's crazy. That's a lot of kills.
It's another big milestone for an organization that wants to be one of those golden circle teams in the history books of the LPL. And for all we talked about the regular split being so impactful for NiP, the playoffs is a whole nother level, and TES are just built for these moments, it seems like, and the limelight is running out on NiP. They need to find a big break in this game, or they're just going to be slowly taken down, and Shanji knows it, but he doesn't hit the explosive cast onto 369, who does commit the flash, but these are just small wins that aren't going to be enough.
No, they're going to need to find something massive. They're going to need a pop-off performance from Doinby, from Leave. Aki, find that engage. It feels like they're running out of time desperately right now as Ingo TES. They're going to be able to pick up this mid lane tower. It just keeps happening. They've also got a wave pushing on to the tier 2 in the top side if they want to move on to that one. For now, though, perfectly contented to just grab multiple of these inhibitors.
Doinby pressed out an entire bot wave, but recalls to nothing. They give up 2 inhibitors at 24 minutes. This game feels over.
It might be. Slayer, I don't want to say it. I want more. I want this to go to a game number 5, but it just might be over right here. This might be the last that we get to see of NiP in this split 1. It's been an okay split for them so far, right? But not the split that this organization would have been wanting, not with these names.
They dropped 1 game in the regular split,
yeah,
and they're about to drop 6 and go out with nothing.
Heading into the playoffs as the 1 seed from your group, and then everything falls apart. Doesn't really matter how much you can get done in the regular season. The playoffs is where it matters. Kanavi just jumping in, just showing up, showing off a little bit. We've got Baron available on the map now. This may well be the final piece that TES needs to end this NiP puzzle. Let's see what they can do with it.
A TES roster full of world champions. They just know how to play at a different level when it matters most. It feels like one more fight could end this, and they know it. They have the control. They're going for the Baron. It's desperation time for NiP. Who wants to step up and be the hero? Doinby being heralded by 369 off to the side. Here comes a big flake from Aki. They do find some big targets. Stasis goes out for creep. There's Doinby with the 2-man last breath. The bottom lane of TES is down when they needed it most. Doinby has found the kills needed. Everyone else from TES is scattered. 369 finds the trade on the Doinby, but it's too damn late. NiP are not done yet!
Oh my lord, again! It happens again, TES. They don't know how to close themselves out games, despite the fact they have right now got minions pouring into their base. It doesn't matter, it's gonna be the pickup of the Baron. It's a ton of kills, shutdowns galore going over to NiP, and they are still fighting.
They've got a Hextech Drake spawning. Death timers aren't going to be long enough for them to take it, but it doesn't matter. They found themselves a lifeline.
And these towers respawn nowadays.
Yeah, they do. So it's not too bad. Let's look back at this fight, but
oh boy,
it's the Aki flank that does it, and the barrel from Sanji.
I wasn't sure that the Aki flag was gonna help out right here, but it does. And Sanji being able to get that knockup means that Doinby is able to finally start making this work. He does die in the end, but it really doesn't matter. You can see in the picture-in-picture, though, yes, they are going to be picking themselves up their second of the Hextech Drakes. It means that it's 2 apiece. It takes the point at which we actually have that Elder on the map further and further out of our grasp. Means that both these teams are going to get more time to scale. To be honest, I think that this favors NiP as they play catch-up right here, but they're right now only down by 3,000 gold. That was a significantly bigger advantage not 3 minutes ago.
And while it takes away a lot of your map control, super minions pouring into your base, if you can stall, those minions provide such a boost for gold and XP catching up. So NiP recognize they're going to keep farming those waves, and all they need to do is keep this top wave healthy enough with the Baron. This game is officially in stall mode. There's really no way for TES to break this until Baron drops in a minute 40.
No, they do have a team that can shred through towers if you can get on top of them, but the wave clear is more than good enough right here for NiP. They're not hurting in that regard. And I think part of this as well is the fact that we've got the Hextech Rift. Usually, when you're pinned underneath your towers trying to clear out super minion waves, it means there's no way you can get yourself actually involved in these team fights around Baron, around Dragon. But with these Hex Gates, it's so much quicker to rotate from your base out onto the map and to find flanks by using the ones across the pits themselves, exactly what Arki did to be able to find that big flank. This rift, this map, is helping them so much right now still. They're bleeding out on objectives at this point. They're going to need a couple more big fights to really be able to swing this one.
You gotta just turtle into any structures in their base. They don't need to worry about getting outscaled either. Boxer, I think they match across the board, pretty similar scaling. Well, maybe the jungle is the one advantage. A little bit better, but the fact that you have a hyper-scaling mid and AD, if you get the right fights, none of it really matters.
Yeah, if you can find that moment, that engage, it's going to be huge. And the thing is, there's a heck of a lot of AD damage on NiP, something we haven't really talked about so far. But there aren't really any tanks for TES that are particularly building themselves a lot of armor. You can see there's a couple plated steel caps. There's a Frozen Heart. It definitely is a Frozen Heart game. I like that pickup right here for Kanavi. But at the same time, it's not like you are a massive Ornn. You know, like we wanted out of TES in this game. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. This one continues on. It felt so done and dusted. We were ready to close the book on NiP in Split 1. But they are showing us that it is not over till it is over. What can they do?
Kanavi looking for the X Factor. Wow, jumping with the counter-strike into the shockwave. TES just shut up the doubters with one big kill on to leave. And now there's nowhere for NiP to run, nowhere for them to hide. Just when you thought the door was creeping open, TES slam it shut with an ace of dreams. One big fight and a destiny match with BLG has fronted itself in reality.
There we go. It's not over till it's over. And Slayer, this one is done. This is going to be the win right here for TES. Couple times they've shown that closing it out isn't necessarily their favorite activity, but boy have they made it interesting, and boy do they deserve to move on to the next round of these LPL playoffs.
And who gets the job done for them in these last two games? It's Kanavi. Kanavi on this Jax was masterful, and Cream goes deathless. NiP, they lost one game in the regular split, and they drop out 6 more from top seed to finishing top 6.
Slayer, this LPL format is brutal. This is
brutal.
Easily the most brutal I've seen a format. For teams who get to play 3 best-of-5s, then get thrown immediately into playoffs, still best-of-5s, there's no recourse. You lose your upper bracket match, you lose your lower bracket match, and you're done. I mean, hey, clearly something wasn't working for them outside of the regular split. There were already light questions going on of how impactful their group was in comparison to some of the others. Maybe those are questions that were bearing fruit. Either way, Top Esports, they have shown up today, balled out. It took a wacky draft in game number 1 for them to falter, and sure, closing games been a little bit iffy for them today, but I am very impressed with the way they've performed overall, and I'm excited for their matchup versus BLG.
Yeah, you know, as much as we talked about the playbook to beat Top Esports, kind of felt like it's out on shutting down Jackie Love. Looking back, you know, retroactively, the fact that they were able to win game 2 with Jackie Love in such a tough spot,
yeah,
you're right, bodes really well, because you will have the Jackie Love games where he does what he does best. But if you can win the games where teams make it a point to just take him out, maybe TES do have a shot against BLG. The question is just for TES is consistency and, like you mentioned, closing out leads.
Yeah, if they can shore that one up, which it's a very short turnaround, I think their matchup versus BLG is going to be on Thursday, so you've not got a lot of time to really be able to sort that one out. If they can shore those up, as I'm sure their coaching staff will have recognized, then this could be an incredibly fun matchup between them and BLG. I mean, the way that 369 is playing, I think that's going to be a matchup for the ages, right? Him versus being in the top lane, such an exciting one.
Yeah. You know, if they won this game with the Camille, I was going to hype up, oh man, who's going to get the Camille? 369's Camille was all right. I don't think it's going to be that much a contested one, but you know what was a fun matchup? Ben tried to play Aatrox and got slapped by Camille, and if there's anybody that knows how to play an Aatrox well, it's going to be 369. I'm glad you pointed out that top lane. It's going to be awesome. But looking at this for NiP,
I feel for them. I really do.
yeah, I just ran out of gas. I mean, some of these guys that we were talking about is coming off an OMG roster, you know, getting the big call-up of the LPL equivalent to come to a team like this in NiP. I mean, outside of game one, Shanji's Papu was good. The Nocturne from Aki. PP God got drafted out of his style. It just wasn't enough. And even if Doinby was on, I don't know if the way the form looked for them later in the series, it would have been enough to come over top.
No, it felt like when we got to see game one, those were our questions answered. Maybe we'd been too harsh on NiP in questioning what their form was looking like coming in to these playoffs. The next 3 games showed us that, not so much. As much as they were able to mount some impressive attempts at comebacks, you weren't actually able to close those out. You still end up losing this series 3-1, and that is the end of your split so far. They are still a top 6 team in the LPL. That makes you one of the better teams in the entire world. But it won't feel like enough. Not for a team who come out at the top of their group. For a team with names like Doinby. You're gonna be disappointed with that one. And I really am excited to see this team next split. But there are big questions for them going into this offseason.
Yeah, for a guy like Doinby who said he's here to win everything. Well, that's out the window, my friend. You officially cannot win everything. The split MVP is out at top 6 here. As we get a look at this post-game graphic. But really all it shows is that TES, when the series got higher stakes, they just played better as a team. This was the most cohesive. These last 2 games were the most cohesive games for TES. And like once again, talking about their next opponent, they're going to have to play like games 3 and 4 the entire series.
Yeah. What we've been speaking about a little bit on camera, but specifically when we've been chatting behind the scenes, is hey, BLG don't allow teams to just let the game happen, because the second that you're passive in a game, you lose. Thunder Talk, they were active, it works out, you know? If you passively let games happen, oh boy. And there were a couple of games right here where we saw TES kind of let the game happen to them, where they were happy to just sit back, allow things to develop in front of them, and were playing overly passively. You can play in a style that's allowing you to scale till the late game without just giving everything up. It does make me worry a little bit for them going into this matchup with BLG, but then again, there were some pop-off performances right here. There were some moments in these series where I'm like, no, actually, they can go toe-to-toe.
BLG's definitely the team with lane leads. They look the scariest, so that is a tough matchup for TES. But, yeah, outside of the one Baron fight we're going to see where the Wombo, like, really came together, I'm just most impressed by the Kanavi turnaround, because that game 1 was so rough. He did nothing on the Sejuani, and it's so funny that he's confident to be this full-fledged engaged guy on Jax when the Sejuani game was the one where he looked most skittish.
Yeah, the Jax jungle is such an interesting pickup right here. I was really expecting to see it in the top lane. We got to see it in the top lane in the BLG TT matchup. But all of a sudden, it goes into the jungle, and it looks great the whole way through. It can be that kind of aggressive pickup in the same way that the Xin Zhao is, that the Vi are, where they can get into the backline, but also survive for a surprisingly long amount of time. You can see Kanavi definitely felt at his most comfortable on that pickup.
Certainly.
And it's going to potentially be hotly contested between different lanes and different teams in that following matchup that we do have between them on Thursday. Yeah, this is the one time. This is the one time right here where you get to see NiP pull out exactly what we've been hoping to see from them the whole day. If you're an NiP fan, if you want 5 games of League of Legends, it felt good to see, but then they immediately walked too far up mid. And
this,
hey,
a minute later,
the Kanavi play.
or 2 minutes later, there's the Kanavi play. Shockwave from Cream.
Yeah.
They brought the Wombo, and unfortunately, it was the one at the buzzer. And something we preached at the start of this one, regulars and every team it learns. You see it every split. As we look at the updated bracket, and I'll make the point here, especially looking at Thunder Talk and now NiP. Regular splits are impressive. Playoffs are for legacy. And TES is just a team that was built for this stage of the split. NiP, not there yet just.
No, but there is plenty for them to build upon in the future. The looking at this graphic right here, we have our top 4 decided. I'm not surprised Kanavi is also
I thought they
going
might
to
give it
be
a
our
Cream.
MVP.
I mean, Cream did
Cream
go 8-0
looked
and
good.
7 on the Oriana, but yeah, Kanavi
It was definitely
gets it.
Kanavi's game. Kanavi
with
deserves
you.
this one 100% right here. He was the driving force that his team really needed him to be, and like you said, the turnaround from game 1 to what I think was a steadily increasing level of performance throughout the rest. But yeah,
So here we go.
Top
Top 4. Bloxer, your immediate reactions looking across the board, because for me, obviously BLG are the 2-time champs. AL have looked like the best team from Demacia Cup to now,
Yeah.
but TES and JDG seem to be back in form, which just makes this top 4 even more tantalizing.
Yeah, TES and JDG are the 2 that I'm having the most trouble getting a real read on. JDG
I'm
beat
with ya.
TT, which is good, but TT also have plenty of problems in that roster. I love it, I'm excited to see it play on, but they had some things to work on between this split and the next. So I don't know the read on what JDG are really doing. And then TES, we've again recognized a ton of things that this series weren't perfect, that they weren't able to do exactly as possible. If you had to ask me at this point, I think BLG and AL were going to be our finalists, but there's still plenty of best of 5s left for us to get to that point.
And the LPL is as volatile as it will ever be currently. So the best games are ahead of us. The biggest throws, the biggest highlights are ahead of us. But for tonight, it's time to close things down. Before we get on out of here, I got one big shout out to one awesome coffee member. If you stuck around towards the end of the broadcast, you know what I'm about to say. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged financial contribution helps us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day on our unofficial channel. So thank you, Aaron Soup. If you want to be a coffee supporter, you've got the link below to help you out, but we also appreciate YouTube subscribers, Twitch subscribers, just you chatters and viewers popping in here means the world. That will do it, though, for myself, the awesome, the Trooper Bloxer, who deserves a round of applause of their own for making it through the entire night. 8 games for you, Bloxer. Any final thoughts before we close this out and move on to top 4?
Oh man, it was long, but that was incredibly fun. Thank you so much to Kelsey as well, our production, for sticking around for this entire one as well. Also was here since the very beginning, and yeah, I love the LPL. I cannot wait to see who gets crowned as the champion here.
Well, we've got 4 teams left to decide that. We will be right back in action to figure out who that is tomorrow. So make sure to stay logged to the socials on LPL English. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the high-octane games that the LPL, the best league in the world, has to offer, all split 1. We'll see you guys tomorrow to figure out who's going to be in that grand final and who's going to get a chance in the lower bracket final to challenge them. But for now, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you next time on the unofficial LPL English broadcast.